Chapter 10:54. With a whistling sound, the entire space at the edge of the Emperor Island was filled with shackles shining with purple light. Ding, 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 ding. Amidst the crisp sounds of chains clanging against each other, all sorts of spells that came crashing down from the sky seemed to have their trajectories designed. They landed on the chains of discipline, but they didn't even stir up a single bit of dust. Instead, they only caused a series of muffled clangs. The charging knights didn't even have time to react before the chains of discipline appeared around every single one of them. In the next moment, amidst the chaotic screams, every single one of the knights was trapped by the chains of discipline and hung in midair. Chains. Damn it! Where did these chains come from? Break free. No, I can't break free. What kind of chains are these? Why are they so hard? I can't even break free with my combat chi. Is this an armament? In midair, the knights who were hung up by the chains of discipline let out a series of angry roars. Their bodies were still burning with combat chi as they tried to break free from the chains on their bodies. Unfortunately, the chains of discipline was a weapon forged by a deity. Although the deities here weren't god-level experts, they were only deities of the blood-devouring frenzy world. Still, it wasn't something a group of level 7 or 8 people could break free from. If one were to use armaments to rank them, the chains of discipline would be a gold armament. Forget about trapping a group of 7th and 8th stage people. Even a 9th stage powerhouse would find it hard to break free from the discipline lock if he didn't have the ability to do so. No matter what, the lock of discipline was Natsuki's proudest ability apart from the Guardian and the space control magic. If it was that easy to break free from, she wouldn't be known as the demon assassin. Save them! Seeing that all the knights were hung in the air by the chains of discipline, the face of the leader of the knights changed drastically. He yelled at the mages behind him. However, as soon as he yelled, the space around the mages rippled with purple magic formations. The chains of discipline rushed out like purple pythons. They coiled around the mages of the knights. Then, after the knights, the mages were all hung in the air. The knight leader's expression changed again, and again until it was replaced by shock. The cavaliers, every single one of them was at least level 7. However, such a team was taken down in such a short period of time. Could it be that this ridiculously young man was really a level 9 powerhouse? As this thought flashed through his mind, the leader of the knights did not have time to react. His vision blurred, giving him a fright. Taking a few steps back, the knight leader saw that the level 9 young man was standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. The knight leader was shocked. His expression hardened as he roared and ignited all his do-chi into the armament in his hand. He also used his strongest battle technique. With a dense do-chi glow, he slashed towards Wu Yan's head. Without a doubt, this attack was definitely the strongest attack of the peak of the 8th level knight team leader. Even if the opponent was also a peak tier 8 powerhouse, if they were hit by this attack, they would die without a doubt. Facing this attack, Wu Yan only glanced at it and clenched his fist. A violent blue and white electric current flowed around his fist. With a wave of his hand, Wu Yan met the knight leader's sword with his bare hands. Clang! The fist that was flashing with blue and white lightning collided with the knight's sword that was carrying the radiance of combat aura. It actually caused a crisp sound of weapons clashing, and a wave of surging air was created. Pong! Not long after, the knight's leader was shocked. The combat aura on the rare knight's sword was destroyed by a violent force and a bluish-white electric current. In a muffled sound, the knight's hand was directly shattered. The long sword in his hand was knocked out of his hand and was sent flying away. Wah! The knight leader was stunned. His weapon had actually been sent flying in a single exchange. Humph! Before the knight leader could recover from his shock, he felt his breathing stop and his neck tighten. His feet were lifted off the ground, and his whole body was lifted up. Choking the knight leader's neck and watching him struggle in pain, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with killing intent, and a dangerous smile appeared on his face. "You were going to kill me just now, right? Woo, woo, woo." With his neck being choked, the knight captain could not even utter a single word. All he could do was to kick his feet off the ground painfully, while groaning continuously. Feeling the suffocating feeling coming from his chest, the knight captain's slightly protruding eyes were filled with disbelief. He, a peak level 8 fighter, was lifted up by a young man in his 20s by the neck. The knight leader's heart was filled with disbelief. With his strength in the Spalier world, he was at the level of the patriarchs of the 3 major families. But now, even a young man in his 20s could not only capture a group of knights of grade 7 to 8, but he had also fallen into the hands of the other party. How could the leader of the knights believe that all of this was real? The suffocating feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Not only did the hand around his neck not loosen, it tightened even more. The knight leader could only feel the breath of death rushing towards him, and his consciousness gradually became hazy. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan sneered and slowly increased the strength in his hand. Obviously, when the knight leader decided to kill him, he was already enraged. Just as the leader of the knights was about to faint due to suffocation, a majestic roar rang out in the air. "Stop!" At the same time, a figure rushed out from the city and rushed in front of Wu Yan. Then a claw-like hand with a blood-red claw and a fluctuation of impetus far stronger than the knight leader's, in a burst of air, pierced through the air and viciously clawed at Wu Yan's chest. This person is definitely stronger than the knight leader. A Tier 9 fighter. Realizing this, Wu Yan's expression changed. Without any hesitation, the blue and white electric current surged into his fist again, and the thunderlight fist was swung again. In the blink of an eye, it met the incoming claw. Bang! A loud, muffled sound reverberated in the air. The violent collision between the lightning fist and the claw shadow caused the ground at the center of the collision to crack for nearly 10 meters. The ground caved in and formed a crater. Gravel and dust were swept away by the shockwave of the impact, blowing away the leader of the knights. On the fist, a force that was not inferior to his own continuously passed through his arm and into his body. Feeling the violent surge of power that was enough to seriously injure a Tier 8 fighter, Wu Yan's face flashed, and the blue and white electric current in his hand suddenly became brighter. Bang! With another muffled sound, the lightning fist finally suppressed the blood-colored claw shadow. With a tremor, the claw shadow was broken, and the owner of the claw was knocked back. Bang, bang, bang. The attacking figure was immediately sent flying. His body touched the ground repeatedly, and his heavy footsteps left a basin-sized pit in the ground. It was not until he was pushed back for nearly 20 meters that the figure stopped. He raised his head and looked at Wu Yan with incomparable surprise, as if he could not believe this result. At this time, Wu Yan finally saw the attacking figure clearly, wearing a gorgeous fluffy robe and a crown on his head. The person who came was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old. He was very tall and strong like a bear. The light and ferocious aura that flashed in his eyes constantly told others that he was definitely not an ordinary person. At this time, the majestic middle-aged man's body was still surging with Do Qi. Behind him, a faintly discernible beast shadow was fluctuating, causing Wu Yan's eyes to show a hint of surprise. That was a beast battle technique. Chapter 10:55. A beast battle technique. A battle technique unique to the Baruba Empire. Wu Yan didn't know much about beast battle techniques, but that didn't mean he didn't know anything about them. Back in the Spalier World Academy, he saw Prince Jaffer use this battle technique more than once. It was said that this battle technique was created to mimic the fighting style of wild beasts. Only the people of the Baruba Empire knew how to use it. In other words, this majestic middle-aged man with a crown and luxurious fur robes was from the Baruba Empire. Furthermore, from the middle-aged man's attire and his Tier 9 strength, it could be seen that his status was definitely not lower than his strength. Sizing up the middle-aged man standing in front of him, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with the unique light of the system's perception. Gda, Baruba, level 84. Wu Yan frowned at the information he got from the system. He lowered his head as if he was thinking about something. Level 84. And his surname is Baruba? He looked at the middle-aged man. Gda. Wu Yan sized him up, and his lips curled into a grin. He had a rough idea of who this person was. On the other hand, Gda didn't look at Wu Yan right away. Instead, he looked at the knight captain who was lying on the ground, panting heavily. A deep and powerful, thunderous voice came out of his mouth. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." The knight captain clutched his chest and took a deep breath. He looked at Gda gratefully. "Thank you for saving me, Your Majesty." When he heard the words, "Your Majesty," Wu Yan revealed an expression of as expected. This majestic middle-aged man, named Gda, was the current emperor of the Baruba Empire. In other words, he was Jaffar's father. Wu Yan's eyes flashed when he thought of this. Even the emperor of the Baruba Empire came to Emperor Island when the domain of divine spirits was about to open. It seems that the domain of divine spirits can create demigods. It shouldn't be an illusory thing. That's right. There were only 5 demigods in all of Silveria, and each of the 3 empires had one. Not to mention, there had never been a case where a demigod protector had no successor. Judging from this situation, Silveria was the only one in the whole of Silveria, apart from the effects of the land of gods. It's hard to explain why this is happening. The emperor of the Baruba Empire was here. Then the emperors of the other 2 empires should also be here, right? This thought had just come to him. Several ear-splitting sounds immediately rang out from the city ahead, reaching everyone's ears. By the time everyone instinctively looked in the direction of the sounds, a few figures had already appeared beside Gda. A smile appeared on Wu Yan's face when he saw the figures beside Gda, not for any other reason, but because most of the people who came were people he knew. The emperor of the Ailu Empire, Kate, Princess Sylph of the Ailu Empire, the prince of the Baruba Empire, Jaffer, the prince of the Fea Empire, Kaya. Apart from the 4 of them, there was another middle-aged man wearing the same luxurious robe and crown as Kate, and Gda, compared to Gda, he looked much more refined. It's obvious that he's the emperor of the Fea Empire. The information he got from the system confirmed Wu Yan's suspicions. Wea? Fea, level 86, level 86. That's the highest level among everyone here. Plus, Fea's surname and his attire are similar to the other 2 emperors, other than the emperor of Fea Empire. Wu Yan couldn't think of anyone else who could be him. Kate, Wea, Sylph, Jaffer, and Kaya arrived at the scene one after another. When they saw the knights being hung up by the chains, they frowned. However, when they saw the playful smile on Wu Yan's face, their expressions froze, and they cried out in shock. "It's you!" "Huh." This time, it was Gda's turn to be surprised. "You know him?" Hearing this, Carter and Wea looked at each other and laughed bitterly. "Gda, don't tell me you've forgotten. He's Wu Yan." "Wu Yan." Gda flinched before his expression changed. He seemed to have understood something as he looked at Wu Yan with a meaningful look. This isn't the first time Gda heard the name Wu Yan. No matter if it was in the past or recently, this name was rather well known and had been mentioned in many meetings of the Board of Governors. Gda has met Wu Yan before, back when Wu Yan was still in the Spalier World Academy. All 12 members of the council had cast their shadows at the top of the arena tower. There was one of them. Because of this, Guda's reaction was a little strange. Guda narrowed his eyes as he looked at Wu Yen from afar. He started mumbling to himself. This Wu Yen was actually able to take my claw attack. Thinking back to when he saw Wu Yen on the arena tower's projection, Guda looked at Wu Yen with a serious gaze. That's to be expected. The first time they met, Guda saw clearly that this kid was only at the peak of the 7th rank. He could easily crush him to death. Although he didn't meet Wu Yen again, there's no way Guda didn't know about Wu Yan's achievements, including the fact that he killed the peak of the 8th rank Marcus and Andrew. Now, they finally met for the second time. The existence he could easily crush back then was able to take his claw, attack, unscathed. Even though Guda used less than 70% of his strength in that attack, it's not something a peak of the 8th rank can withstand. Guda was even forced to retreat. 9th rank? Guda took a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart. Guda couldn't help but be shocked. After all, the first time they met was only a few months ago. How did he go from peak of the 7th rank to the 9th rank in a few months? If word got out, Guda would be drowned in laughter without hesitation. But that's the truth. For a moment, Guda's emotions were complicated, not to mention Guda, even Carter and Wea, who had vaguely sensed something, had their expressions fluctuating. Although they had heard the Thunder King mention this during the school meeting, they did not really believe it. Now, it seems like they have no choice but to believe it. Wu Yen, Kaya, and Jaffer were shocked. Why are you here? Sylph didn't say anything, but she looked at Wu Yen with a questioning gaze. Wu Yen scratched his face and shrugged. Well, there's something I need to do. As you can see, I was beaten up as soon as I arrived. Kaya and Jaffer were stunned by Wu Yan's words. Carter, who recovered from his shock, laughed bitterly. Let's not talk about why you're here. This Emperor Island belongs to the 3 empires. Only members of the 3 empires' imperial families can come here, and only airships bearing the emblems of the 3 imperial families can land here. You must have driven your special airship here recklessly. That's why you were surrounded and beaten up, isn't it? Wu Yen finally understood why this happened. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the same time. I thought airships with the emblems of the 3 empires can't land here. Rena, that little brat, since she didn't tell me something so important, she must be asking for a beating. Rena, the 3 emperors, 2 princes, and 1 princess were stunned. They didn't expect to hear that name here. Big Sister Sylph. At this moment, a sweet voice that gave everyone goosebumps rang in their ears. At the same time, a slender figure dashed out from a corner at a speed invisible to the naked eye and pounced on Sylph. Big Sister Sylph. Big Sister Sylph. Rena hung on Sylph's body like a koala. She rubbed her face against Sylph's voluptuous breasts as she called out to her. Rena, in an instant, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Chapter 1056. The atmosphere that was originally a little heavy suddenly dropped to the freezing point. Kate, Guda, Wea, Ka, and Jaffer were stunned when they saw Rena rubbing her head against Sylph's chest. Even the knights, who were still struggling in the air, were stunned. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape. Wu Yen had a hunch that something like this was going to happen. His face turned red, and he almost laughed out loud. Like an ice queen, Sylph never showed her emotions on her face. Her beautiful eyebrows twitched as she looked at Wu Yen. Sylph clenched her fist slightly before loosening it again. Her face was expressionless as she spoke. Rena, get down. No, no, no. This time, Lana didn't just rub her head against Sylph's chest like a spoiled child. Instead, she wiggled her body like a koala and blushed as she clung onto Sylph's body. It's been a long time since I last saw you, big sister Sylph. I really miss you, big sister Sylph. Please accept my uncontrollable respect for you. Is this really respect? Even Sylph couldn't help but grumble in her heart. She furrowed her brows. Don't forget you're a princess. Don't act so inappropriately in public. That's because big sister Sylph hasn't gotten over it yet. Rena didn't mince her words. Why should big sister Sylph care about what those stinky men think? Kate, Gada, Davia, Kaya, Jaffer, and the others couldn't keep their cool, let alone Sylph. This was especially true for Davia and Kaya. Their faces were filled with awkwardness. They were embarrassed to have such a beautiful daughter or sister, and they couldn't take Lana's vicious words. After all, they're men after all. That's enough. Ka saw that Rena was about to continue. In order to avoid making an even bigger joke, Kaya, the elder brother, hurriedly stepped forward. Release Princess Sylph. Shut up. Before Kaya could finish, he was interrupted by Rena's fierce words. Don't think you can order me around just because you're my brother. Anyone who gets in the way of me and big sister Sylph will be my greatest enemy. Kaya's face froze. Even his body froze. He was unable to take even half a step forward. Seeing this, Wea couldn't stand it anymore. He furrowed his brows. Rena, there should be a limit to your nonsense. When he said this, Wea's expression was still very oppressive. It was a pity. Rena wasn't afraid at all. In fact, she was very aggressive. Is Imperial Father starting to care about such mundane matters? Rena said with a disappointed tone, Imperial Father, you're the Emperor of the Fea Empire. How can you think like a commoner? At times like this, you should stay calm and watch the situation develop with a smile. That's the attitude a ruler should have. Wea's lips trembled from anger. Even though he had never been able to do anything about his daughter who had a strange fetish, but being ridiculed by his own daughter in front of so many people, even if he didn't feel embarrassed, he still couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Wea and Ka looked at each other and sighed. They understood that they would only be suffering if they stood up for Rena. Maybe it's just as Rena said. They should stay calm and watch the situation develop with a smile. That's the best way to deal with this. Seeing that Wea and Ka can't do anything about Rena, Kate, Gada, and Jaffer are also helpless, Sylph sighed. She didn't know what to do. At this time, Sylph's savior finally appeared. A large hand grabbed the back of Rena's collar and pulled her away from Sylph's body. When Rena felt herself floating in the air, Sylph was already far away from her. Rena was furious. Who dares to treat this princess like this? Let's see if this princess will. What will you do to me? The familiar voice contained a hint of coldness that pierced Rena's body and caused her to tremble. Her cursing mouth also froze in place. Wu Yen laughed coldly when he saw Rena's stunned expression. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Now that you've come out on your own, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Kate made it clear that airships that don't belong to the three empires aren't allowed to land on Emperor Island. There's no way Rena didn't know about this. Not only did she not tell him, she ran away the moment she saw Fraxinus. Recalling the grudge between him and Lana, even if he's an idiot, it's clear to him that this little brat is doing this on purpose. She just wanted to see how unlucky he was. However, Rena didn't expect Wu Yen to be able to deal with a group of peak tier 8 warriors and 100 tier 7 warriors. As a result, this little girl was doomed to a tragedy. What are you trying to do? Lana pretended to be fierce as she screamed. She struggled as she tried to break free from Wu Yan's grasp. I'm telling you, you better let this princess go. Or else. Or else what? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow, and he added with a half-smile. What can you do to me? This princess's royal father and royal brother are both here. Rena yelled, as if she was on her deathbed. She had completely forgotten that she had insulted both her imperial father and imperial brother just a moment ago. Thus Wu Yen grinned. His grin was so radiant that it made Lana nervous. Then his expression turned cold. Even if the god-level warrior of Fea Empire comes back to life, he won't be able to save you, Wu Yen said, and a rope appeared in his hand. No. Yes. Wah. The next moment, Rena's mournful cry resounded through the entire Emperor Island. Woo, woo, woo. A few minutes later, a trussed-up Lana was tossed to the ground by Wu Yen like a giant piece of trash. Her mouth was stuffed with a rag, and she looked like a loach that got hauled out of the water. She kept jumping around and moaning while glaring at Wu Yen with eyes full of fury. Nearby, Carter, Gada, Wea, Kaya, Jaffer, and the others couldn't help but sweat profusely. I say, Wea. Kate looked at Wea with amusement. I didn't expect your precious daughter to be restrained by someone. What? Are you not going to do anything about it? Forget it. Wea sighed. It's time for someone to suppress this barbaric girl. Besides, Wea smiled bitterly as he glanced at Wu Yen, who was clapping his hands. If it's this little fellow, even if you want me to find trouble with him, I'll have to consider it carefully. The current him is no longer the little student who talked to us at the top of the arena tower. You're right. Good aside as well. He sorted out his complicated emotions and turned to Wu Yen. Kid, since it's all a misunderstanding, you should put down the Knight Squad first. Wu Yen glanced at the knights hanging in the air with the discipline lock and chuckled. Although it is indeed a misunderstanding, it is also because they did not clarify the situation before directly attacking. If the person who came today was not me, I'm afraid that under their merciless attacks, the person who came would have at least been seriously injured, right? Kate and the others were stunned, speechless. Wu Yen pursed his lips and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Let's leave them hanging for a day and let them reflect on their actions. Carter was in a difficult position. Attacking without asking clearly is the recklessness of the Knight Squad. They should be punished. However, they were trying to protect the Emperor Island. It's understandable. Little guy, for my sake, let them go this time. Oh? Wu Yen looked at Kate in surprise and shook his head helplessly. All right, only then did Kate smile. Then, come in with us first. Wu Yen wanted to nod, but the knight captain, who had been silent all this while, spoke up. Your Majesty, Kate, this is inappropriate. Chapter 10, 57. Your Majesty, Kate, that's inappropriate. The knight captain's sudden words startled everyone. They all turned to look at him. Wu Yen squinted his wine-red eyes and looked at the leader of the knights. Coincidentally, the leader of the knights also looked at him, but it was only for a moment before he shifted his gaze away. Wu Yen met the knight leader's gaze for a split second, but Wu Yen could see the look in the knight leader's eyes. Jealousy, resentment, viciousness. With a playful smile, Wu Yen looked at the knight leader with a cold glint in his eyes. As the saying goes, those who come don't come with good intentions. Those who come with good intentions don't come. The fact that he chose to speak at this moment and said something like that, coupled with the glint in the knight leader's eyes, Wu Yen can already guess what's going to happen next. Carter, Gada, and Wea also exchanged glances. Perhaps they had also guessed something, and their brows were tightly knitted together. Barnes, what's wrong? Your Majesties. Although he seemed to be addressing them respectfully, there was no respect on his face at all. Instead, he looked a little aggressive. Although I don't know the relationship between His Excellency and the three Majesties, there is a rule on the Emperor Island. Airships that don't belong to the three great empires are not allowed to land on the Emperor Island. Now, not only has His Excellency landed on the Emperor Island openly, he even intends to punish the knights guarding the Emperor Island. However, the three majesties don't seem to be pursuing the matter. Ensi doesn't understand. Speaking of this, Ens glanced at Wu Yen, who was looking at him with a smile. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and his tone became even more gloomy. Although it is indeed the Night Squad's fault to launch an attack without clarifying the situation, Ens, as the Night Squad's leader, is willing to bear all the punishment. However, the cause of all of this was due to this Sir's rash arrival on Emperor Island. Now, the three majesties do not intend to pursue the matter. On the contrary, they even plan to invite him to the Emperor Island. Please redeem Ens. I cannot accept such an outcome. Hearing that, Carter, Gada, and Wee's expressions all became somewhat displeased. Let's not talk about who was in the right and who was in the wrong in this matter. What Ernst said was obviously a slap in their faces. As the emperor of one of the three great empires in the Spalier world, the Spalier world was one of the most influential figures in the Spalier world. Other than the guardian gods behind the three great empires, the three of them had the highest status. When had they ever been refuted like this? Even Wea, who didn't say anything after being insulted by Rena, had an ugly expression on his face. Being humiliated by one's own children was understandable. No one would gossip about it. They might even be praised for cherishing their children. But to be humiliated by an outsider like this, where would Imperial Entertainment's face go? However, Ensi's words were very reasonable and reasonable. No one could find fault with them. If they were to make trouble at this moment, the ones who would be embarrassed would be the three emperors. What's more, Ensi's position was somewhat special. He wasn't a member of any of the three great empires' royal families, nor was he a member of any of the outside forces. He was a protector of the Emperor Island. When the domain of gods was first built, the three great gods each sent their most trusted aides to the Emperor Island to take on the heavy responsibility of protecting the Emperor Island. After many years of development, the trusted aides chosen by the three great gods to protect the Emperor Island had developed into an extremely large clan. Their clan's power was no weaker than any of the 9 great clans. In fact, they were slightly stronger than the three great empires' royal families. Because this clan had been responsible for protecting the Emperor Island for generations, they were known as the Guardian Clan. In name, the Emperor Island belonged to the three great empires' royal families. But in reality, the ones who made the decisions on the island were the Guardian Clan. The three great gods gave them the mission of protecting the Emperor Island. At the same time, they were also responsible for supervising the three great empires' royal families before and after the domain of gods was opened. After all, anyone could be biased. It was hard to guarantee that the royal family wouldn't play tricks in order to gain more benefits from the domain of gods. With the mission of the three great gods and the Guardian Clan's achievements in protecting the Emperor Island for generations, even the three great emperors couldn't casually cause trouble for the Guardian Clan on the Emperor Island. And this Ensi was a member of the Guardian Clan. Therefore, Carter, Gouda, and we couldn't pretend they didn't hear him. If Ensi was being unreasonable, no one would dare to complain if they punished him. But Ensi's question wasn't wrong. In fact, it was very reasonable. Even if his tone was a little harsh, the three great emperors couldn't cause trouble for him because of this. At that moment, Kite was the first to speak and calmly explained. It's normal for you to have such thoughts. But you said it yourself. Airships that don't belong to the three empires aren't allowed to land on Emperor Island. Even though the airship this brat is on isn't from the Imperial family, he's still a member of the Ailu Imperial family. He should have the right to land on Emperor Island, right? A member of the Ailu Imperial family. Ensi was taken aback for a moment before asking, Your Majesty Carter, please forgive this humble one's offense. As far as I know, there's no such person in the current generation of the Ailu Imperial family. Kate's expression became even more displeased. She opened her mouth and was about to say something when Sylph suddenly raised her head and spoke. "What's the matter?" "He's my fiancé." Ensi was stunned. Seeing this, Kite also smiled. Sylph got engaged to this little guy not long ago. That's why he's Sylph's fiancé. As the fiancé of the Ailu imperial princess, he's also a member of the Ailu imperial family. Are you going to deny this, Ensi? Ensi's expression turned sluggish, and he reflexively looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan's half-smiling expression, as if he's looking at a clown, fell into Ensi's line of sight. Ensi's brows furrowed in anger. Since he's Princess Sylph's fiancé, he's indeed a member of the Ailu imperial family. He has the right to land on the Emperor Island. Ensi changed the topic. However, there's no rule on the Emperor Island that allows the fiancé of the imperial princess to enter the city. So I'll have to ask you to leave the Emperor Island. The air suddenly froze. Carter, Gada, and Weia's expressions turned ugly. Ka and Jaffar's expressions were also unfriendly. Even Sylph's brows were furrowed. They just invited Wu Yan to the Emperor Island, but now someone wants to kick him out. It's no wonder they're acting like this. However, there's nothing they can say, apart from the Guardian clan. The only people who can enter the Emperor Island are those from the 3 imperial families who are about to enter the domain of gods. In other words, once Wu Yan enters the Emperor Island, he'll be granted the right to enter the domain of gods. If the fiancé of an empire's princess can enter the domain of gods to obtain fortuitous encounters, then the domain of gods will fall into chaos. It's not that hard to imagine. Which of the 3 imperial families doesn't want their imperial family to grow stronger? Therefore, if there was a precedent that the fiancé of an empire's princess could enter the land of God, then the 3 great empires would be able to take advantage of the loophole and gain some benefits. After all, there were more than 1 or 2 princesses in the imperial family. The 3 great imperial families could get them all engaged, and then let their fiancés enter the land of God to gain the opportunity to transform and increase the strength of the imperial family. Well, this was not a big deal. Being able to increase the strength of the imperial family was something that the 3 gods were very willing to see. However, they were afraid that some people with ulterior motives would use some shady means to successfully become a member of the imperial family through marriage. After obtaining the opportunity to transform, they would kick the imperial family aside and even do things that would endanger the imperial family. That's not worth it. Therefore, there was no rule on the Emperor Island that stated that the fiancé of an imperial princess could enter the land of God. In the past, there had never been a fiancé of a member of the imperial family who would come to the Emperor Island and enter the land of God. Wu Yan is the first outsider to land on the Emperor Island. It seems like Enz wants to use this to his advantage. Even if he can't make Wu Yan suffer, he wants to make Wu Yan suffer. Chapter 1058. Kate, Gada, Weia, Ka, Jaffer, Sylph, and the others were speechless. Ench glanced at the expressionless Wu Yan with a pleased expression. Ensi was a member of the Guardian clan. The Guardian clan was chosen by the gods who had created the 3 great empires to be the guardians of the land of gods. They were responsible for protecting the entire land of gods and the Emperor Island. Apart from that, the 3 gods also gave the Guardian clan the right to supervise the royal families of the 3 empires before and after the opening of the divine lands. It sounded very powerful, but in fact, only the people of the Guardian clan knew that their clan was only a dispensable existence. As the guardians of the place of gods selected by the gods, the Guardian clan could be considered as the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. They also possessed the qualifications to enter the place of gods. This was also the reason why a clan that had been stuck on an isolated island overseas could develop to a level comparable to the 9 great clans of the Spalier world and even the 3 royal families. The Guardian clan was different from the 3 great imperial clans. As long as one had the blood of the 3 great imperial clans flowing in their veins and possessed a strength of the 6th level, they would be able to enter the place of gods. The Guardian clan had a limited number of people who could enter the place of gods. However, it also allowed the Guardian clan to develop to the point where it could stand shoulder to shoulder with the top 12 forces of the Spalier world. From this, it could be seen how precious the land of gods was. As for the Guardian clan guarding the land of gods, how awe-inspiring would that be? However, no matter how powerful and awe-inspiring the Guardian clan was, they would not be taken seriously by the 3 great empires and the 9 great clans. That was because even though the Guardian clan was powerful, they had an eternal limitation. Every member of the Guardian clan could not leave the Emperor Island for the rest of their lives. In other words, the Guardian clan. He could only move about on the Emperor Island such a family, even if they were as powerful as the 3 royal families and the 9 great clans. How could they be targeted by others? In any case, the Guardian clan had no way of leaving Emperor Island, right? Because of this, the Guardian clan's position was very awkward. Although they were impressive, they could only be impressive on the Emperor Island. It was only during the opening of the Realm of Gods that they had the chance to show off. But they were very weak. How could they be mentioned in the same breath as the 3 royal clans and the 9 super clans? This was a position that was neither high nor low. This caused the Guardian clan members to feel resentful. Although not all of them felt resentful, most of the Guardian clan members felt the same way. And this Barnes, it was precisely this person who possessed such resentment. Originally, at least on the Emperor Island, Enns could still act like a tyrant and vent the resentment in his heart. This was especially true when the God Spirit land was open. Relying on his duty as a Guardian clan, Enns had made things difficult for the people from the 3 imperial families. This also made Enns high-spirited. Because of his high spirits, he was so pleased with himself that he lost his sense of measure. When Wu Yen landed on the Emperor Island, Ensi immediately gave the order to capture him, leading to the subsequent events. Therefore, instead of saying that Wu Yan's rash landing on the Emperor Island caused all of this to happen, it was more accurate to say that Enns was immersed in the pleasure of venting his anger. If Wu Yan was merely an insignificant intruder, then he would have fallen into Enns's trap. Unfortunately, this time, Enns kicked an iron plate. It was because of this iron plate that Enns developed resentment in his heart. In addition, Enns was a famous figure in the Guardian clan, a peak 8th rank powerhouse. Yet, he suffered in the hands of a brat in his eyes. Therefore, Enns made things difficult for him. This time, even the 3 emperors Kite, Guda, and Wei were dragged into the mess. When he saw the 3 emperors speechless Wu Yen, Enns was extremely pleased. During this period of time, he had been looking for excuses to bully ordinary members of the imperial family. He didn't have the courage to cause trouble for the direct descendants of the imperial family. Now, it wasn't just the direct descendants of the imperial family. Even the head of the imperial family had fallen into his trap. How could Enns not be pleased? One had to admit that without his identity as a member of the Guardian clan, Enns was just a despicable person. Unfortunately, he had the Guardian clan to rely on. That was why the 3 emperors were caught in a dilemma. Otherwise, if it was someone else, or 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 if it was someone else, just as Enz thought that victory was in his hands and was about to continue to enjoy the pleasure of bullying the three emperors, Wu Yan, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, finally spoke. You said that the Emperor Island doesn't have a rule that the fiancé of the imperial family's princess can enter the Emperor Island city, right? When he heard Wu Yan's words, Enz's eyes immediately turned vicious. However, he concealed it very well. Yes, only members of the imperial families of the three empires can enter the Emperor Island city, and only members of the imperial families of the three empires can enter the domain of gods. This is a rule that has been passed down since ancient times. Whether it's the three imperial families, the guardian clans, or even the 9 great clans outside, everyone knows of this rule. I see. Wu Yan nodded as if he just realized something. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Then, is there a rule that states the fiancé of the imperial family's princess can't enter the Emperor Island city? N's expression froze Sylph, and the others' eyes brightened up. The gloominess on their faces disappeared. That's right. Kaya stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "There is no rule that states the fiancé of the imperial family's princess can enter the Emperor Island city. However, there is also no rule that states the fiancé of the imperial family's princess can't enter the Emperor Island city. Therefore, Wu Yan should be allowed to enter the Emperor Island city, right?" "Do you know what you're saying, Prince Kaya?" N's expression darkened. Although the Emperor Island doesn't explicitly state that those who are engaged to the royal family cannot enter the Emperor Island city, this is still an unwritten rule. They're afraid that those who have transformed from the land of god spirits would play tricks to get engaged to the royal family just to enter the land of god spirits. They might even endanger the royal family. I think you should understand this. Kaya fell silent. "You don't have to worry about that," Sylph said coldly. "He won't have any designs on the imperial family. Who knows?" Enz laughed coldly. "I'm just worried that he's keeping you in the dark as well. It'll be too late by the time you regret it." Sylph glanced at Enz. "I think you've made a mistake somewhere, right?" Enz was stunned and frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Sylph stared straight at Arns's face. Her tone was calm, but her words caused Arns's mind to go blank. If he wants to do something to the imperial family, even the imperial family can't stop him. It doesn't matter which of the 3 imperial families it is. Everyone fell silent after Sylph's words. Kate, Gada, Wea, Kaya, and Jaffar's expression changed. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Princess Sylph." Enz felt a chill down his spine. He forced an ugly smile. "You're joking, right?" "I never joke," Sylph replied coldly. Behind him, there are no less than 5 Type 9 powerhouses protecting him. Other than that, there's also a demigod. Which one of the 3 royal families do you think can deal with such a force? What? Enz was stunned. No less than 5 Tier 9 powerhouses? A demigod ranker? How is this possible? Enz screamed in disbelief. The royal families of the 3 empires only have 1 demigod protector, and there have never been more than 3 9th stage powerhouses. Even the 9 great clans and the guardian clans have never produced a demigod protector or more than 3 9th stage powerhouses. How could he? I don't want to admit it. Gada waved his hand and interrupted Enz. But that's the truth. This. Enz was at a loss. Sylph looked at Ensley, who was still in disbelief, and said something that shocked everyone once more. "If you insist on his status as the imperial family's fiancé, I can marry him and become his wife." Ignoring the dumbfounded crowd, Wu Yan included, Sylph pulled Wu Yan by the hand, and they walked into the Emperor Island. She left behind a sentence that echoed in the air. "So if anything really happens, I will take full responsibility." Chapter 10:59. Outer Seas, Emperor Island City. This is an ancient city. Perhaps due to its isolation from the rest of the world, the buildings here don't have the same Western style as the buildings on Silveria. Instead, they have an ancient European feel to them. In Emperor Island City, almost all the buildings were made of red or white marble. From afar, they looked like small churches, giving people a sense of holiness. Some of the larger buildings even had the appearance of castles. People who didn't know better would think that this was the residence of an ancient Western European aristocrat. The ground was paved with red bricks. Trees with green leaves lined both sides of the streets. Around the roots of the trees were flower beds. In terms of environment, Emperor Island City was indeed a very beautiful city. The people who lived on Emperor Island were busy outside, and inside their houses like ordinary people. Some were fetching water and cooking, some were doing housework, some were setting up stalls, and some were shopping. It was just like an ordinary city, full of life. These people are also members of the Guardian tribe. However, they are different from the Guardian tribe that has been guarding the place of gods since ancient times. These Guardian tribe members are just ordinary people. The members of the Guardian clan were also human beings. Since they were human beings, there would be people with cultivation talent and people without cultivation talent too. In the Guardian clan, only those with outstanding cultivation talent were qualified to guard the place of God's spirits. Those without cultivation talent can only be ordinary people or low-level cultivators. They have no choice but to give up their mission and live a peaceful life on Emperor Island. Every household living on the streets of Emperor Island City was made up of these so-called ordinary people and low-level cultivators who had no talent for cultivation. As for the Guardian tribe members who are tasked with guarding the place of gods and Emperor Island, they live in the center of Emperor Island City. Below an incomparably huge tree, walking on the streets of the Emperor Island, Wu Yen listened to Sylph explain the origins of the Guardian clan and the things to take note of. He looked at the giant tree in front of him with a hint of fear in his eyes. He has never seen such a gigantic tree before. Wu Yen is still on the outskirts of Emperor Island City. There's still a long way to go before he reaches the gigantic tree. However, from where Wu Yen is standing, he can see the gigantic tree covering half of Emperor Island City. Wu Yen doesn't know how thick the tree trunk is, but judging from the leaves and branches covering the crown of the tree, it should be at least 10 kilometers in radius. Based on this, he can only speculate. The trunk of the gigantic tree must be huge as well. Wu Yen has never seen such a gigantic tree in any other dungeon world, let alone in the Spalier world. It's only natural that he would be shocked by its size. Wu Yen was so shocked by the tree's size that he didn't notice it. Sylph's explanation stopped at an unknown point in time. When Wu Yen noticed that the cold voice has disappeared, he turned around and saw Sylph staring at him with her icy blue eyes. She didn't say a word. She just stared at him with her icy blue eyes. The distance between Sylph and Wu Yen is only about the width of a shoulder. Wu Yen is taller than Sylph by half a head, so he can look down on her from a high vantage point, looking at her glowing eyes and her breathtakingly beautiful face, feeling the aura of an ice queen. Even Wu Yen, who is surrounded by a sea of flowers, couldn't help but feel his heartbeat quicken. Even now, Wu Yen still can't believe what he just saw. The woman in front of him is no less beautiful than any of the girls around him. Her aura is otherworldly as well. She's the Ailu Empire's famous princess who has surpassed many of the girls around him. She's actually his fiancée. Moreover, this extremely beautiful fiancée in front of him had just announced in front of so many people that she wanted to carry out the marriage contract with him and become a real husband and wife. How can Wu Yen believe this to be real? Wu Yen may be very close with the girls around him. He may have done a lot of things with them. However, the only one who is truly engaged to him is Yuki Azurina. who is still in the sword god domain world. Sylph didn't see through Wu Yan's thoughts. When she saw that Wu Yan was in a daze, she spoke with her usual emotionless voice. "Are you listening to me?" Wu Yan shuddered when he heard the cold voice. He snapped out of his daze and quickly spoke. "In other words, Enz is actually a member of the Guardian clan that guards the land of gods on this Emperor Island, right?" Sylph nodded. Wu Yan got a better idea of the situation on this island. He lamented. No wonder he dares to humiliate the emperors of the three empires. He thinks he's some big shot. The Guardian clan has been protecting the domain of gods for generations. Their contributions are huge, Father, and the others can't just casually punish them. Sylph didn't agree with Wu Yan. She didn't disagree with him either. Instead, she gave her opinion. "I heard from my father that when he wasn't the emperor of the Ailu Empire, he also came to the Emperor Island. At that time, the Guardian clan also made things difficult for him." "Huh?" Wu Yan looked at Sylph in shock. "Even your imperial father was bullied by the Guardians." Sylph nodded. "The other members of the royal family have more or less suffered some difficulties from the Guardian clan. Therefore, even though the Guardian clan has contributed a lot, the members of the royal family of the three great empires do not have a good impression of them. If someone were to find trouble with you, everyone would stand on your side. That's surprising." Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. He glanced at Sylph. "Have you been bullied as well?" "Not yet," Sylph replied. "But now that you're here, they will have an excuse to bully me." Wu Yan awkwardly scratched his face and changed the topic. Right. Wu Yan pointed at the tree in front of them. "What kind of tree is that? Why is it so big?" Sylph lifted her head and looked at the giant tree in front of her. Her eyes rippled with a strange emotion. "That's the Guardian tree. Guardian tree? Guardian tree?" Sylph nodded with a bit of force. Wu Yan realized that the Guardian tree isn't an ordinary tree. Sylph glanced at Wu Yan. She used a calm tone to state the facts that Wu Yan can't ignore. That tree was planted by the three gods, and they used their divine power to nurture it. Planted by the three gods. Wu Yan slowed down his breathing to listen to Sylph's explanation. It's said that the Guardian tree itself is a unique treasure. The three gods planted it under the sea and used their divine power to nurture it. The Guardian tree grew from the bottom of the sea, and its roots formed an island. An island? Wu Yan was shocked. "Don't tell me that island is the Emperor Island." "Yes." Sylph's tone didn't change at all, even though she was telling such a shocking story. It was as if she was talking about something insignificant. It didn't feel like she was there at all. The trunk and crown of the Guardian tree are spectacular, but the most spectacular part is its roots. Not only do they form the Emperor Island, they also extend all the way to the bottom of the sea. Sylph and Wu Yan looked at the Guardian tree from afar. Sylph's tone of voice finally became a little ethereal. Because this island is formed by the Guardian tree, its growth was nurtured by the divine power of the three gods. On top of that, it's a treasure. That's why the Guardian tree is invincible on this island. Invincible? Wu Yan was shocked. The Guardian tree isn't just a pretty thing. Sylph explained. It's the true guardian of the divine spirit lands. The reason why the royals of the three empires can't enter the divine spirit lands is because of the Guardian tree. It will prevent outsiders from entering the divine spirit lands. It will also prevent the guardians from leaving the island. I see. Wu Yan took a deep breath, and his expression turned serious. Then is it really invincible? I don't know. Sylph replied. At the very least, no one has ever dared to defy the Guardian tree on the Emperor Island. That includes the guardians of the three empires. A long silence followed after that. Wu Yan and Sylph fell silent. After a long time, Wu Yan let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. Does that mean I can't enter the divine spirit lands? Sylph turned around and looked at Wu Yan for a while. Then she moved her gaze away and started walking forward. The guardian tree is sentient. When I acknowledged you as my fiancé on the Emperor Island, you are now a member of the Ailu imperial family. You have the right to enter the divine spirit lands. Wu Yan chuckled, and he followed Sylph towards the guardian tree. Chapter 1060. The Emperor Island City is mainly divided into two parts. One is the area outside of the guardian tree's canopy. It's about 60% of the city. That's where the commoners and low-level cultivators of the guardian clan live. The other part is the area covered by the guardian tree's canopy. It's about 40% of the city. That's where the guardian clan members who carry out their mission passed down from generation to generation live. They have a certain level of power. With the guardian tree's canopy as the dividing line, the guardian clan built a wall that's as tall as a cliff. It's the real dividing line between the two areas. With this wall as the boundary, outside the wall was the city area, and inside the wall was the real living area of the guardian clan. The guardian clan has a rule that only those who are qualified to carry out missions can enter the area covered by the guardian tree's canopy and live there. Commoners and low-level cultivators who aren't qualified to carry out missions can't enter the area within the wall. It's obvious that the hierarchy within the guardian clan is very strict. Due to this, the difference in status between the guardian clan members is like heaven and earth. In the guardian clan, only those who are qualified to carry out missions can call themselves members of the guardian clan. Commoners and low-level cultivators have the blood of the guardian clan flowing in their veins. No one would treat them as the true members of the guardian clan. Commoners, low-level cultivators, and true members of the guardian clan. This is the composition of the entire Emperor Island City. Even the living area was clearly divided, and the range of activity of ordinary people and low-level cultivators was even restricted. One could imagine how big the difference in status between them and those who were qualified to be called the guardian clan was. Under such circumstances, the dividing line between the two is based on the guardian tree's canopy. It's obvious how high the guardian tree's status is in the hearts of the guardian clan members. Wu Yan learned from Sylph that the guardian clan members believe in the guardian tree. It's their belief. Wu Yan is very surprised by this. One should know, the existence of the guardian divine tree was not only to protect the land of god spirits and the Emperor Island in an orderly manner, but it was also to restrict the people of the guardian clan. Don't let them leave this island. In other words, the guardian clan was unable to leave the Emperor Island. Although there were instructions from the three gods, it was the guardian tree that was actually carrying out the instructions towards the existence that restricted his freedom. The guardian clan actually worshipped the guardian tree as their faith. What was the difference between that and a prisoner worshipping a policeman in prison? The overall strength of the guardian clan is actually not much different from the number one clan in the three great empires. Sylph was leading Wu Yan to the residential area of the guardian tribe through one of the gates. Her tone was cold as usual, but she patiently explained Wu Yan's doubts. The guardian clan is similar to the 9 great clans of the 3 great empires. Each clan has a Tier 9 powerhouse, and this Tier 9 powerhouse is the patriarch of the guardian clan. In terms of overall strength, the guardian clan is only on par with the number 1 clan in the 3 great empires. The reason they are able to rival the 3 great empires is because of the existence of the guardian tree. Sylph lifted her head and looked at the canopy of the guardian tree. Her footsteps didn't stop as she continued to explain. Each of the 3 imperial clans has a demigod guardian deity behind them, while the guardian clan has a guardian tree that's even more powerful than the guardian deities behind the 3 imperial clans. It's also because of the existence of the Guardian Tree that outsiders' evaluation of the Guardian clan has increased significantly. They've surpassed the level of the 9 great clans and are approaching the 3 imperial clans. Therefore, the Guardian tribe has always treated the Guardian Tree as their faith, even if their freedom is restricted by the Guardian Tree. Oh, Wu Yan and Sylph walked side by side. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the Guardian Tree with narrowed eyes. In other words, the true reason behind the Guardian clan's arrogance is the Guardian Tree. Sylph remained silent for a moment before she opened her mouth. Even though the Divine Protector Tree is only a tree, at the very least, its existence is extraordinary. For countless years, no one has been able to fight against it on the island. If a true celestial still exists, then the Guardian Tree would not be a big deal to them. However, for those below the celestial rank, the Guardian Tree's strength is indeed extraordinary. That is why those who know the truth believe that the Guardian Tree is invincible against those below the celestial rank. Now that the Celestials are no longer around, the Guardian Tree is truly invincible. Unfortunately, even though the Guardian Tree is sentient, it does not have the intelligence of a human. It can only stay on Emperor Island. Otherwise, the situation in the Spalier world would have changed. Wu Yan nodded thoughtfully as he listened to Sylph's words. He looked at the Guardian Tree with the system perception. Guardian Tree, level 98. Wu Yan held his breath and smiled bitterly. Level 98. It is indeed invincible against those below the celestial rank. I wonder who is stronger between Yukari and the Guardian Tree. Wu Yan had the urge to enter Yukari's ruby mode and fight it out with the Guardian Tree. Suddenly, Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. He grabbed Sylph's hand and stopped moving. Sylph flinched. She looked at Wu Yan. What's wrong? Wu Yan didn't answer. Instead, he looked ahead. Sylph followed his line of sight, and she frowned when she saw the scene in front of her. Up ahead, not far away, the passageway that was supposed to be empty was now filled with people. They are lined up side by side on both sides of the passage. They look like soldiers with their chests puffed out. People who don't know better would think that they are workers checking for contraband. However, Wu Yan and Sylph didn't think so. That's because the 2 rows of people are glaring at the 2 of them with hostility. To be more precise, they are glaring at Wu Yan. At the end of the 2 lines, there was another figure standing in the middle. He was looking at them with provocation and resentment. His face was full of viciousness. It's Ensi. When he saw Wu Yan and Sylph, Ensi's lips curled into a disgusting grin. He waved his hand, and everyone in the 2 rows of people released their combat aura. Their combat aura gathered together and blew towards them like a miasma. Sylph felt a chill on her skin. She held her breath, and an indescribable sense of heaviness rose from her chest. Her weak shoulders felt heavy, as if something heavy had been added to them. Even her body felt heavy. If Sylph still doesn't understand what's going on after being treated like this, she would be an idiot. Sylph's breathing quickened, and her face turned pale. However, her expression didn't change much. Even her tone didn't change. It seems like they are making things difficult for us earlier than I thought. Compared to the pale Sylph, Wu Yan's expression was calm. He didn't even bat an eyelid. There was even a hint of disdain in his eyes. The 2 rows of people in front of them are mostly peak tier 7 individuals. A few of them are even tier 8 individuals. Although the number of people in such a team was smaller than that of the knights, they had a lot more elites. However, Ensi is well aware that even elites like these can't do much against Wu Yan, who took down the knights unscathed. Thus, he switched to a different method, using Do Chi to oppress the enemy. This way, if Wu Yan makes the first move, Ensi will lose. If it's a competition of combat aura, who can win against dozens of elites? It had to be said that Enza's wishful thinking was indeed brilliant. Unfortunately, his opponent is Wu Yan. Pressure? Who can pressure a vampire's primogenitor? Chapter 1061. In a space invisible to the naked, the surging combat aura is like a gravitational force. It blew towards the front of the 2 rows of troops. The do-chi undulations on the bodies of the dozens of elites continued to rise and intensify. The eyes of the elites were filled with a mocking expression. Looking at the 2 people in front of them, it was as if they had already seen the scene of them vomiting blood and falling to the ground. Their faces were filled with excitement, and the degree of burning of their do-chi couldn't help but become more intense. Enz, who was standing at the end of the line, saw Wu Yan's nonchalant expression, and his face sank. He clenched his teeth and ignited his combat aura as well. He joined the ranks of the combat aura suppressors. The combat aura's pressure suddenly increased, causing Sylph, who was originally pale, to frown. Her eyes flashed with pain as her body sank lower and lower. Even when she released her mana to resist the pressure, it didn't slow down the process. Sylph's talent is outstanding. She's already a Tier 8 powerhouse at such a young age. However, she's only in her 20s. No matter how talented she is, how can she compete with the Guardians who are in their 70s and 80s? The elites in the 2 rows are all above 30 years old. Most of them are at the peak of Tier 7, but there are also Tier 8 powerhouses who are stronger than Sylph. Enz, who is at the peak of Tier 8. How can Sylph win against them? Moreover, they're not attacking one by one. They're attacking all at once. The combined combat aura suppression is still too much for Sylph to handle. Fortunately, it's only combat aura suppression. If it were a real fight, even 10 Sylphs wouldn't be able to take on the elite troops in front of her. As time passed, Sylph's pale complexion gradually turned rosy. It's not a sign that her condition is improving. It's a sign that her blood chi is surging due to the combat aura suppression. If this continues, Sylph, she'll definitely vomit blood and collapse to the ground. One can only imagine how arrogant the Guardians are if they dare to make a princess vomit blood and collapse to the ground. When the time comes, all they have to do is to use the excuse of testing the imperial family to fool them. After all, they didn't make a move. However, at that time, the Guardian clan would have to bear Kite's wrath. In Kate's eyes, nothing was more important than his daughter, Sylph. Even if it was the Guardian tribe who had contributed a lot, even if it was the king who was slandered as a fatuous ruler, who attacked those who had contributed a lot. Of course, since Wu Yan was here, he wouldn't be able to see Kite lose his temper. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he saw Sylph's face turning red. Her blue eyes were filled with pain. Wu Yan glanced at Enzi. Buz's violent magic power comparable to the boundless ocean suddenly erupted, and like the raging waves in a storm, it violently rushed over. Wu Yan lifted his foot and stomped hard on the ground. With a soft bang, the shock-wave-like white mist abruptly burst out from where Wu Yan's foot landed, and instantly spread out in all directions. The temperature dropped to freezing point all of a sudden. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Wherever the ice-cold white fog passed through, the ground would be frozen into ice in an instant amidst a wave of cracking sounds. Moreover, the ice would swiftly spread in all directions. The do-chi that had gathered together and burned on the bodies of the elite troops was actually covered by the white fog under the ice-cold air and formed into ice. What? The Guardian tribe's elites turned pale, with fright. Just as they turned pale with fright, a white mist containing the temperature of extreme ice blew over their bodies. The Guardian clan's elites didn't even have time to react. Amidst their terrified screams, they were all frozen into ice sculptures. Impossible. Enz couldn't believe it, but he didn't have much time to react. The frenzied sea of cold energy was getting closer and closer to him, and he finally realized that now wasn't the time to be in disbelief. Enz quickly drew his knight's sword, channeled his combat energy, and executed a battle technique. He slashed at the white mist with all his might. Pung, the slash that was flickering with the radiance of Do Chi, fiercely collided with the incoming white fog. The white fog was sliced apart from the middle, creating an empty space. Huff! The white mist that was cut in half brushed past En's body without slowing down. En's only felt a bone-piercing cold current sweeping past him. When he regained his senses, everything in front of him was covered in ice, and even the sweat on his forehead had condensed into ice beads. At the scene, only the area where En's was standing was perfectly preserved. How terrifying! With a swoosh, the color on En's face faded, and a thick paleness covered his entire face, showing his emotions at the moment. En's subconsciously raised his head and looked at Wu Yan. In the next second, En saw Wu Yan's half-smile. That expression was clearly the expression of looking at a loser. En's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness, but no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. After all, it was his idea to use pure Do Chi to make things difficult for them. In this situation, the rules were clear. Whoever made the first move would lose. And just now, En's made his move in order to block Wu Yan's cold current. He not only made his move, but also used his armament and battle technique. He lost miserably. How could this be? Ensi roared. Why is the cold air made up of pure magic power able to freeze people? Using pure magic to create cold current, many ice element mages could do it. But to be able to reach this level of cold current, Ens had never even heard of it. It wouldn't be strange if it was an ice elemental spell, but who could freeze the ground and even the people in their line of sight with the cold air formed by pure mana? A demigod might be able to do it, but Ens would rather die than believe that Wu Yan was a demigod. What Ensi didn't know is that with Wu Yan's ability, no matter how strong his mana is, he can still freeze the ground in his line of sight with his mana. However, he can't freeze a tier 7 or 8 cultivator. That's a feat he can't do. It was all thanks to Agrora and Nagisa that they were able to achieve such a feat. The Enchantress of Eshnice was a primogenital level familiar to begin with, and the familiar of the strongest vampire primogenitor in the world, the 4th primogenitor. It was easy to imagine how strong it was, but after Agrora and Nagisa fused and became one, the Enchantress of Ashness' power increased by several levels. Among Wu Yan's familiars, Black Dragon's Lightning Trap and White Dragon's Flame are the strongest. However, they are only strong in terms of their abilities. They have lightning that can shatter space and fire that can burn time. That is the true strength of the Black and White Dragons. But if one didn't count an ability, just in terms of strength, the Enchantress of Azure Ice was the strongest. As the master of an ice familiar, Wu Yan's mastery of ice reached an unprecedented level thanks to its help. That's why the scene before them happened. Holding Sylph's hand, Wu Yan walked past the frozen statues that were still in shock. Wu Yan brushed past Ensi's pale face as he continued forward. Ens turned around. His eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't suppress the hatred in his heart any longer. He roared in a frenzy. Ah! A roar filled with resentment and unwillingness reverberated in this world of ice, lingering for a long time. Wu Yan held Sylph's hand as they walked behind Wu Yan. Her icy blue eyes rippled as she stared at his tall back. Your mastery of ice has surprised me. Oh! Wu Yan smiled without turning around. If the famous ice princess says so, then it must be true. Sylph lowered her head and whispered, My ice isn't as good as yours. Then I'll be happy. Wu Yan turned around with a gentle smile. I don't want to be weaker than my fiancé, even if it's ice. Sylph's eyes flashed. She looked at Wu Yan's hand and smiled. Chapter 1062, Emperor Island City. As night gradually descended upon Emperor Island City, the entire city was in an uproar. The reason was simple. News of the conflict between Wu Yan and the Guardian clan had spread like wildfire. In less than a day, the Guardian clan's Knight Squad and an elite squad were defeated by the fiancé of an imperial princess. The news of them being hung up and frozen into ice sculptures spread like wildfire, including the imperial family of the three empires. Some were happy when they heard the news, while others were sad. Needless to say, the imperial family of the three empires were the happiest. Not only were the direct descendants of the three empires on the Emperor Island, there were also the collateral descendants of the imperial family. During the time they were on the Emperor Island, the imperial family members didn't have a good time at all. That's because the Guardian clan used the name of supervising the imperial family as an excuse to bully them. They were the imperial family members of the three empires who would dare to bully them outside. However, after coming here, they suffered from the Guardian clan's people making things difficult for them. Unfortunately, the Guardian clan's people used the excuse of supervising the imperial family's disciples as an excuse and did not directly take action. As a result, the imperial family's disciples of the three great empires could not do anything even if they wanted to. They held back their anger and were extremely depressed. Now, how could they not be happy when they saw that the Guardian clan had been defeated by a member of the imperial family? Especially the imperial family members of the Ailu Empire. They almost worshipped Wu Yan as their idol. After all, he had helped them vent their anger, hadn't he? While the imperial family members of the three empires were happy, the Guardian clan was enraged. They were trapped on the Emperor Island for the rest of their lives. Their strength was useless and could only be used to guard the illusory land of God spirits. They only had the opportunity to guard the land of God spirits once every 10 years when the land of God spirits was opened. The grievance in the hearts of the Guardian clan grew even stronger. Now that the place of gods had opened with great difficulty, they could finally be put to good use. Moreover, they could make use of this opportunity. They were just venting out the grievances in their hearts, but instead, they were trampled on by someone else. How could the Guardian clan not be angry? They wanted to find trouble with Wu Yan, but even 100 knights of at least the 7th step and a few dozen elites of at least the peak of the 7th step had been defeated by Wu Yan. Enz, who was at the peak of the 8th step, couldn't do anything either. His face was as black as charcoal for the whole day. What could they do? In fact, there were many people from the Guardian clan who simply didn't believe that a 20-something-year-old man could single-handedly defeat a knight team consisting of 100 powerhouses of at least the 7th step and a few dozen elites of at least the peak of the 7th step. However, the knights were still hanging outside the city, and the elite team was still in the shape of an ice sculpture. They had no choice but to believe it. Therefore, the people of the Guardian clan could only clamor verbally, but all of them were cowards. They could only wait for the truly powerful guardians to make trouble for them. When that time came, they would definitely not mind adding insult to injury. All of a sudden, the entire Emperor Island became lively. At night, the bright moon hung in the pitch-black night sky. The cold moonlight poured down from the sky, illuminating the surface of the sea and making it shine brightly. Under the Guardian tree, in the Guardian clan's resting area, there is an area reserved for the three empires' royalty to live in during the opening of the domain of gods. In the depths of the Ailu Empire's royalty's living area, inside a building, Wu Yan sat cross-legged on a bed with his eyes closed. The flow of mana kept surging, and every time it surged, the flow of mana would strengthen a bit. Mana flowed in and out of Wu Yan's body like smoke. As time passed, it slowly grew stronger and flowed into Wu Yan's body, becoming a part of the endless sea of mana inside him. This scene lasted for nearly 3 hours before Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes. The mana on the surface of his body retracted back into his body and calmed down. Wu Yan exhaled after feeling the mana in his body replenish a bit. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. Wu Yan's mana is superior due to his primogenitor bloodline and the best mana cultivation method. No one can compare to him in terms of quantity and quality. However, Wu Yan isn't satisfied with the current situation. There are a lot of tactics in the 103,000 grimoires. Some of them require an insane amount of mana to cast. Wu Yan's mana is strong, but he can't use those tactics as if they were breathing. He will run out sooner or later. Therefore, only by constantly improving and improving would there be a day when he would be able to use all of the techniques in the 103,000 books of Demon Tao at his fingertips. When that time comes, Wu Yan will be considered a true powerhouse. Even if he doesn't use the spells in the 103,000 grimoires, Wu Yan still has familiars in his body. Vassal beasts were the amalgamation of mana. Vassal beasts were the embodiment of mana itself. High-level vampires were stronger than low-level vampires because their bloodline was higher. They could store more mana than low-level vampires. Naturally, vassal beasts made of mana would be stronger than low-level vampires. In other words, the growth of the host's mana is the growth of the familiars themselves. Otherwise, how can familiars accompany their host for eternity if they can't grow? Therefore, Wu Yan has to cultivate his mana every day for the sake of his familiar's growth. This way, Anubis, Natsuki, Kanon, Nagisa, and Agurola will all be able to grow stronger. Cultivating more magic power is always beneficial. Wu Yan concluded. He wanted to continue cultivating, but he paused. He looked at the door with a smile on his face. "Since you're here, come in," Wu Yan's voice reverberated in the room. After he finished speaking, there was a period of silence. However, not long after, the door was quietly opened. Soon after, an ice-blue figure walked in, looking at the beautiful girl who was walking towards him. Wu Yan nodded his head in amazement. He couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the girl who was walking towards him slowly. "As expected of an imperial princess, you're beautiful." Sylph's footsteps paused for a moment. Her eyes flickered for a moment, but she quickly recovered as if she didn't hear anything. She walked up to Wu Yan and stared at Wu Yan with her icy blue eyes. She didn't say anything, she just stared at him. Wu Yan scratched his face awkwardly. He had no choice but to speak up to hide his awkwardness. "It's late. You're still awake?" Sylph nodded. Her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle at the way she looked like she wanted to say something. "Well, anyway, you're looking for me, right?" Wu Yan shifted his body to make room for Sylph. "Why don't you sit down first?" Sylph hesitated for a moment when she saw Wu Yan making room for her. She walked over and sat down next to Wu Yan. She turned around and looked at him. "Lana came to see me earlier." Wu Yan blinked. "Did she push you down? Is that why she came to see me?" Sylph's expression turned cold. She raised her hand, and icy blue mana surged from it. Wu Yan quickly raised his hands in surrender. "It's just a joke. A joke. Don't joke about this in the future." Sylph frowned. She sounded a little unhappy. "I don't really like that child's fetish." Wu Yan almost laughed out loud when he heard Sylph. He can't guarantee that Sylph won't attack him next time. He coughed dryly, and he tried to look serious. "So, you came to see me because Lana caused you trouble? You want me to tie her up again?" Sylph glanced at Wu Yan and shook her head. Wu Yan's joke immediately disappeared. "Rena told me that you've seen the projection of God Ailu, and that disaster." Wu Yan's smile faded. He rubbed his face as if he had a headache when he met Sylph's gaze. "That girl, she's such a blabbermouth. So, it's true?" Sylph stared at Wu Yan with a serious expression. "Can you tell me more about it?" Chapter 1063. The night is getting darker. Wu Yan and Sylph sat side by side in the room. The room was illuminated by the magic lamp on the ceiling. Sylph, who has been sitting beside Wu Yan for quite some time, didn't say anything. She stared at Wu Yan with her icy blue eyes. She listened to Wu Yan talk about how he got the 3 rings left behind by AI Lu, how he met AI Lu's projection in the treasury, and how he got the Ring of Power and the Great Calamity. Wu Yan's voice reverberated throughout the room. Sylph's expression remained as cold as ice. She didn't show any signs of emotion when she heard what happened. However, if one were to look closely, one would notice a slight fluctuation in Sylph's eyes. Her heart isn't as calm as it seems. After a long time, Wu Yan finally told her everything. He exhaled and sighed. That's why I came to the domain of gods, to see if the key to the Ring of Power is here. Wu Yan pursed his lips and smiled bitterly. If it's possible, I really hope that I can't find the key to the Ring of Power in the land of gods. That way, I can prove that the disaster Ailu's projection mentioned is just a lie. There's no need to cause so much trouble. The ripples in Sylph's eyes slowly calmed down. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "So, you've been carrying such a heavy secret all this time. Carrying?" Wu Yan shook his head and chuckled. "Carrying? Don't think too highly of me. I don't have the heart to save the world." It was Sylph's turn to be stunned. "Then why are you still running around for the sake of the Great Calamity?" Wu Yan shrugged and turned his head away. "Since you're a god tier, there's no need to joke around with the younger generation. As for me, I just don't want to lose a good place to stay." He shifted his gaze to the window and looked at the night sky. At this moment, Wu Yan's tone sounded a bit dreamy. "After all, I know it should be us. There's a reason for us to stay in this world." Sylph didn't know what Wu Yan was talking about, but she didn't ask him about it. She remained silent. Wu Yan can tell her about Ailu's projection, the Ring of Power, and the Great Calamity. Yet, Wu Yan is hiding some secrets from her. Either these secrets are extremely important, or they must be kept a secret from her. If Wu Yan doesn't want to talk about it, there's no point in asking. One has to admit that under Sylph's cold exterior, there's a very delicate heart. After digesting the information, Sylph lifted her chin and looked out of the window. "I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to enter the domain of gods." "I know." Wu Yan nodded without any surprise. "Even if the 3 imperial families don't mind, the Guardian clan won't let me get the chance to enter the land of gods without doing anything." "That's not all." Sylph closed her eyes, concealing the emotions in them. "Your identity has always been the fiancé of an empire's princess. Although you're qualified to enter the land of gods, you don't really have the blood of the royal family of the 3 empires. Many people will suspect that you have ulterior motives and want to use the marriage with the royal family to get a chance to enter the land of gods. The Guardian clan only needs to add oil to the fire, and the royals will side with them." Wu Yan shifted his gaze to Sylph. "Am I right?" "Yes, I will report this matter to Imperial Father, His Majesty Gada and His Majesty Vea as well." Sylph didn't beat around the bush. With the support of the 3 emperors, the royals of the 3 empires should be fine. What about the Guardian clan? Are you going to tell them about this as well? Wu Yan asked his own question. "When the time comes, they will think that I'm using this as an excuse to enter the domain of gods." "Don't worry." "You don't have to worry about that." Sylph said, "There are still rational people among the Guardians. I'm sure Father and the others will deal with this matter properly once they know about it. That would be a great help." Wu Yan crossed his arms and placed them behind his head. He teased Sylph. As expected, every successful man must have a woman who supports him. "Sylph, I'm sure you will be a good woman in the future." Sylph looked at Wu Yan, and after a while, she said something that made Wu Yan's smile freeze. "There are already many good women supporting you behind your back. Ma, Of course I know that. Wu Yen laughed dryly, and he mumbled, I'm just surprised that you can stand behind a man and support him. Sylph didn't say anything. Indeed, Sylph's image is that of a cold, independent woman. Sylph is the most outstanding prodigy in the Ailu imperial family. She's a young girl, but she's much more outstanding than the men in the imperial family, even in the Spalier World Academy, where geniuses are everywhere. Sylph is better than the princes of the other two empires. She's the strongest student in the Spalier World Academy. If Wu Yen and the others didn't appear out of nowhere, Sylph would be the most outstanding prodigy in the Spalier world. Plus, Sylph is famous for her cold personality. She's beautiful, strong, elegant, and has a strong background. There should be a lot of men who want to conquer her. After all, conquering a young girl like her is a great accomplishment. Who would have thought that such a valiant and cold girl would one day stand behind a man and silently support him? That's probably harder than conquering this girl. Of course, Sylph was aware of the thoughts of the others. She simply replied with a simple sentence. No matter how cold a woman is, she's still a woman. Wu Yen looked at the expressionless Sylph in shock. He couldn't believe that those words came out of Sylph's mouth. Sylph had a look of surprise on her face. She didn't know why she said something like that. Wu Yen chuckled when he saw this. He laughed in a very joyful manner. Wu Yen felt like the distance between him and Sylph got a lot closer after he said those words. That's right, even if she's Sylph, she's still a girl. Wu Yen lamented for a bit before he giggled. Well, you're right, no matter how cold a woman is, she's still a woman. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow. But it's still too early for you to say that. Right now, you're just a girl. Sylph narrowed her eyes and turned to Wu Yen. Are you saying that I'm not mature enough? I didn't say that. Wu Yen shrugged with a smirk. Maturity has nothing to do with whether you're a woman or not. Sylph, you're pretty cute for saying something like that. Sylph ignored Wu Yan's last sentence and asked, Then, what kind of woman is a woman in your eyes? That's hard to say. Wu Yen scratched his cheeks, and he laughed out loud. At the very least, a person who didn't even give her first kiss can't be considered a woman. Wu Yen froze when he heard Sylph's words. An ice-cold, pretty face was imprinted in his wine-red eyes. Immediately, it was magnified in his eyes. Finally, a pair of icy blue eyes met with his a few centimeters away. At the same time, Wu Yen felt something cold and soft on his lips. Wu Yen was stunned when he felt the softness on his lips. His mind went blank as he stared at the beautiful face in front of him. Sylph's lips parted from Wu Yan's. She looked at Wu Yen and said, Now, I'm qualified to be called a woman, right? Sylph turned around and left the room. Wu Yen was left alone on the bed. He didn't regain his senses for a long time. Chapter 1064. For the next few days, Wu Yen stayed in his room to cultivate. He didn't leave his room at all. The scenery of Emperor Island was indeed beautiful. If he could take advantage of his free time to take a stroll around the streets, it would be a very worthwhile thing to do. Many members of the three empires' imperial families did the same. Wu Yen also wanted to take a stroll around the Emperor Island, but Sylph persuaded him to stay. The Emperor Island is beautiful, but it is still the Guardian Tribe's territory. Given Wu Yan's grudge with the Guardian Tribe, he'll definitely run into a lot of trouble if he goes out. Wu Yan doesn't care about this, but Sylph thinks it's best to avoid it if possible. Trouble will always be trouble. Even if she's not afraid of it, it's better to avoid it. Besides, Wu Yen didn't come here to pick a fight with the Guardian Tribe. He has more important business to attend to. Since Sylph said so, Wu Yen had no choice but to stay in his room. Aside from eating and sleeping, he spent most of his time cultivating. He also spent the rest of his time with Sylph. Wu Yan is not sure if it's because of Sylph or because of his title as her fiancé. Wu Yan and Sylph didn't get along well. They are living under the same roof. At the same time, Sylph didn't leave her room either. She didn't know if it was because of the sudden kiss or because she caused Wu Yan to be unable to go out. She either stayed in her room to cultivate like Wu Yan or spent her free time chatting with Wu Yan. Even though Wu Yan didn't leave the house, he enjoyed his time with Sylph. His interactions with Sylph became more and more natural as well. They are no longer unfamiliar with each other. The relationship between the two of them also became quite good all of a sudden. They really looked like a fiancé and fiancé. On the surface, Sylph is still as cold as ever. She didn't change much when she interacted with Wu Yan. Even the tone of his voice was still as cold as before. However, if someone observes Sylph closely, they'll notice some small changes. For example, when Wu Yan is around, Sylph's gaze would often fall on him. Another example is when Wu Yan is around, Sylph would usually stand beside him. Their distance from each other has increased to shoulder to shoulder. These changes are subtle and subtle. If it's someone else, these changes would be considered friendly. However, if it's Sylph, it's a different story. Everyone who was familiar with Sylph knew that she had never experienced such a change before. Now that she has changed Wu Yan's position in her heart, special. This made Kite and Rena very unhappy. One of them had a daughter complex and treated Sylph like the treasure of his life. He didn't even have the heart to speak loudly to her. The other was a lesbian who wanted nothing more than to take Sylph for herself. She would stick to Sylph every day and never leave her side for the rest of her life. With such a strong bond, the ones who knew Sylph the best were Kate and Rena. Naturally, they noticed the subtle changes in Sylph's demeanor. How could the two of them, who treated Sylph as the love of their lives, be happy about it? They were even worried that if this continued, the two of them, who were living under the same roof, would sooner or later end up on the same bed sheet. Kite and Rena couldn't remain calm anymore. Thus, the two of them would go to Wu Yan and Sylph's place every other day. Even if they don't have time, they would squeeze in some extra time. Whenever Wu Yan and Sylph are talking, the two of them would yell at them in an attempt to interrupt the nurturing of their relationship. This is especially true for Lana. She did everything she could to ruin Wu Yan's image in Sylph's mind. She even sacrificed her body for him. She would sneak into Wu Yan's bed while he was asleep and yell about molestation. She would also run naked into Wu Yan's arms while he was taking a bath. She would complain to Wu Yan that Wu Yan peeked at her while she was taking a bath. Sometimes, she would even seduce Wu Yan in front of Sylph. She would even give her first kiss to Wu Yan. Fortunately, Sylph already knew what kind of person Lana is. She got a good idea of Wu Yan's character, and she exposed Lana's schemes. Otherwise, Wu Yan would have no choice but to jump into the Yellow River, no matter how white he is. However, with this little brat making a ruckus every day, Wu Yan and Sylph, who are cooped up in the house, didn't feel bored at all. Because of this, they started to share more and more common thoughts. Their feelings for each other grew even stronger. Lana suffered a double loss in the process. She cried a lot of times. Even so, she didn't seem to be tired of it. It seems like she's planning to fight a protracted war. Wu Yan and Sylph couldn't do anything about it, but they could only let the little brat do as she pleases. It's a good way to pass the time. Of course, while they're fooling around, the proper business is also proceeding in an orderly manner. Sylph's efficiency is very high. She's already reported everything she got from Wu Yan to the three emperors of Kate, Geta, and Wea without missing a single word. It's no surprise that such a shocking secret shocked the three emperors. At first, they didn't really believe it. It's not that they didn't believe Wu Yan's words. It's just that this matter is too unbelievable and too shocking. Anyone who hears it would be suspicious. Only a special person like Sylph would choose to believe Wu Yan without hesitation. However, after they personally went to Wu Yan and asked him about the whole matter and saw the Ring of Power that looks exactly like the Ring of Authority, the three emperors had no choice but to believe Wu Yan's words. Realizing that the situation is more serious than they thought, the three emperors immediately took action. Kate, Geta, and Wea didn't reveal the specifics of what they're going to do. However, they've already reported this matter to the three emperors of the three empires. If the great calamity mentioned by a god-level expert was true, then it wasn't something that people at their level could deal with. At the very least, it's necessary for the demigods to take action. As for the reaction of the three emperors, Kate and the other two emperors might know. However, Wu Yan has no way of knowing. He didn't care either. He's already done his best, so it doesn't matter how others react. He just needs to do his own thing and continue living his comfortable life. However, Wu Yan didn't expect the emperors of the three empires to come to Emperor's Island as well. According to Sylph, the emperors of the three empires also want to enter the domain of gods in search of opportunities to improve themselves. Even demigods want to enter the domain of gods in search of opportunities to become stronger. Wu Yan felt that his evaluation of the domain of gods was still too low. At the same time, he's also filled with curiosity. He's curious about how mystical the domain of gods is. Even demigods are willing to enter it. Originally, Wu Yan came to the domain of gods to look for the key to open the Ring of Power. Now, he's looking forward to the domain of gods. Just like that, Wu Yan and Sylph stayed in the house for an entire week. There are only 3 days left until the domain of gods opens. At night, the hustle and bustle of the day calmed down. The lights in the Emperor's Island dimmed as well. Most of the houses have turned off their lights. Not long after, the sound of faint breathing could be heard. It was a peaceful night. Faint moonlight shone down from the sky. Under the guardian tree, the residences of the three emperors were exceptionally quiet. It's obvious that many people have entered a state of slumber. Sitting on the bed, Wu Yan ended his training and stretched his back. Just as he was about to lie down on the bed, his body stopped abruptly. His wine-red eyes flashed with a glint of light. Wu Yan looked out the window and smirked. He disappeared in a flash. Chapter 10:65. Emperor Island City, under the guardian tree. Under the guardian tree's gigantic tree trunk, there was a wide platform. The platform was made of white rocks and was about 1/3 the size of the guardian tree's trunk. It could fit at least 1,000 people. It was quite spacious. The rocks that make up the platform look weak, but they are made of special ores. They are extremely hard. Even a Tier 8 powerhouse would find it hard to leave a mark on them. Therefore, this platform was usually used as a training ground for the outstanding disciples of the Protector clan. It had existed for a very long time, almost as long as the Divine Protector Tree. Of course, after so many years, no matter how hard the platform is, it's hard to guarantee that it won't be damaged. It has been repaired many times, but it's still a very special place. It wasn't only because it could provide a good battlefield. It was also because it had the longest history other than the guardian tree on the Emperor Island. Perhaps it was due to frequent maintenance. The surface of the platform was very smooth. There was very little dust on it. Under the moonlight, it even shone with an ivory luster. It looked like a large gemstone, bright and beautiful. The leaves of the guardian tree fell on it and added some shade to the ivory luster. It was a rather beautiful painting. The surroundings were completely silent, and there was not even the slightest bit of sound. Only the sound of the wind continuously reverberated and brushed against the smooth surface of the platform, bringing with it quite a number of green leaves. When this gust of wind stopped, there was already an additional figure on the platform, looking at the wide platform under his feet. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but marvel at the size and appearance of the platform. He started walking. He started walking on the platform like he's taking a stroll. With a series of light and rhythmic footsteps, he walked forward. Looking ahead, Wu Yen slowly walked towards the guardian tree's trunk. The guardian tree's trunk is boundless. Wu Yen can't see the end of it. It makes him wonder if he's actually walking forward. However, Wu Yan's main goal is not to take a look at the guardian tree. It's a figure standing under the guardian tree, with his hands behind his back facing him. He narrowed his eyes and continued walking forward until he was about 10 meters away from the figure, seeing the figure's back gradually getting clearer and bigger under his gaze. He continued walking forward until he was about 10 meters away from the figure. Only then did he stop and look at the other party. At this moment, the other party's seemingly thin and weak figure was actually releasing a little bit of magic that couldn't be ignored. It's because he sensed the faint but strong magical energy that Wu Yen left his room and came here. It's not that Wu Yen is too curious. He wanted to get closer after sensing the fluctuation of magical energy, but the way the figure is releasing magical energy is too special. It's so weak that it can't be detected, but it has a strong presence. It's probably done on purpose. This was because only existences at the same level or stronger than the other party would be able to sense the magic released in such a manner. It's very obvious. The figure is inviting someone. He's inviting someone who can sense his magical energy to come. And this person is most likely Wu Yan. Looking at her back, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with the light of the system's perception. Entel, level 88. It's really a Tier 9 powerhouse, and it's a Tier 9 powerhouse who's at level 88, deactivating the system perception. Wu Yan has a vague idea of the other party's identity. On Emperor Island, other than the emperors of the 3 empires, there's only one other person who has the strength of a Tier 9 powerhouse, the Guardian Tribe's patriarch. In an instant, Wu Yan has a lot of guesses in his mind. His gaze on Entel also gradually sharpened. Perhaps sensing Wu Yan's gaze, the other party finally turned around. An ordinary yet dignified face was exposed to the air. At the same time, an oppressive and steady voice resounded on the silent platform. To be able to sense my presence from such a distance. Entel calmly opened his mouth. His gaze met Wu Yan's. Looks like the rumor of Princess Sylph's fiancé being a Tier 9 powerhouse is true. Hearing this, Wu Yan revealed a gentle smile. Under the influence of the night and the atmosphere, he looked a bit unruly, yet he still spoke like this. Compared to you, I'm still far from being able to compare. You don't have to belittle yourself. Entel shook his head. His face that looks like he's in his 40s or 50s with wrinkles around his eyes tensed up. Throughout the history of the Spalier world, even the most talented person at your age couldn't achieve even half of your current strength. You're the first in history. I'm afraid there won't be anyone like you in the future. You're overestimating me. I only managed to get to where I am today. With a bit of luck, I can't be considered a genius. There are plenty of people more talented than me out there. Wu Yan didn't take Entel's flattery seriously. Wu Yan knows his limits. He knows that if he didn't have the help of the system's EXP system, reaching Tier 7 by now would be a pretty good feat. It doesn't matter if Entel really thinks he's an unprecedented genius or not. Wu Yan didn't think much of it. Genius or not, it doesn't matter to him. If he could live a peaceful life with the girls, he would be willing to give up all his power. From the beginning to the end, the only reason he wanted to possess power was to achieve this goal. Power, to Wu Yan, is just a means to an end. If he can achieve his goal, then he doesn't need it. Plus, he's not wrong. There are plenty of people more talented than him out there. Mikoto is only 15 years old, and she's already a Tier 9. Kotori is a bit younger than her, but she's also a Tier 9. Then there's Toka. Even though she doesn't know how old she is, she shouldn't be older than Wu Yan. Shoujo, Shokuho Misaki, Kurumi, Yoshino, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and the others. None of them are over 20 years old, but they're all at the peak of Tier 8. When they reach Tier 9, they'll be younger than Wu Yen. Of course, there are other factors that contributed to this. For example, the fairies were born with a certain degree of power. They are considered special existences. Even if you take away these factors, Wu Yen doesn't think he can compare to them. Wu Yen is the only one who knows what kind of talents the girls around him have. Compared to the girls around him, Wu Yen is nothing. That's why he's been working so hard to catch up. He wants to be able to stand in front of the girls and protect them from the wind and rain. As for whether they're talented or not, that's not worth anything to Wu Yen. Entel could hear the indifference in Wu Yan's tone. There's a hint of admiration and surprise in his eyes. He asked himself if he was in Wu Yan's shoes. If he was in Wu Yan's shoes and had the same level of power at his age, he would be proud and arrogant. In Entel's mind, Wu Yan's image is the same as well. But now, it seems like the young man in front of him isn't as simple as he thought. With this thought in mind, Entel didn't hide his thoughts and directly spoke out in praise. With such a mentality and strength, I more or less understand why you've achieved so much. It's no wonder King Kite values you so much. It's also no wonder Princess Sylph was willing to marry you. Very good, very good. If the Guardian tribe knew about Entel's evaluation of Wu Yen, it would cause an uproar. Even a genius like Princess Sylph was only given a not bad evaluation by their patriarch. This also proves that Entel truly views Wu Yen as someone on the same level as him. Wu Yen chuckled and asked, "Did you ask me out just to praise me?" "Of course not. Of course not." Entel chuckled, his tone sinking as a berserk mana burst out from his body. "Entel, this is my son." Chapter 10:66. Entel, this is my son. The surging flow of magic power was accompanied by a thunderous sound, and it was like a wave of air that rippled through the space. Wu Yen, who did not expect Entel to suddenly launch an attack, also opened his eyes wide. However, this did not hinder Wu Yen from understanding Entel's words. In addition to the fact that Entel was releasing his magic power without holding back, which was far more ferocious than that of an ordinary powerhouse of the ninth step, Wu Yen sneered. His wine-red pupils suddenly shrunk and expanded, turning into a rich gold color. At the same time, although not as ferocious as Entel's, a scorching magic power surged out from Wu Yan's body. Like a wave hitting a reef, it fiercely collided with Entel's magic power. Boom! A low rumbling sound reverberated. The sound wave turned into a wave of air, sweeping out in all directions. On the platform, all the leaves and dust were blown away. The center of the magic power collision was like the core of a typhoon, bringing with it a violent storm soaring into the sky. The two collided. They actually achieved a balance. Entel could not help but be astonished. He was a powerhouse who was about to reach the peak of the ninth step in a contest of magic power. He actually managed to achieve a balance with a young man who had just reached the ninth step, who was not even half his age. Could it be that this kid was actually hiding something? Entel, who was thinking this, quickly discovered the reason why Entel was able to achieve a balance with his magic power. It was because Entel's magic power was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it was able to even out the gap of almost an entire step. Of course, this is only a draw in terms of magic power. It's not a draw in terms of strength. However, if Entel wants to rely on magic power to suppress Wu Yen, that's not going to happen. However, Entel did not feel happy at all after coming to this conclusion. At the ninth step, the gap between each step was extremely large. To put it bluntly, Entel's strength was close to the peak of the ninth step. At the very least, He could defeat 5 powerhouses who had just reached the 9th step like Wu Yan without suffering any injuries. But now, however, he had been evened out by his opponent in terms of magic power. Although it was just a simple competition of magic power, it was enough to prove that Wu Yan had strength that surpassed his own level, that terrifying demonic power, if it was used in a battle with an expert of the same level. In that case, he would win. It was only a matter of time, unless the other party also has an outstanding ability. The corner of Entel's mouth curled up as he gazed at the endless waves of powerful magical energy. Very strong magic power, but it's a pity. In other words, magic power. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue magic array suddenly flashed under Entel's feet and started spinning. Buzz, Entel stretched out his hand, and with a flip of his hand, the mana surging around him immediately flowed over and condensed into a surging ball of mana that rapidly vibrated. An extremely terrifying fluctuation of mana quickly revolved around the ball of mana. The surrounding space was actually slightly distorted by the rotation of the ball of mana. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the ball of mana in Entel's hand was an extremely powerful magic. Wu Yan could clearly sense the violent ball of mana, causing his expression to become serious. He clenched his hand, and a surge of mana surged out and gradually condensed into a whirlpool of mana, violently fluctuating. The whirlpool of mana frantically revolved, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound. The originally colorless whirlpool of mana also turned into a fiery color as it revolved. Along with the surge of mana in Wu Yan's body, the whirlpool continued to revolve. As it revolved, the fiery glow within the whirlpool also gradually became denser. At a certain moment, the whirlpool of mana came to an abrupt stop. At this moment, the whirlpool of mana was fiery red like the mouth of a volcano, looking quite dazzling. However, if one were to view it as a scenery, one would definitely die an ugly death. He raised his head and looked at Entel. The ball of light in Entel's palm was also rotating at an extreme speed. It emitted a blinding light that resembled a miniature sun. It was so dazzling that it hurt to look at it. Very good. Entel's eyes lightly shifted to the small sun-like ball of light in his hand. A moment later, he suddenly raised his head, and a cold smile appeared on his face. With a raise of his hand, the small sun-like ball of light shot out and directly flew towards Wu Yan. Like a beam of light, the dazzling little sun cut through space and fell from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying amount of mana that caused one's hair to stand on end as it smashed down without any explanation. With such power, one can be sure that if it hit someone, even a rank 9 powerhouse, if not dead, would definitely be seriously injured. Wu Yan didn't know if Entel was holding back or not, but his attack was definitely enough to threaten him. Seeing the small sun-like ball of light coming towards him, Wu Yan's mana surged wildly. Pong! Above his head, the fiery red whirlpool of mana exploded with a muffled sound, following which it began to revolve again. Soon after, a giant arm that was over 10 meters in size reached out from the hole. The gigantic arm was entirely fiery red. It extended out of the volcano-like mana vortex, as if it was the arm of a titan that had broken out of the ground and awakened from eternal hibernation. Vaguely, the volcano-like vortex even carried faint beast-like roars, and its momentum was extremely frightening. Titan's hand awakened. Wu Yan's dreamy voice slowly came out from his mouth, revealing the essence of the spell that Wu Yan used. It was the famous spell of the model mythical Titan giant's attack. What spell is that? Entel furrowed his brows and muttered to himself. Could it be that while the Guardians were defending the Emperor Island, the outside world created a new type of spell? Entel glanced at the fiery red arm. The frown between his brows loosened. No matter what, let me see. as if responding to Entel's words. The sun-like ball of light sped up a bit. Wu Yen took a deep breath and waved his hand. The Titan's hand awakened, instantly became like Wu Yan's arm. At the same time Wu Yen waved his hand, the Titan's hand awakened shot out with the exact same motion as him. Two extremely terrifying attacks streaked through the air like lightning. Finally, under the watchful eyes of their masters, they fiercely collided. Pung! In an instant, a terrifying roar and shockwave rippled out like the raging waves of the sea. On the wide platform, huge waves were set off. For a split second, the world quieted down at the moment of the collision. Then it abruptly shook. The surging magic power and the shockwaves formed by the collision were mixed together, and as they rolled, they swept out. The platform that even a Tier 8 combatant would find hard to leave a mark on was swept up by the shockwave. The shockwave even blew off a lot of leaves from the guardian tree's canopy. The shockwave swept out violently. The wind and waves wreaked havoc. Kacha-kacha sounds echoed on the platform. The ground also trembled slightly. Even the branches on the guardian tree's canopy shook. All the sounds mixed together and soared into the sky, like a deafening thunder in the middle of the night. The sound was deafening. Many royals of the three empires and the guardians were awakened from their sleep by this thunderous sound. One after another, they poked their heads out of their windows in surprise. Unfortunately, the two sides involved in the battle were quite far away from the residential area. They couldn't discover anything. They could only treat it as a thunderclap and go back to sleep. Of course, there was also a portion of people who faintly sensed something. The shockwave lasted for a full 10 minutes before it gradually subsided, and within the city, the heavens and earth also gradually returned to a state of silence. However, that incomparably sturdy platform, at the center of the collision, had an entire layer removed. Even a Tier 8 powerhouse would find it difficult to leave a mark on the platform, but a layer of the surface had been torn off in the collision. Such a terrifying destructive force. If it had been triggered elsewhere, it would not have been as simple as tearing off a layer of rock. As the shock wave that filled the sky slowly subsided, the figures of the two combatants in the battle were revealed. Both of them didn't have any injuries on their bodies, as if the previous scene didn't happen at all. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that Entel's expression was calm, while Wu Yan's expression was grave. Obviously, in this collision, Entel had the upper hand. Chapter 10:67. The surroundings are silent. The two people who had just engaged in a terrifying collision stood facing each other from afar, but they did not speak for a long time. Wu Yan turned silent as he stared at Entel. In the exchange just now, Entel was indeed more skillful. Although the two of them didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, the two of them knew better than anyone else what had happened at the moment of collision. The clash between Entel's sunset and Wu Yan's resuscitated Titan's hand seemed to be in a stalemate at first, but in the end, the setting sun gradually overpowered the resurgent Titan's hand. Under the impact of setting sun, the palm part of resuscitated Titan's hand was first crushed, then the wrist part started to crack. Entel's setting sun also slowly penetrated resuscitated Titan's hand and slowly disintegrated it. Wu Yan saw this clearly. He immediately disrupted the mana within the resuscitated Titan's hand. He detonated the resuscitated Titan's hand along with the sunset that penetrated it. Then, the resuscitated Titan's hand dissipated along with Entel's sunset. If this continues, the resuscitated Titan's hand will be penetrated and sunset will crash down on Wu Yan. With Wu Yan's power, he could probably nullify the sunset strike that lost most of its power when it clashed with the Titan's hand. Regardless, Wu Yan lost the previous exchange, even if he didn't take any damage. Wu Yan truly felt it. Entel, how strong is he? Level 88. He's only one level away from reaching the peak of Tier 9. He's qualified to become a demigod. If such a strong person came to Silveria, excluding Wu Yen and company, Entel would be invincible against anyone below the demigod rank. Even if Wu Yan's group is included, Flandrichan was probably the only one who could suppress Entel. Ikaros and Astria were probably the only ones who could put up a fight against him. No one below demigod rank is a match for Entel, not even Wu Yen. The Resuscitated Titan's Hand is a spell that imitates the attack of the mythical Titan. Even if it's not as strong as the real deal, it's still better than magic. At least, it's stronger than the Spalier World's magic. Entel can still rely on the Spalier World's magic to defeat a spell that imitates the mythical Titan's hand. That's because he's stronger than Wu Yen. Much stronger. Wu Yen asked himself, if he doesn't use a spell that's a few levels higher than the Resuscitated Titan's hand, he won't be able to defeat Entel. However, the conditions for that level of skill were extremely harsh. Just the time required was a huge problem. That's enough time for Entel to torture him several times over. Of course, that's if Wu Yen doesn't activate Ruby Mode or summon his familiars. If he does, the victor will be decided. That's hard to say. If he activates Ruby Mode, he doesn't need to say anything. He doesn't need Yukari. As long as he uses Flandrichan's Ruby Mode, Wu Yen is confident he can defeat Entel in less than 5 minutes. Looks like if he wants to defeat Entel, he either has to activate Ruby Mode or summon his familiars. That's the only way. Wu Yen loosened his tense expression. His golden pupils turned around, and he raised an arm. When Wu Yen was about to summon his familiar, Entel spoke. That attack just now, if you don't have the strength of a Tier 9 intermediate, you won't be able to block it. Entel sighed as he looked at Wu Yen. You're only at rank 9, yet you're able to unleash an attack comparable to an intermediate rank 9. You're strong, much stronger than I expected. No wonder my useless son was defeated by you. Wu Yen stopped what he was doing, and he frowned. What does he mean by that? Right at this moment, a loud laughter reverberated in the space between the two of them. Entel, are you satisfied now? Several figures flew over from afar and landed beside Wu Yen and Entel in a blink of an eye. They're the 3 emperors Carter, Guda, and Wea. Wu Yen was surprised to see the 3 emperors here. Entel, on the other hand, didn't seem surprised at all. He even smiled for the first time since the start of the match. There's nothing to be happy about. All I can say is that I'm getting old and can't compare to the younger generation. Hey, you're only a few years older than us. Carter scolded. If even you admit you're old, what should we do? I don't think I'm old at all. Guda snorted and crossed his arms. I'll get stronger sooner or later. I won't let this kid catch up so easily. Guda, didn't you hear what Entel said? Wea mocked Guda. This kid might have just reached rank 9, but his strength is comparable to an intermediate rank 9. You, on the other hand, have just reached intermediate rank 9? Guda choked and couldn't say anything. Carter and Vea laughed at the same time. Even Entel was laughing along with them. Wu Yen was at a loss when he saw Entel laughing with the 3 emperors. You, young friend Wu Yen, please forgive my rudeness. Entel turned around and lowered his head to Wu Yen to apologize. I heard that an extremely young Type 9 powerhouse had come to the Emperor Island and even taught my useless son a lesson. That was why I wanted to test him out. Please don't take it to heart. Wu Yen blinked and shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In other words, the attack just now was just a joke. Of course not. Entel's expression turned serious. Although it was a test, I did use most of my strength. My evaluation of you is also completely true. There is not the slightest bit of deception. If I didn't use strength comparable to an intermediate rank 9, wouldn't it have been dangerous? At that time, it's time for us to show up. Wei patted Wu Yan's shoulder and said. Carter also laughed. We've been here since the beginning. With the three of us here, even if Entel is stronger than any of us, you won't be able to do anything. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. He tilted his head, and he looked at Entel with uncertainty. So you're not going to avenge your son. Since you want to bully others, you should be prepared to be bullied. Entel shook his head and sighed. The Guardian clan has been confined to the Emperor Island for a very long time. They can't leave the island for the rest of their lives. It's unavoidable that their mentality is twisted. We can only wait until they come to terms with it. Little friend Wu Yan, I hope you don't blame them. I didn't do anything at all. Wu Yan quickly clarified. They're the ones who have been causing trouble for me. That's why I'm here to apologize. Entel sighed. Although I could forcefully stop them, if I were to do so when the backlash starts, it would only make them even worse. There's nothing I can do about it. A great man doesn't hold a grudge against a petty person. This is what they mean. Carter helplessly revealed a fact that stunned Wu Yan. When the three of us first came to the Emperor Island, Entel also made things difficult for us. Didn't we bury the hatchet? There are always times when one is young and frivolous. Entel couldn't help but feel awkward when Carter brought up the past. He looked at Wu Yan and changed the topic. I hope you won't lower yourself to their level. What if they bully me? Wu Yan was dissatisfied. Am I supposed to let them do whatever they want? Entel means that you can teach them a lesson, but you have to be merciful. Wei explained. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh, that's not a problem. When the time comes, I'll teach them an unforgettable lesson. Entel, Carter, Wei, and Wei looked at each other and shook their heads. Thank you, young friend, Entel said with a smile. If that's the case, I have to do something. I already know why you came to the Emperor Island. When the time comes, you'll definitely have a place in the domain of gods. Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 1068. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Emperor Island city had finally welcomed the day when the land of gods would open. Today, in the Emperor Island city, whether it was the members of the imperial family or the Guardian clan, everyone had woken up earlier than usual. This included the ordinary people and low-ranking cultivators who lived in the Emperor Island city. The reason the Guardian clan had been confined to the Emperor Island was to protect the Divine Spirit Land. Now that the Divine Spirit Land had finally opened every 10 years, it was understandable that the members of the Guardian clan wanted to witness the opening of the Divine Spirit Land with their own eyes. Therefore, every household in the Emperor Island city stood on the streets and looked up. They looked like devout believers as they stared in the direction of the Divine Spirit tree with bright eyes. They did not speak for a long time, causing the huge Emperor Island city to be completely silent. The members of the Guardian clan and the imperial family of the three empires who lived under the Divine Spirit tree made some preparations before they made their way to the Divine Spirit tree. Those who lived under the canopy of the Guardian tree would see people flying out of windows, doors, and other exits in the buildings where the royal families of the three empires and the Guardian clans lived since the dawn. In the air, battle aura and demonic energy surged together. As the ripples spread out, numerous figures carrying battle aura and demonic energy shot out with the Guardian tree as their destination. For a time, the area under the canopy of the Divine Spirit tree was filled with figures flying out of the canopy. And this scene continued for a long time. Standing by the window, Duan Ling Tian looked at the figures flying toward the Divine Spirit tree. Wu Yan could not help but shake his head and laugh. So anxious? It's not like the Divine Spirit Land will run away. As soon as Wu Yan laughed, a cold voice reverberated behind him. You only have a chance to enter the place of gods once every 10 years. This is an extremely rare opportunity for some of the older generation. As for the younger generation, this is their first time entering the place of gods. It's only natural that they would be anxious hearing this. Wu Yen grinned. He turned around, and he saw Sylph's icy blue figure standing in front of him. Wu Yen looked at Sylph and said, Then why don't you look worried at all? It's just his personality. Sylph glanced at Wu Yen. But it's about time to depart. I'm fine with it. Shrugging his shoulders indifferently, Wu Yen rolled his eyes. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. Our beautiful Princess Sylph, do you want to try flying in the sky? Flying in the sky. Before Sylph could react, Wu Yen grabbed her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Sylph was startled, but she quickly calmed down. He frowned and looked at Wu Yen. What are you doing? Wu Yen chuckled when he saw Sylph frowning at him with a frosty expression, because he saw that on that ice-cold face, within that pair of ice-blue eyes, there was a trace of uncontrollable panic that could not be suppressed. Fine. I'm just letting you try flying in the sky. Wu Yen suppressed his urge to tease Sylph. He turned around and flew out of the window with Sylph in his arms. Sylph felt a gentle breeze caressing her face as she looked down at the flying figures below. She was a little surprised. Flying in the sky, that's something only demigods can do. Of course, only demigods can fly in the sky. The Spalier world has a special flying spell. It's so rare that even a member of the imperial family like Sylph doesn't know how to do it. Sylph raised her head and stared at the smiling face. She sighed. She sighed and said, You really know how to surprise people. That's great. Wu Yen laughed heartily. Life might be boring, but sometimes it's not boring when it's full of surprises. Sylph's lips curled into an unnoticeable smile. It added a bit of liveliness to her cold expression. Her beautiful face became even more breathtaking when she smiled. It's a pity that none of them, including Wu Yen, had the fortune to witness this scene, the platform under the guardian tree. After 3 days, the platform that was slightly damaged by Wu Yen and Entel's collision has been restored to its original state. Silhouettes flew over from afar and landed on the platform. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s and started whispering to each other. They are all members of the imperial family of the 3 empires. On the other side of the platform, a group of about 100 members of the Guardian tribe gathered together. Unlike the imperial family of the 3 empires who are whispering to each other, the Guardian tribe's members kept their mouths shut. The atmosphere around them was heavy. Their gazes were fixed on the center of the platform with a hint of yearning in their eyes. No, it was not only the members of the Guardian clan. Although the members of the royal families of the 3 empires were whispering to each other, they would occasionally turn their gazes to the center at the front of the platform. Their eyes were also filled with yearning, as if they were looking forward to something. That's because there's a new platform at the center of the platform. The platform is about 10 meters tall and has 2 levels. The first level is about 5 meters tall, and there are 5 seats on it. The second level is at the top of the platform. There are also seats on it, but there are only 3 of them. It's obvious that the 8 seats on the platform are reserved for those with special status. The 3 seats at the top are still empty. However, 4 of the 5 seats in the middle are already occupied. Entel, Kate, Guda, Wea. They are the Guardian tribe's patriarch and the 3 emperors. As for the last seat, no one has taken it yet. Many people on the platform looked at the empty seat with confusion in their eyes. Could it be that there's someone on Emperor Island whose status is comparable to the Guardian tribe's patriarch and the 3 emperors? Everyone at the scene was guessing the identity of that person in their hearts. The members of the royal families of the three empires were discussing it because of this matter. As for the members of the Guardian clan, although they did not discuss it, their faces were filled with undisguised doubts. As time passed, more and more people gathered on the platform. The number of people flying towards the platform gradually decreased. When Wu Yan arrived above the platform with Sylph in his arms, there were only a few people flying towards the platform. As if they sensed something, Entel, Kate, Gada, and Weia stopped chatting and looked up. When they saw Wu Yan floating in the air, they were stunned for a moment. They smiled bitterly and came to the same conclusion as Sylph. What a guy who keeps on giving us surprises. Seeing the 4 Type 9 powerhouses looking up, the rest of the crowd also lifted their heads and looked up. The moment they did, the entire place went silent for 2 to 3 seconds before a commotion broke out. Flying. That person can fly. Flying. Is he a demigod? Impossible. He must be using some kind of flying magic. Yes, that's right. Everyone on the platform pointed at Wu Yan. They didn't even try to hide their shock. Slowly, they began to recognize Wu Yan's identity. They were even more shocked. This was especially true for the Guardians. They looked at each other with jealousy and hatred in their eyes. Magic with the ability to fly was extremely rare. Now that they saw Wu Yan using such a rare magic, it's only natural that they wouldn't be in a good mood given their hatred for Wu Yan. However, they didn't know that what they should be jealous of is yet to come. My young friend Wu Yan. Entel, who was sitting in the middle of the 5 seats on the platform, stood up and smiled at Wu Yan, who is still in midair. Since you're here, please take a seat. As soon as the word "take your seat" spread out, everyone on the platform trembled, and their faces were filled with shock. The person who could sit on the same level as the 3 emperors and the patriarch of the Guardians is him. Chapter 10:69. Everyone looked at each other before glancing at Entel, who was standing up with a big smile on his face. For a moment, no one could say a word. Even Wu Yan was shocked by Entel's words. Sylph, on the other hand, seemed to have guessed something and spoke to Wu Yan. Since Patriarch Entel has said so, you should take a seat. Huh. Wu Yan didn't understand what was going on, but he still looked at Sylph. What about you? Me. Sylph shook her head. I don't have the qualifications. Sylph gently let go of Wu Yan's embrace. Her slender body floated down like a feather and landed on the platform with a surge of mana. She stood in the seats of the 3 royals. Wu Yan pursed his lips as he looked at Sylph. Even though she was surrounded by the crowd, her presence was still undeniable. Wu Yan wanted to land on the stage as well. However, there was someone who couldn't bear to see this. Father! Entel, who was standing at the head of the Guardian clan, quickly stood up and called out, Father, this doesn't make sense. Wu Yan, who was about to descend to the platform, froze. Entel, on the other hand, seemed to have expected this. He glanced at Entel indifferently, as if he wasn't his own son. What's wrong with this? Ens did not mind. He also knew that his father was very strict, even more so in public. Thus, he did not waste any more time and directly spoke his mind. You are the patriarch of the Guardian clan. The 3 majesties are the emperors of the 3 empires. It's reasonable for you to take a seat, but Entel pointed at Wu Yan as if he had forgotten how terrifying Wu Yan was. He's just the fiancé of an imperial princess. How can he be on the same level as you and the 3 majesties? That's right. That's right. The Guardian clan chimed in. Look at their indignant expressions. They're obviously not convinced. How could the Guardian clan be convinced that the position that they yearned for belonged to their enemy during this period of time? Wu Yan also looked at Entel. He didn't care about the clamoring of the trash. He also wants to know why he was given a seat on the platform. Status? Entel shook his head and laughed mockingly at Entel's question. If you don't have strength, you won't have status. If you have strength, you don't have to worry about status. His words caused the members of the Guardian clan, who were clamoring, to freeze on the spot. Entel's intimidating gaze swept across the members of the Guardian clan. Anyone who met Entel's gaze felt their heart skip a beat as they hurriedly lowered their heads. Only when all the members of the Guardian clan had lowered their heads did Entel nod and slowly open his mouth. Wu Yan, you have strength on the same level as me and the three majesties. As a rank 9 expert, how can you not be qualified to sit on the same level as us? If you have the strength of a rank 9 expert today, you can also sit on the platform. The Guardian clan members looked at each other. They were all speechless at Wu Yan, including Entel, who was clenching his fists. Entel sighed when he saw his clansmen speechless at Wu Yan. He waved his hand disinterestedly and looked at Wu Yan again. Therefore, little friend Wu Yan, please take a seat. You have the right to do so. Hearing this, the platform fell into silence. In the air, Wu Yan smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that he would receive such treatment because of his strength, but that's right. In the Spalier world, the strong are respected. If you have strength, you don't have to worry about status. For people at the level of Entel, Carter, Goda, and Wea, status had long since become a symbol. Only strength was what truly caught their attention. Thinking of this, Wu Yan adjusted his state of mind. His body drew a smooth arc and flashed to the middle of the platform. He landed beside Carter and sat on the leftmost seat of the 5. Entel also chuckled and sat down. The 5 seats in the middle of the platform were full. Seeing Wu Yan sit on the high platform, the Guardian clan members had mixed feelings. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Who asked him to have such strength? Ensi stared at Wu Yan, who was sitting on the high platform and chatting with Entel, Carter, and the others. His heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. He was panting heavily, and his eyes were red. Was there anything more painful than watching the target of one's resentment climb to a position higher than oneself? Ensi would rather have Wu Yan choke him again than see him reach the position he yearned for. Unfortunately, this was destined to be an extravagant hope. The members of the 3 imperial families looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of admiration. Even Ka and Jaffer had some admiration for him. They didn't have the same feelings as the Guardian clan members. From their point of view, they could only see a young 9th rank powerhouse. He was a super genius who could stand on equal footing with the 3 emperors and the Guardian clan's patriarch. How could they not look up to such a person? The older members of the royal family are still fine, but the younger ones are looking at Wu Yan with eyes full of admiration. Most of the young princesses are also looking at him with eyes full of admiration. However, when they thought about how the person they admired is Sylph's fiancé, they couldn't help but look at her with jealousy. Rena was the only one with a face full of displeasure. She kept grumbling. It doesn't matter what the people below the platform think. The fact is that Wu Yan is on equal footing with the 3 emperors and the Guardian clan's patriarch. They believe that after this incident in the domain of gods, the name Wu Yan will spread throughout the Spalier world. From the mouths of the imperial families of the 3 empires, Wu Yan had a helpless expression on his face when he realized this. Humans are afraid of fame, and pigs are afraid of fattening up. Back in the sword and saber god domain, he still remembers everything he went through in the world of swords and sabers. He doesn't want to be in the limelight again. Of course, on the surface, Wu Yan didn't show anything other than a little helplessness. He chatted happily with Entel, Carter, Goda, and Wea. Although they are chatting happily, it's just Wu Yan asking about the domain of gods. Could it be that the opening point of the Land of Gods is on this platform? Wu Yen asked curiously. Unlike the imperial family and the guardian clan, Wu Yen doesn't know much about the domain of gods. The one who answered Wu Yen was Carter. He smiled and said, "The domain of gods is bigger than the Emperor Island formed by the Guardian Tree. In fact, it's several times bigger than the Emperor Island. How could it be open here? Then why are we gathering here?" Wu Yen was even more confused after hearing Carter's words. Shouldn't we go to the Land of Gods to gather? Or is there going to be an airship coming to take us there? This, Carter, Gada, Wea, and Entel looked at each other and said, helplessly, "Well, it's too troublesome to explain. Anyway, just keep watching. I'm sure you'll be shocked." "Fine." Wu Yen sighed, and he didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, whoosh, suddenly a gust of wind blew like a tornado descending from the sky. From top to bottom, it smashed onto the stage without any explanation. The sudden gust of wind caused many people to cry out in alarm. The surrounding area was instantly filled with cries of panic. Entel, Carter, Gouda, and Wea, on the other hand, had solemn expressions. They stood up, turned around, and faced the top of the high platform. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes as if he sensed something. He stood up from his seat and faced the top of the platform. At the same time, the gust of wind gathered at the top of the platform and suddenly dissipated. In the next moment, 3 silhouettes appeared there. Chapter 10:70. The wind blew in all directions. By the time everyone present raised their heads and looked at the 3 indomitable figures at the top of the tall stage, they were already standing side by side, facing the entire crowd. Immediately, Entel, Carter, Gada, and Veer bowed respectfully towards the 3 figures standing at the top of the platform. "Greetings, Lord Protectors." The voices of the 4 ninth stage powerhouses awakened everyone below the stage. When they heard the words guardian deity, everyone was slightly startled and hurriedly bowed in respect. "Greetings, Lord Protectors." Their loud voices reverberated throughout the platform. Everyone bowed and saluted the 3 guardians at the top of the platform. Wu Yen was the only one who looked at the 3 guardians above him with a strange glint in his eyes. He was also a bit shocked by what he saw. Jarlin, Ailu, level 96 Magnubi, Balba, level 95, Linya, Fear, level 95. Wu Yen recognized the one standing in the middle. He wore a gray robe. It was the demigod Lord Protector he met in the Ailu Empire's treasury, Jarlin. As for the other 2, the old man in white robe and the beautiful woman, Wu Yen did not recognize them. However, the system informed Wu Yen of their true identities. The Lord Protectors of Balba and Fear Empire, demigod lords, 3 demigod rank powerhouses. That was why Wu Yen was shocked. It was not that he had never seen a demigod before. In fact, there was a demigod beside him who would hang around him all day long and act coquettishly in front of him just to make him cook for them. However, the sight of 3 demigod lords standing together still shocked Wu Yen. After all, there are only 5 demigod lords in the entire Spalier world. Including Violet, there are only 6. Including the Beast King, there are only 7. Now, half of the demigod lords are standing in front of him. The feeling is indescribable. This is why Wu Yen did not follow Violet into the behemoth forest. Otherwise, he would have seen all of the demigod lords in the Spalier world. He would be even more shocked. Phew. He exhaled a long breath. The shock in Wu Yan's heart calmed down, and he seemed to be attracted by the sound of his breathing. On top of the platform, the 3 demigod guardians, Garen, Magnubi, and Linya, finally noticed that beside Entel, Carter, Gada, and Vea, there was a young man who was too young for them to even consider his age. At this moment, on the platform, be it the royals or the guardian clans, all of them are bowing. Entel and the other three are also bowing. Only Wu Yen is standing straight. Not only is he not bowing, he's even exhaling. This is a very disrespectful act. Wu Yen stood out like a sore thumb. Entel, Kate, Gada, and Wea panicked. Below the stage, Sylph's pupils shrunk. The imperial family members of the three empires were also shocked. On the other hand, the guardians were gloating. Entel even had a look of ecstasy on his face. He laughed coldly. How dare Wu Yen act so rudely in front of a demigod protector? Even if he doesn't die, he won't have a good time. Magnubi and Linya frowned. Their eyes were filled with displeasure. Their impression of Wu Yen has soured. Garen was the only one who laughed out loud when he saw the person in question was Wu Yen. Wu Yen, little guy, we meet again. Everyone was stunned when they saw the Patronus greeting Wu Yen with a smile on her face. Wu Yen. Magnubi and Linya flinched for a bit before they recalled something, and they looked at Wu Yen in surprise. He's Wu Yen. Wu Yen scratched his cheeks, and he started mumbling to himself after being stared at by the three demigod guardians. Why do they know me? Am I famous? Oh, Wu Yen put on a smile as he looked at the three guardian deities on top of the platform. Greetings, Baruba and Fea Empire's protectors. Old Mr. Jarlin, you're still as spirited as ever. Hearing this, Jarlin laughed out loud. I'm not exactly spirited. It's just that the realm of gods opens once every 10 years. It's a rare opportunity. I'm in a good mood because I can enter it again. Jarlin turned to Wu Yen and said with a smile, but I didn't expect you to be here as well. Little guy, you sure know how to hide your intentions. Wu Yen awkwardly turned his head away and said in a resentful tone, I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself in front of you. Wu Yen paused for a bit before continuing. Since you know the purpose of my visit, why didn't you take back the Ring of Power? Wu Yen couldn't help but ask such a question. If the calamity that God Ailu spoke of really happens, then the entire Silveria world won't be able to escape. Under such circumstances, the so-called means to deal with disasters in the Ring of Power had become a treasure that could save the entire world. For the safety of Silveria, logically speaking, Garen and the others should have taken back the Ring of Power and entered the Divine Lands to search for the key to unlock the Ring of Power. Wasn't that the most logical thing to do? After all, a demigod powerhouse would have a higher chance of winning than a ninth stage powerhouse, right? Furthermore, the Ring of Power was left behind by God Ailu. The Ailu Empire's royal family are Ailu's descendants. Isn't it best for them to carry out the mission left behind by their ancestors? Originally, Wu Yen wanted to throw the Ring of Power to them while he went to the realm of gods to check it out. As for the mission of saving the world, it's better to leave it to someone else. Up until now, there hasn't been a single mention of the Ring of Power, let alone a request to take it back. Wu Yen is puzzled. Is no one willing to believe my words? Do they think I made up the story about the disaster? Jarlin saw through Wu Yan's thoughts and stopped smiling. Instead, he sighed. Originally, I wanted to take the Ring of Power into the realm of gods and search for the key to unlock it, but after some thought, I gave up on that idea. Huh. Wu Yen was shocked. Why? Since ancestor Ailu didn't leave the Ring of Power and the Great Calamity as a legacy in the imperial family and pass it down from generation to generation, then he definitely doesn't want us to interfere with the matter of opening the Ring of Power, Jaren said with a serious face. Although I don't know what's in the Ring of Power, since the ancestor chose to place the Ring of Power outside and let an outsider open it, he must have his own considerations. Therefore, I don't intend to directly interfere in this matter. Little guy, the matter of opening the Ring of Power can only be left to you. That's. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You really think too highly of me. I have no choice but to look up to you. Lin, who has been observing Wu Yan all this while, said this. She chuckled and said, "After all, you are the person that Miss Z values and supports." Wu Yan was shocked to hear Yukari's name from Linya's mouth. "Miss Violet? Violet? You know Violet? You can say that we've met before." Magnubi nodded with his hands behind his back. "In short, we chose to trust you. I hope you won't disappoint us." Wu Yan opened his mouth. He wanted to ask something, but when he saw Garen, Magnubi, and Linya looking like they were deep in thought, he figured that he wouldn't get anything out of them even if he asked. Thus, he gave up on asking. As for the others who saw Wu Yan chatting with the 3 Imperial Guardians, they're already in a daze. Suddenly, Jaren, Magnubi, and Linya's expressions froze. They all turned their heads and looked in the direction of the Guardian Tree. Wang. Almost at the same time, when the 3 demigod rank experts turned their heads, the towering divine tree began to tremble. Green light flashed. Chapter 10:71. It's here, it's here. The Guardian Tree is glowing. The domain of gods is open. Seeing the gentle green light emitted by the Guardian Tree, the older generation all cried out in surprise and told the younger generation what was going on. However, after hearing the voices of the older generation, the younger generation who came for the first time became even more puzzled. The domain of gods is open? Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it. Some of the younger generation looked around in an attempt to find the place of God's spirits. Some closed their eyes and used their senses to sense where the place of God's spirits was. However, in the end, none of them were able to find the place of God's spirits. Didn't they say the domain of gods was open? Oh, where is it then? The younger generation looked at each other with confusion written all over their faces. This caused the older generation to laugh out loud. It seemed like the older generation was teasing the younger generation. Only those with higher status who more or less knew about the place of God did not participate in this. Their eyes were fixed on the guardian divine tree, which was emitting green light. Their faces were full of seriousness. Wu Yan didn't know how the domain of gods was opened or how it existed. However, he could clearly sense that an extremely strong spatial ripple was constantly twisting on the trunk of the guardian tree, which was emitting a soft green light. Wu Yan and the others watched as the space in front of the guardian tree started warping. The green dots looked like they were tossed into a pool of water. They turned into green ripples that rippled outwards. What is that? Many people from the younger generation looked at this scene in astonishment. Even those from the older generation were surprised. Everyone present had different expressions on their faces. The space that was rippling with green ripples gradually became distorted. Then it began to expand rapidly. Numerous tiny green light spots suddenly condensed in the slanted space. Immediately after, a buzzing sound like an explosion resounded. The entire area was covered in green light. Everyone, including Wu Yan, raised their arms. They covered their faces. It blocked this part of the glare. Only Jarlin, Magnubi, and Linya, the 3 demigod rankers, remained calm as they stared ahead under the strong light. They didn't look away. A few minutes later, the light dimmed. People tried to suppress their racing heartbeats. They opened their eyes and looked forward. Then they saw a scene. There was a large hole in the void. That was the only way to describe it. Seeing a hole in the void with their own eyes, the youngsters who saw it for the first time were all stunned. Wu Yan was also a bit surprised, but it only lasted for a split second. Looking at the hole, Wu Yan finally understood why someone said that the place of gods was opening. He was afraid that the hole in the void was either the entrance to an independent space, or it was just like Violet's gap, a passage directly opened in space. Entel's voice confirmed Wu Yan's suspicions. This is the passageway to the place of gods. Entel didn't look back. He used his demonic power to spread his voice. This is a passageway that can only be opened by the guardian tree once every 10 years. Through this passageway, you can reach the place of gods. But be careful! Entel's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he glanced at everyone below the stage. This passageway can only be used by members of the royal family and the guardian clan recognized by the guardian tree. If anyone else tries to trespass, they will be lost in the endless void and will never be able to return. Many people involuntarily gulped when they heard that. Their gazes towards the spatial tunnel slowly became a little fearful. No one wanted to suddenly get lost in the endless void, right? Even if they were qualified to enter the passageway. Wu Yan, on the other hand, was relieved. If they were only lost in the void, he had a way to return. For example, he could use a return scroll or enter Yukari's red jade mode to open the spatial rift and return. However, this threat was negligible to him. The moment Entel's words left his mouth, the 3 demigod rank guardians abruptly shot out, turned into 3 streaks of light, and charged into the hole. Everyone, enter on your own. Entel said after seeing the 3 demigods enter the passageway. He then looked at Wu Yan and the others. Your Majesties, little friend Wu Yan, let's move out as well. Wu Yan, Carter, Gada, and Wei looked at each other and nodded. They flew into the passageway as well. After the demigods and Tier 9 powerhouses entered the passageway, Sylph Kaya and Jaffer also led the 3 demigods into the passageway. Enes also led the guardians to follow. After everyone entered the spatial tunnel, the guardian tree trembled again. The hole in the void also trembled and slowly closed up. On the platform, there was dead silence. Wu Yan felt his vision blurring for a second. When he regained his vision, the scene before him had changed drastically. The ground beneath his feet was a green slate, and the surroundings were filled with green light. Tree roots that were comparable to mountain peaks were like churning dragons, either spiraling up or spreading out in all directions. They were scattered in all directions, and one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. In the sky far away, there was a semicircular barrier made of fluorescent light covering the area. Outside the semicircular barrier, there were fishes swimming in the water. See water. Wu Yan's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene in front of him. In the end, his expression turned into one of extreme shock. He wasn't the only one. Those who entered the passageway for the first time, and those who have been here before, were also shocked. They couldn't react for a long time. How could there be such a miraculous scene in the world? This is the base of the guardian tree's roots. Entel, Carter, Gada, and Veer, who had long expected such a reaction, shook their heads and pointed at the roots that were as tall as mountains. These roots are the roots of the guardian tree. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Although he knew that the guardian divine tree was huge, he didn't expect a single root to be as big as a mountain. This guardian divine tree was so huge that there was no end to it. Moreover, this was the base of the guardian tree's roots. Wasn't the base of the guardian tree supposed to be at the bottom of the ocean? Wu Yan looked at his surroundings. He looked at the semicircular barrier above him and the fishes and water outside. His lips trembled as he asked in a trembling voice, "Could this be the bottom of the ocean?" This. Everyone's expression froze. Entel and the other 3 smiled and spoke at the same time. "That's right. This is the bottom of the ocean." After saying that, Entel and the three emperors pointed their fingers to the front again, ignoring everyone's change in expression. And that place is the land of gods. Everyone immediately looked in front of them. Not long after, a majestic palace appeared in front of them. It was located at the center of four towering tree roots that were even larger than the other tree roots. Looking at the majestic palace, Wu Yan didn't know how the others felt. However, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. A palace in the deep ocean? What land of gods? That's obviously the Dragon Palace. The land of gods is protected by the guardian tree. Even if a super strong person with heaven-defying strength has a way to reach this place, they can't enter without the approval of the guardian tree. Entel puffed out his chest. The three guardian gods have already gone over. Let's hurry over as well. We don't want to delay the opening of the land of gods. After saying that, he led everyone, including Wu Yan, towards the direction of the palace in the land of gods. Chapter 1072. This is the bottom of the sea, 10,000 meters below the surface. The gentle ripples were like the halo of a magic lamp, gently brushing past the bodies in the deep sea. The ripples reverberated one by one. Being in the pervasive seawater, the space here was abnormally moving. It was extremely realistic, making people feel like they were in a dream, unable to extricate themselves. The coiling dragon-like tree roots twisted back and forth into various shapes, emitting a suffocating sense of existence in the deep sea. Vaguely, there seemed to be a majestic palace in that extreme green color. Under the gentle ripples and halos of the water, it seemed to be illusory, yet real at the same time. It's like the mythical Dragon Palace. Three figures stood in front of the majestic palace. They looked up at it with excitement in their eyes. Jaren, Maganubi, and Linya have been here more than once or twice. They've also entered the domain of gods more than once. They've even obtained the opportunity to ascend to demigod rank. However, every time they look at the palace in the depths of the sea, they can't help but feel excited. Along with the excitement, there's also a strong sense of pride. This is a miracle left behind by their ancestors. That's right. It's a miracle. Only a true God-rank powerhouse can build a palace like this in the depths of the sea. Only a true God-level expert would be able to get his descendants to come here and pay homage to this palace. Now that there are no longer any God-rank powerhouses, this is a miracle. In the distance, tiny figures compared to the roots and palaces of the divine tree flew over. They stood behind the three divine protectors and looked up at the luxurious palaces. Their minds were instantly drawn in, and they all fell into a daze. So, this is the domain of gods. Wu Yan was the first to react. He took a deep breath of fresh air. There's a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This is the first time he breathed in fresh air at the bottom of the sea. It's also my first time seeing the real domain of gods. Sylph, who came to Wu Yan's side, also reacted. However, her beautiful blue eyes were still filled with uncontrollable ripples. I've heard about the wonders of the domain of gods from my father, but after seeing it with my own eyes, I realized that my view of the domain of gods was too ordinary. Yes, now that they've seen the domain of gods in its entirety, they can only sigh at how ordinary their view of the domain of gods is. That's why the domain of gods is called a miracle. It was not only because it contained a treasure that could allow one to be reborn, it was also because of its incomparably unique way of existing, while everyone was looking up at the domain of gods at the top of the distant sky. Or rather, above the deep sea, a green beam of light suddenly shot out. It was like a beam of light, and in an instant, it landed on the land of gods. Then, under the gaze of everyone present, the entrance of the palace in the land of gods was enveloped by the green pillar of light. Slowly, the door opened, The guardian tree opened the entrance to the domain of gods. Kite exclaimed. Wu Yan was surprised. So the guardian tree is the only one who can open the entrance to the domain of gods. Of course, Entel said proudly. Other than the guardian tree, no one else can open the door to the domain of gods. Maybe a god-rank powerhouse can, but only the guardian tree can open the door. It's the key to opening the domain of gods. Wu Yan nodded at Entel's words, but deep down, he was deep in thought. In that case, could the ability of the gap invade the land of gods? Would the eyes of the land of gods be able to see it as well? Also, can I use my realm energy? Can I imitate the guardian tree's ability and open the door to the domain of gods? Wu Yan felt a little restless when he thought of this. He quickly suppressed the urge in his heart. He smiled bitterly. I'm surprisingly adventurous. The domain of gods has been opened. The three guardians only spoke when the door to the domain of gods was fully opened. Magnubi glanced at Wu Yan, Entel, Kite, Guda, and Weya. The rest were ignored. In the eyes of a demigod powerhouse, perhaps only a demigod powerhouse had the right to talk to them. We'll go in first. I'll leave the explanation of the domain of gods to you all. Hearing this, Entel, Carter, and the others hurriedly replied respectfully. Linya looked at Wu Yan. A beautiful smile appeared on her flawless face. I'll leave the matter of the Ring of Power to you, Wu Yan sighed. I can only say I'll do my best. That's enough. Garen nodded. He reached out and patted Wu Yan's shoulder. In short, I'll leave everything to you, little guy. Wu Yan nodded heavily in front of the three guardians. The three guardians smiled. Then, the three guardians leaped into the air and entered the domain of gods. Wu Yan watched as the three guardian gods disappeared into the gates of the domain of gods. Behind him, the royals of the three empires and the guardian clans looked at him with complicated feelings. Even the three emperors and the patriarchs of the guardian clans could only exchange a few words with the three guardian gods. Wu Yan, on the other hand, was treated as an equal by the three guardian gods. In fact, the three guardian gods seemed to be asking Wu Yan for a favor. Why is this Wu Yan so lucky to be valued by the three guardian deities? At this moment, regardless of whether they had a good or bad relationship with Wu Yan, this was the only thought left in their minds. Enz lowered his head, his eyes flashing with jealousy and hatred. When he raised his head and looked at the land of gods, all of that jealousy and hatred turned into a strong fanaticism that almost surged out of his body. From En's point of view, the reason Wu Yan was valued by the three guardians was because he reached the 9th stage at such a young age. If he, Enz, could also become a 9th stage powerhouse, then he would also be valued by the three guardians. He might even be able to turn the tables and defeat Wu Yan, who had defeated him time and time again. The land of gods. Enz looked at the land of gods with a greedy gaze. I must get a chance to reach the 9th stage in there. At this moment, Entel also spoke. Remember this, all of you can only stay in the domain of gods for 10 days. After this period of time, the guardian tree will expel all those who are still in the god's spirit grounds and close the gate to the god's spirit grounds. Entel's eyes were like lightning as he looked at the people behind him. Whether or not you can get a chance to evolve within these 10 days will depend on yourselves. Everyone clenched their fists and tensed up. Ka, Jaffer, and even Sylph had a solemn look in their eyes. Wu Yan looked at Sylph's serious expression and spoke softly. Do you want to come with me? Sylph looked at Wu Yan and hesitated for a moment before nodding. Sylph didn't know Wu Yan's true strength, but she was certain he was stronger than her. It would be good to have someone to look after her. Besides, Sylph didn't want Wu Yan to shoulder the fate of the entire Spalier world. If possible, she would like to help Wu Yan find the key to the Ring of Power. Carter seemed to have overheard the conversation between Wu Yan and Sylph. He glanced at them and said, after you enter the domain of gods. All of you will be randomly separated. If you want to move together, then all you have to do is let a certain part of your body come into contact with each other when you enter the domain of gods. And that will do. Before anyone could react, Carter continued with a serious expression. However, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you want to evolve in the domain of gods, you will have to pass the Guardian Trees test. Only those who pass the test will have the chance to evolve. Furthermore, Carter looked at everyone who held their breaths. Finally, his gaze landed on Wu Yan and Sylph. The more people you have in your group, the harder the test will be. Many people's expression changed when they heard this, including Sylph. Chapter 10:73. The more people you have in your group, the harder the test will be. Kite's words caused quite a number of people who had been planning to rely on their numbers to pass to become confused. Their faces were filled with struggle as they looked at each other. It's not just that the more people you have in your group, the harder the test will be. Way aside. The higher the tier, the harder the test will be. When a low-level person and a high-level person work together, the difficulty will increase according to the opponent's strength. Guda reminded coldly, everyone's chances are equal. The Guardian Trees test for everyone is absolutely equal. Entel shook his head. Although the test has become more difficult, the rewards you can obtain are also proportional to the difficulty of the test. If you move together, the higher the difficulty of the test, the better the rewards you will obtain. The choice is still in your hands. The reminder of the 4 higher-ups caused everyone to lower their heads and ponder. Sylph also reconsidered entering the domain of gods with Wu Yan. Suddenly, a large hand patted her slender shoulder and chuckled. Since the test is fair, why don't we go in together? No matter what the test is, we will definitely pass it. Sylph's eyes flashed, and she turned around to look at Wu Yan's confident face. Her frosty expression melted a bit, and she nodded in agreement. Let's go in together. Sister Sylph. Almost at the same time, a voice so sweet that it gave one goosebumps echoed in the air. Let Lana pass the test of love with Sister Sylph. When they heard this, both Wu Yan and Sylph grimaced at the same time. Let's go. They no longer hesitated. Wu Yan reached out and grabbed Sylph by the waist. Sylph jumped into Wu Yan's embrace as if she was blessed by a stroke of luck. Wu Yan leaped into the air. He soared into the sky. He didn't even bother to greet them. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards the entrance of the domain of gods with Sylph in his arms. It didn't take long for them to enter the domain of gods. Only the size of Entel, Carter, Guda, and Wea, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, could be heard on the scene. The clamor of the crowd that couldn't remain calm and Rena's exasperated screams mixed together and spread out. Clouds were floating in the boundless sky. However, the sky was green. Suddenly, the space in the green sky distorted violently. Then, an illusory vortex appeared out of thin air. Not long after the illusory whirlpool appeared, a stream of light shot out from the whirlpool like a meteor. It hovered around for a while before stopping. 2 figures appeared from within the stream of light. Is this the domain of gods? Looking at the green sky in front of him, Wu Yan's expression was one of shock. Isn't the land of gods a palace? Why does it look like we're outside? Yes, this is the domain of gods. Sylph, who was in Wu Yan's embrace, explained calmly. However, Father once said that the domain of gods isn't as simple as it looks. It is supported by the power of the Guardian Tree. Sylph recalled the information she got from Carter and said, the palace we saw outside is actually the core of the domain of gods. The treasures in the domain of gods are all in that palace. The divine tree won't allow anyone to enter the palace of the realm of the gods. Sylph said as she looked at the green sky. The Land of Gods is a crevice between the core palace and the outside space with the power of the guardian tree. Only when we find the gate of the core palace in the Land of Gods can we obtain the treasures left by the gods. In other words, the so-called Land of the Gods is actually a spatial crevice between the core palace and the space outside. Wu Yan was speechless. Since it has created a spatial crack, the power of the guardian divine tree is even more terrifying than I imagined. The guardian tree is a treasure to begin with. Sylph nodded. Even though the guardian tree has gained a terrifying amount of power after being infused with the power of the three gods, the ability to create spatial rifts is something the guardian tree has always possessed. That's why the three gods chose the guardian tree to be the overseer of the divine lands. Sylph sighed, which was a rare sight. After all, the most effective way to get to a place 10,000 meters below the sea is to directly pass through space. Otherwise, even a demigod powerhouse would find it extremely difficult to get to a place 10,000 meters below the sea and find the Land of Gods, let alone someone below the demigod level. From a certain point of view, the guardian tree is the best treasure in the Land of Gods. Wu Yan nodded in understanding, and he helplessly laughed. In other words, the first test for the guardian tree is to find the entrance to the core palace of the domain of gods. Sigh. Sylph closed her eyes. If we want to find the door to the core palace in the Land of Gods, we have to pass the guardian tree's test and gain its approval. Only then will the guardian tree show us the door to the core palace. Perhaps finding the entrance to the core palace of the place of gods is the final test for the guardian divine tree. Who knows? You're right. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Wu Yan pulled himself together. If that's the case, let's explore the domain of gods. Sylph nodded and agreed to Wu Yan's suggestion. However, before they could make a move, a strange phenomenon occurred. Wu Yan, who was hovering in the air, suddenly felt the flying spell he cast disappear along with his mana. Wah! Wu Yan was shocked. While he was stunned, his body tilted, and he fell down. The sudden change caused the two people involved to be unable to react in time. By the time they regained their senses, the ground was already only about 10 meters away from them. Wu Yan didn't have time to think about what happened. He tightened his grip on Sylph's slender waist and turned around so that he could cushion the fall. Alas, what Wu Yan is doing is pointless. The reason for that was because below them was not solid ground. Instead, it was a lake. With a splash, the two of them, who were completely unaware of the current situation and didn't even use their magic, fell into the water. Not sure if it's because of the sky. The lake is also green in color. Ripples spread out from the surface of the lake, and it didn't take long for the lake to calm down. Wu Yan's head popped out from the center of the ripples, and he spat out a mouthful of water, like a duck, before he started retching. Cough, cough. What kind of water is this? It's so disgusting. It's worse than Sanlu's milk powder. Coughing a few times, Wu Yan grimaced, and his expression tightened. Where's Sylph? Wu Yan scanned the lake and didn't see Sylph anywhere. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Don't tell me she doesn't know how to swim. The more Wu Yan thought about it, the more likely it was. He quickly took a deep breath and dove into the lake. The water in the lake was very clear. Because of the jade-like luster, the visibility was also much clearer. It obviously looked very beautiful, but who would have thought that this water was even worse than the water used to wash feet? Wu Yan didn't want to taste it again after tasting it once. He held his breath and scanned the lake, trying to find Sylph. The lake is surprisingly big. There aren't any fishes or shrimps in the water, but it's very spacious. Wu Yan swam through half of the lake, and he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Sylph's clothes. This made him more and more impatient. Sylph was a Tier 8 powerhouse. If a Tier 8 powerhouse drowned in the lake, he would become famous. Fortunately, Just as Wu Yan was about to evaporate the lake, a faint figure appeared in front of him. Her eyes were closed, and her long blue hair fluttered in the water as she sank deeper into the lake. Who else could it be but Sylph? Wu Yan's eyes lit up with joy. He quickly swam over. Chapter 1074. The sky was green, the ground was green, and even the space here was glowing green. The surroundings were silent. There were no clouds in the sky, and there were no signs of life. If one had to say what was moving in this world, it would probably be the green lake that was bubbling and rippling on the surface of the lake. The ripples gradually reverberated and became more and more intense. A head suddenly emerged from the ripples, panting heavily. It seemed that it had held its breath for quite some time. Before she could catch her breath, Wu Yan pulled Sylph out of the water as well. He carried her soft body and swam towards the shore. Sylph! Sylph! He let Sylph lie down on the ground. Her eyes were closed and her body was drenched. Her face was expressionless and her breathing was barely discernible. Wu Yan quickly patted her cheeks. Hey, don't scare me. I don't believe a Tier 8 powerhouse would drown because she can't swim. You can't scare me. With a forced smile on his face, Wu Yan forced himself to laugh out loud. His guilty laughter reverberated around the room, causing the atmosphere to become a bit heavy. Wu Yan checked Sylph's nose. She's still breathing. Wu Yan sighed in relief. He looked at her face that was covered in water droplets, and he sighed after a bit of hesitation. Forget it. It's not like I haven't kissed you before. Wu Yan gulped as he lifted Sylph's chin, and he brought her lips closer to his. Last time, you forced a kiss on me. This time, I'll return the favor. I'm not going overboard, right? Wu Yan tried to comfort himself. Moreover, we are engaged. It's okay for us to kiss each other. After saying that, Li Yundong nodded. Wu Yan took a deep breath. His expression turned ferocious as he kissed Sylph's lips. A cold and soft sensation entered his mind. Wu Yan couldn't help but stick out his tongue. He licked her alluring red lips. However, it didn't take long. He then realized that this was not the time to do such a thing, so he passed the chi in his mouth over. After taking a few deep breaths, Sylph finally showed some reaction. Wu Yan was overjoyed. The next moment, Sylph stood up and coughed. She spat out a mouthful of lake water as she coughed. Wu Yan finally felt relieved. He hugged Sylph and patted her back. How are you? Are you okay? Cough. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Sylph coughed a few times. She only stopped when she could no longer cough up water. Her face was as pale as a sheet, making her look even more delicate than the ice princess. She looked around in a daze. Her gaze landed on Wu Yan. When she saw how wet he was and how cold she felt, she finally remembered what happened. She shook her head weakly. I'm fine. You don't look fine at all. Wu Yan smiled bitterly when he saw Sylph's pale face. He wiped away the water droplets on her face. If you're not feeling well, it's best if you tell me. It'll be bad if something happens later. Sylph has never been treated like this before. She tilted her head awkwardly as she watched Wu Yan wipe away the water droplets on her face. Wu Yan spoke in a gentle tone while wiping away the water droplets on her face. I'm really fine. I just feel a little cold. Cold? Wu Yan didn't feel relieved when he heard Sylph. Instead, he was shocked. You're the ice princess. How can you feel cold? Indeed, Sylph is an expert in ice magic. She shouldn't feel cold. Sylph finally realized what she had just said. She was stunned for a moment, but the cold air that came from her wet clothes made her feel cold. This feeling couldn't be fake. She carefully checked her body. Suddenly, her expression changed. I can't use my mana. Huh. Wu Yan was shocked. He knew Sylph wasn't joking when she said that. He immediately tried to use his own mana. Mana surged like a tidal wave within his body. It's like a torrential river. Rumbling sounds could be heard as it flowed through his body. In the entire world of Silveria, Wu Yan's body is probably the only body that can contain this amount of mana. However, the mana that used to be so obedient is no longer under Wu Yan's control. The mana is still there, but he can't control it. Wu Yan's expression turned ugly. It seems like the reason why I fell was because I couldn't use my mana. Sylph nodded in agreement. Her expression wasn't as bad as Wu Yan's, but it's still a lot colder than usual. Wu Yan frowned as he looked at the green sky. Is there no way to use mana or combat chi in the realm of gods? That's right. If that's the case, there's no way Father didn't mention it at all. Sylph refuted Wu Yan's guess, and she gave her own answer. However, Father said that every region in the place of gods has some rather troublesome restrictions. It seems that we have now entered a region where there is no way to use magic or even do chi. This is really... Wu Yan showed a troubled expression. This is going to be troublesome. Without mana, Wu Yan will lose a lot of tricks up his sleeves. For example, the tactics in the 103,000 grimoires require magical power to perform. Without magical power, even if Wu Yan has a large number of tactics in his mind, he wouldn't be able to use any of them. Also, familiars that used mana as their bodies couldn't be released if the host lost their mana. In other words, Wu Yan can only use his superpowers and the peerless skills from infinite martial arts. Fortunately, the Gate of Babylon did not require the support of mana. The armaments inside could also be used, and the Red Jade mode could also be activated. This was good news. Even so, Wu Yan's strength has decreased by a lot. Previously, Wu Yan was able to challenge those who are stronger than him. Now, he can only fight at the level of a Tier 9 mid-tier. He can even fight at the level of a Tier 9 mid-tier if he summons his familiars, but now he can only fight at the level of a Tier 9 mid-tier. Sylph's situation is even worse. All her strength is in magic. She can't use her mana. How is she different from a normal person? It's no wonder Sylph felt cold, even though she's an expert in ice magic. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Sylph tightened her arms around her body. She looked at Wu Yan with a grim expression. Otherwise, we won't be able to deal with anything without mana. But can you still walk in your current state? Wu Yan shook his head when he saw Sylph shivering. Her face is getting paler and paler. I don't think you can walk in your current state. Hold on. Carry me and leave. Sylph said without hesitation. We'll be fine once we get out of this place. We don't even know how big this place is. Wu Yan objected. I'm afraid you'll fall sick before we even get out of here. Even if you can use your mana, you'll be weak by then. Sylph lowered her head when she heard this. Wu Yan softened his voice. You have to adjust your condition to be able to deal with what's coming next. Otherwise, it'll be too late to regret if you lose your loot in the domain of gods. But, Sylph said with a troubled expression, what if an enemy appears? You don't have to worry about that. Wu Yan smiled. I might not be able to use my mana, but I have a few combat techniques that don't require mana or impetus. I should be able to bring out the strength of a Tier 9 fighter without a problem. Sylph loosened her tense expression. Wu Yan laughed out loud at her response. Anyway, let's take off your clothes first. Chapter 10:75. In any case, take off your clothes first. This sentence was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear. It reverberated in the silent space and spread in all directions, causing the atmosphere to drop to a freezing point. Wu Yan and Sylph stared at each other. One had a smile on his face, while the other had no expression on her face. Perhaps it was because of her pale face that she suppressed the blood rushing up her body. However, Sylph stared at Wu Yen without a hint of emotion in her eyes. It made Wu Yen feel pressured. Gradually, a water droplet slid down his forehead. It's unclear whether it's a water droplet or a sweat droplet. However, the smile on his face froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sylph stared at Wu Yen. She didn't say anything, but she tightened her grip on her clothes. It's like she wants her clothes to stick to her body. It's also like she's afraid that someone might try to steal her clothes. Her eyes turned vigilant. After a moment of silence, Wu Yan's stiff smile returned to its original state. If I say I mean no harm, would you believe me? Sylph continued to stare at Wu Yan silently. Her arms tightened around her body, telling Wu Yan the answer in her heart. The smile on Wu Yan's face disappeared. He lowered his head and distanced himself from Sylph. I'll turn around. Hurry up and change out of those wet clothes. Finished. Wu Yan wanted to turn around, but Sylph's sudden words froze him in place. Where's the change of clothes? Once again, the scene returned to its silent state. Wu Yan and Sylph looked at each other without speaking. The atmosphere around them was getting colder and colder. If someone were to appear here right now, they would probably, even if someone were to appear here, they would still be in such an atmosphere. They wouldn't dare to move, right? After a long time, Wu Yan took a deep breath. He hesitated for a moment before asking, could it be you didn't bring a change of clothes? Sylph didn't answer him directly. She said indifferently, I came to the domain of gods. The meaning behind Sylph's words was clear. They came to the land of gods to search for opportunities to transform themselves, not to go on an outing or stay in a hotel. He rubbed his forehead. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that the moment I entered the place of gods, there would be so many small troubles instead of big ones. Sylph's face turned paler and paler as time went by. Her body trembled more and more violently. If this drags on, Sylph will catch a cold and have a fever. Sigh. He sighed with a headache. Wu Yan waved his hand as if he's about to explode. Since you're my fiancé, you can take your clothes off. The air around them froze. Sylph stared at Wu Yan with her icy blue eyes. Wu Yan looked like he's going all out because he can't think of a solution. Sylph's eyes flashed, and she started hesitating. Fiancé. Sylph recalled the night she forcefully kissed Wu Yan in his room. She looked at Wu Yan again and sighed in her heart. Honestly, Sylph felt that she would never do something like that to another man. Yet, she did it to Wu Yan. Sylph didn't know why she did what she did that day, but she didn't dislike that kind of intimate contact with Wu Yan. Similarly, she didn't dislike being Wu Yan's fiancé. No man has ever been able to reach such a level in Sylph's heart. Never. Sylph could still remember the time when she learned about Wu Yan's relationship with the girls at the Ailu Imperial Palace. She made a decision after learning about the relationship between Wu Yan and the girls around him. She would first get engaged and spend some time with him. If she realized that he wasn't suitable for her, she would annul the engagement. If they were suitable, she wouldn't mind serving Wu Yan with the girls around him. Memories of her time with Wu Yan flashed through Sylph's mind. Sylph understood what Wu Yan is trying to do. Let's not talk about whether or not they're suitable for each other. Wu Yan is the best person of the opposite sex that she's gotten along with at this stage. Besides, Wu Yan hugged Sylph and gave her first kiss to Wu Yan. She rarely touched Sylph's body, except when she was bathing in the shower. She tightened her grip on her clothes. She looked up at Wu Yan, who had a troubled expression on his face. Sylph sighed in her heart. If that's the case, I might as well acknowledge him. As the thought flashed through her mind, Sylph propped her trembling body up and stood up. What the hell are you doing? Wu Yen grumbled when he saw Sylph struggling to stand up. She looked like she could collapse at any moment. You can tell me what's wrong. I'll help you. Before Wu Yen could finish his sentence, Sylph's next move stunned him. His eyes bulged out of their sockets, and his jaw dropped. He couldn't stay calm any longer. The clothes that were soaked in the lake water fell to the ground with a muffled thud. A small cloud of dust and water droplets rose from the ground. Following this muffled sound that was neither light nor heavy, it was as if some kind of chemical reaction had taken place. The same sound, along with the pieces of clothing that had fallen to the ground, reverberated in a rhythmic manner. When the last piece of clothing fell to the ground, Wu Yan's pupils dilated at the sight before him. Her skin, which was as white as a pearl, sparkled under the green sky. It was like a fresh gem with a trace of dazzling luster. Her two ivory thighs were trembling slightly. They were white and flawless, without a single flaw or pollution. She was a beautiful woman. She was a beautiful woman. Exposed to the air, her round breasts didn't seem to be affected by gravity. She stood there proudly, stealing the attention of the only spectator present. Droplets of water slid down her slender collarbone and fell to the ground along with her seductive curves. Wu Yan's heart was also touched by the sight of the water droplets. Wu Yan's mind went blank after witnessing Sylph take off her clothes and expose her most beautiful secret to him. Sylph's pale face flushed red under Wu Yan's intense gaze. However, this was the best she could do. At the same time, she lost all her strength as her beautiful body was exposed to Wu Yan's eyes. She slowly fell to the ground. Wu Yan snapped out of his daze. He leaped forward and pulled Sylph's naked body into his embrace. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat when he touched Sylph's body. He almost threw her away out of reflex. Wu Yan forced himself to calm down and looked at Sylph's condition. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Sylph seemed to have used up all her energy to remove her clothes. She was panting slightly, and her face was filled with fatigue. Let's find a more secluded place. Someone might come here. To say such a sentence in such a situation was simply ambiguous to the extreme. Wu Yan's mind went blank for a second. He nodded stiffly, and he looked around in a panic. Then he hugged Sylph's smooth body, and they entered a bush that was tall enough to cover the two of them. They arrived at a small clearing. With the cover of the reeds, Sylph's tense body relaxed a little. Start a fire. You might have taken off your clothes, but you'll still be cold. Oh. Wu Yan stuttered in response. Still in a flustered state, he took out a tool that he exchanged from the system and used until now. He clumsily placed his hands on the ground and pressed a button on a certain spot. Whoosh! A warm bonfire started burning in a blink of an eye. Sylph finally stopped trembling. She sighed as she looked at Wu Yan, who still hasn't recovered from the shock of the situation. Your clothes are wet too. Take them off. Wu Yan, who was still in the middle of processing his brain, froze again. When he heard this sentence, she could only nod her head in a daze. Chapter 10, 76. The sky is blue and the ground is green. The fluorescent light is slightly distorted in this green world. The tall reeds and grass were also abnormally green. Everything here seemed to be the only color that could allow them to survive in this world. There were no signs of life, nor were there any signs of activity, although a gentle breeze would blow past this place from time to time, and this place was filled with an indescribable liveliness due to the monotonous green. The deathly stillness that permeated the air made it hard for one to breathe. However, at some point in time, within this monotonous green, there was suddenly a tiny fiery red. There is a bonfire burning in the middle of a patch of tall reeds that doesn't require any fuel. There is a crackling sound coming from the fire. It sounds like the sound of burning tree branches. The sound echoed in this eerily silent environment, adding a hint of activity to the atmosphere. Next to the bonfire, there is a black male outfit and an ice blue female outfit hanging on a tree branch. Drops of water dripped from the branches to the ground, proving that they are still wet. However, with the hot bonfire beside them, it shouldn't take much time to dry them up. Next to the bonfire and the clothes hanging on the tree branch, there is a man and a woman hugging each other, on their bodies, completely naked. I believe that if there was a lucky person who saw this scene, the first thought that would arise in their mind would definitely be the kind that is not suitable for children and would easily make people blush. Only the two of them know that even though they are hugging each other, there is not a hint of perverted thoughts in their hearts. That includes the man. They have been in this state for quite some time now. It wasn't that the two of them were intimate, but it started from the moment he hugged Sylph. From beginning to end, Wu Yan didn't let go of her. At the same time, even though it's so easy to fall in love with her, Wu Yan couldn't even muster the slightest bit of lust. It's not that Wu Yan has turned over a new leaf and has seen through the world of mortals. It's just that he still hasn't gotten his chaotic mind to work properly. In other words, Sylph did it right in front of him. After taking off the clothes, Wu Yan's mind has been blank. He still hasn't recovered from the shock. Starting a bonfire, taking off the clothes, drying the clothes, all these things. Wu Yan did all of this under Sylph's instructions while he was still muddle-headed. While hugging Sylph's naked body, he couldn't help it. It's not that Wu Yan is an idiot, or that he's too careless, or that his mental fortitude is too weak. It's just that this development came too suddenly. It happened so suddenly that Wu Yan didn't have a chance to change his mind. He could only maintain his muddle-headed state until now. As for Sylph, for some reason, she didn't ask Wu Yan to let go of her. She stayed in Wu Yan's embrace after giving her instructions. She leaned against Wu Yan's smooth skin, and she fell into a state of deep silence. Wu Yan always thought that this kind of development would only happen in his dreams. However, as he hugged Sylph's soft and supple body, he could feel the smooth sensation in his heart telling him that she's not going to give him a chance to escape. Everything was real. Sylph really did strip herself naked in front of him. Wu Yan kept replaying the scene of Sylph taking off her clothes one by one. Wu Yan's eyes were still in a daze. After a long time, he finally regained some semblance of rationality and regained his senses. Sylph's body was pressed against his. They were like a pair of lovers trying to warm each other up in a snowstorm. There wasn't even a centimeter of space between them. Sylph's pale face was now rosy again. Her body stopped trembling. Apart from the fact that she couldn't summon her mana, she was back to normal. However, Sylph didn't leave. She lowered her head and buried it in Wu Yan's chest. She didn't say a word, nor did she cover her body. She exposed herself to Wu Yan. If Wu Yan didn't feel Sylph's gaze on him, he would have thought Sylph had fainted. His hand around Sylph's waist twitched a little. Wu Yan couldn't help but have a thought when he felt the warmth and smoothness of her skin. Is this person in my arms really the Ice Princess, Sylph? If she is, why would she do something like this? If that was the case, why was her body so hot when she was as cold as ice? If that was the case, then why did she stay in his arms and not leave? Countless questions arose in Wu Yan's mind. He lowered his head and looked at the woman in his arms. The first thing he saw was her seductive body. Then he saw her round breasts that he can't ignore. Her breasts are bigger than Shoujo Misaki's. Next, Sylph's icy blue hair covered her eyes. Her eyes were barely visible. Her fair skin was tinged with a hint of red. Her face was cold and beautiful enough to cause the downfall of a kingdom. He has to admit, Sylph is beautiful. She's beautiful. At the very least, Among all the girls around him, only Violet and Ikaros can surpass Sylph in terms of temperament. In terms of appearance, Sylph isn't inferior to most of the girls. In addition, the other party was now in a state of honesty with him. This kind of beauty was even more soul-stirring. However, no matter how beautiful Sylph is, she couldn't suppress the doubts in Wu Yan's heart. Forcefully kissing her, this kind of behavior could be explained as a result of her personality. However, taking off all her clothes in front of the opposite sex, based on Sylph's personality, would she do something like that? Perhaps, but Wu Yan doesn't believe it's because of her personality, a girl's most precious secret. Even if Sylph is willing to reveal it, Kate and the imperial family wouldn't. No matter what, Sylph is still a princess. Why? Wu Yan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Sylph raised her head and met Wu Yan's gaze. She was expressionless as usual. However, Wu Yan's sharp senses told him that Sylph has changed. It's not her appearance or her personality, it's her attitude. It's her attitude towards him. Sylph shook her head and said, "I just acknowledged you." Acknowledged? Acknowledged. I admit it. Sylph nodded. She met Wu Yan's gaze head-on. "I just hope you won't forget about me when you give the women around you a proper status." Wu Yan was confused. "Are you really going to marry me?" Maybe not in the past." Sylph replied softly. The determination in her voice made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat. "But from now on, I will only marry you." "Sylph." Wu Yan avoided eye contact with Sylph, and he sighed. "Is that okay?" "Why do you ask?" "I don't believe you don't know." Wu Yan bitterly chuckled when he met Sylph's gaze. "I have a lot of women around me. I told you." Sylph didn't waver in the slightest. "I don't mind serving you with them." "I know, but that's not the problem." Wu Yan said in annoyance. "I have a lot of women around me, but I love them wholeheartedly. And so do they. But I have feelings for you." Sylph's cold voice interrupted Wu Yan. "You don't have feelings for me?" Wu Yan was speechless. Sylph closed her eyes. "From now on, I will only marry you." "Are you sure?" Wu Yan gnashed his teeth, and his eyes sharpened. "What if I kill your father in the future? What if I destroy the Ailu Empire?" Sylph raised her head and glared at Wu Yan. "I will kill you, and kill myself." "You." Wu Yan's expression was bitter. "You are incurable. What's your answer?" Sylph asked. "Marry, or not? Marry. Why not?" Wu Yan glared at Sylph. He reached out with both hands, and he rubbed her plump breasts. "I hope you don't regret this. My body, I can't take it away. Father will be angry." Sylph grabbed Wu Yan's hand and got up. "The rest is up to you." Wu Yan couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed Sylph's head, and he pressed it down on her. The ripples continued without stopping. Chapter 10:77. Perhaps it was because there was no night in the land of gods, but after 10 hours or so, the sky was still as green as ever. There was no change in the sky at all. Among the reeds on the rack, his wet clothes were already dried. He picked up his clothes and put them on one by one. His face showed an absent-minded expression. If one were to look closely, they would notice that his line of sight is constantly looking at the green lake not far away. Sylph is squatting on the shore of the lake. She's fully dressed. She's feeding herself mouthfuls of water from the lake. However, she's not drinking water. Humans can't drink the water from the lake. She's just rinsing her mouth. Wu Yan sighed with a strange look in his eyes. He had a bitter expression on his face. No one would have thought that not long ago, the icy princess, Sylph, tried to force a wolf to marry her. She even had sex with him. Even now, Wu Yan is still doubting whether what happened to him is real or not. As mentioned before, everything happened too fast. Even though the wolf had licked the beautiful princess from head to toe and the beautiful princess had served the wolf comfortably, he still felt like he was in a dream. It was not real and not real. It's too unbelievable. However, the truth is that Wu Yan did have intimate contact with Sylph. Even if it didn't devour the ice princess, the ripple it created was on the same level as devouring Sylph. Or rather, it's a little too crazy. Recalling how Sylph did what he asked her to do, Wu Yan's heart burned with passion. He wanted to charge at her again. He wanted to push Sylph down. At this time, Sylph also walked over from the lake. Her face is still expressionless. Even though she lost her mana, she's still expressionless. Sylph's cold aura didn't weaken in the slightest. Believe it, looking at Sylph's current state, no one would believe that it was only a short while ago. Not long ago, she was kneeling in front of a wolf. If he didn't feel Sylph's gaze softening, Wu Yan would have suspected that she's teasing him. Wu Yan shook his head, and he calmed himself down. He looked at Sylph with a serious expression. "Are you okay? Don't you need to rest?" "No need." "There's no need." Sylph gave a curt reply. "My body is fine now. I can move normally." "I see." Wu Yan nodded. He knew it's useless to persuade her. "Then we should start looking for the entrance to the core palace." Wu Yan looked around at the lush greenery around him. He felt a bit troubled. But how are we supposed to find it? As long as we can gain the recognition of the divine tree will open the door to the core palace to us. Sylph said with a frown, "There's no need to look for the entrance. That's true." Wu Yan nodded and chuckled. "If that's the case, let's take it one step at a time. First, let's leave this area." Sylph looked at Wu Yan. "Your mana is sealed. Your strength is greatly reduced. I can't use my full power either. If we don't leave this area soon, we won't be able to pass the Guardian Tree's test." "Is that so?" Wu Yan scratched his cheeks, and he grinned. "I think the Guardian Tree's test is already here." Sylph was stunned for a moment before she realized what Kiran was implying. "You mean to say that leaving this area while our powers are restricted is a test the Guardian Tree has set for us?" "It's just a guess." Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. "But it's very likely," Sylph pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That's true. Our mana wouldn't be sealed if there's no reason for it. That's why we just need to leave this area." Wu Yan snapped his fingers, and the gate of Babylon began to ripple. A sword hilt with a weathered aura came out of the gate of Babylon and landed in Wu Yan's hand. At the same time, a black and transparent bow with a beautiful and elegant appearance like a black crystal appeared as well. It was Nya, Jian Shana, and Meteor Knight. "Fortunately, even though my mana is sealed, I still have a certain amount of power left. It shouldn't be a problem for me to deal with some dangerous situations." Wu Yan tightened his grip on Nyatan Shana, and he handed Meteor Shower to Sylph. "You can use this. This is your armament." Sylph's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as she accepted the Meteor Shower. "It's a gold armament." Wu Yan nodded and smiled. "It's called Meteor Knight. Even ordinary people can use it, but you can't use it casually. You have to look at the situation. Its power is enough to destroy everything in your field of vision." Sylph's expression turned serious. She tightened her grip on the Meteor Knight and looked at Wu Yan meaningfully. "Such a powerful armament. Can you just hand it over to me like this?" "All right." Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Wu Yan hugged Sylph's slender waist and planted a kiss on her soft cheeks. "If a gold armament can be exchanged for a princess, I will go and find 10 more of the same." Wu Yan raised an eyebrow, and he smirked at Sylph. "What about you? Can you find 10 more Sylphs?" Sylph's eyes trembled. She shook her head and spoke in a soft voice. There is only one Sylph, and only one Sylph that belongs to you. That's enough. Wu Yan interrupted Sylph with a bitter smile. If you keep talking, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist pouncing on you. Sylph lowered her head. The corner of her lips slowly curled into a smile. Perhaps due to the fact that mana and impetus are restricted in this realm, Wu Yan and Sylph didn't encounter any danger along the way. It's only natural that the divine tree would test those who enter the domain of gods. It's to give them a chance to obtain good fortune, not to take their lives. The three gods who built the domain of gods wouldn't allow their descendants to encounter danger in the domain of gods. That's why even though there are all sorts of obstacles in the domain of gods, it's not to the point of risking one's life. There's no doubt that if a demonic beast were to enter this realm where mana and impetus are restricted, even if it's only a rank 1 demonic beast, it's enough to devour anyone who enters this realm. Since there's such a restriction, there shouldn't be anyone who possesses a certain level of power in this green realm. Only a special existence, like Wu Yan, would be able to wield such power in this realm, right? With Sylph in his arms, Wu Yan used his taser ability to control invisible iron sand to wrap around his limbs. He flew at a low altitude and continued forward. This method of using iron sand to propel his body into flight, he hasn't used it since he gained mana. After all, compared to this kind of flying method, the flying tactics in the 103,000 grimoires are much more flexible, and the speed is also faster than using iron sand. He didn't think he'd be able to use this method again after such a long time. Of course, even with the ability to fly, Wu Yan is still flying at an altitude of less than 10 meters above the ground. He doesn't want to free fall again due to some kind of accident. Wu Yan maintained a steady speed as he flew in one direction. They don't have a map of the domain of gods, so they can only use this stupid method. If they keep flying in one direction, they'll leave this area sooner or later. With this thought in mind, Wu Yan continued to fly. His speed wasn't fast, but he left behind a series of afterimages. However, the scene that appeared in front of him caused him to be in a difficult position. He suddenly stopped and looked ahead with Sylph. Both of them frowned. That's because there's no path in front of them. No, to be more precise, everything in front of them is covered by a green mist. Chapter 10:78. The emerald green, smoke-like fog was like clouds that came from the distant sky. Wisps of green light flickered faintly. The green fog covered everything in front of it. As it moved, one could vaguely see the shadows of trees and rocks rippling along with the fog. Mist. Floating in front of the green mist, Wu Yan and Sylph exchanged glances. They both hesitated. Should they go in or not? Although there was no danger in the land of God due to its uniqueness, there were things that were more important than danger in the land of God that people could not overlook. It's the test of the divine tree. No one knew what kind of test the guardian tree would give them, or what method they would use to pass the test. There was no way to be sure of these things. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. If he wandered around recklessly because there was no danger in the God Spirit land, he would not be able to pass the Guardian Divine Trees test. He would have to wait for another 10 years before he could enter the God Spirit land again. To the people who entered the place of gods, the test to protect the tree of gods was something they had to pay more attention to than danger. If there is a trial for the guardian tree in this misty land, Wu Yan and Sylph will have to enter it. But when one's vision is limited, there are many accidents that can happen. Let's go in. Sylph looked at Wu Yan and said while Wu Yan was still hesitating, "Don't forget that the domain of gods is only open for 10 days. We've already wasted a day." Wu Yan sighed when he heard Sylph's words. "You're right. Time is limited. We don't have time to waste here." Wu Yan's forehead flashed with lightning as he slowly descended to the ground. In a situation where vision was limited, it was best to move forward on foot. Flying around randomly would only increase the number of accidents. Sylph held Shauna tightly in her hand and Meteor Shower in her other hand. Both of them held each other's hands. "Don't let go of my hand after we enter," Wu Yan said in a low voice. He said to Sylph, "I don't want to get separated." Sylph nodded, but her hand tightened. She expressed her wish. Wu Yan took a deep breath and led Sylph into the green mist. They're not sure if it's a psychological effect or if it's real, but they're in the middle of the green mist. Wu Yan and Sylph both felt that the mist was very cold. In addition, the green fog looked like some kind of poisonous gas, so the two walked very cautiously. Even their footsteps slowed down. Nietono no Shauna's blade started burning with red lotus flames. Even so, it couldn't increase Wu Yan and Sylph's field of vision. The heat didn't affect the mist at all. The mist continued to spread, and their visibility was very low. Everything in front of him is covered in mist. Only the flames on the Nietono Shauna emitted a different color. The surroundings are silent. Not even the chirping of birds or beasts can be heard. After walking for a while, Wu Yan started to feel a bit depressed. "Hey, Sylph, is it really okay for us to continue like this?" Wu Yan felt a little restless. He wanted to say something. "We don't even know the direction. Sooner or later, we'll get lost in this mist." Sylph said. Wu Yan continued to walk forward while waiting for Sylph's reply. He waited for a few minutes, but Sylph didn't say a word. Wu Yan felt a little helpless. "Well, I know you don't talk much, but at least talk to me. If you treat me like an outsider, I'll lose my sense of superiority." Sylph's mocking tone echoed in the green mist, but she didn't respond to him at all. Wu Yan was a little dissatisfied. He shook Sylph's hand and turned around. "Hey, you should at least say something." As Wu Yan spoke, a pair of red eyes shifted behind him. Just as he was about to face Sylph's cold face, an unexpected scene entered his vision. What appeared in front of Wu Yan wasn't Sylph's slender body. Instead, it was a body made up of green mist. Thick tree roots crawled around the body. The hands of this body were made up of two green pythons, one of which Wu Yan is holding in his hand. The head that should be Sylph's cold and beautiful face is a head without a face. It's filled with small snakes crawling around like a beehive. Goosebumps rose all over his body. His wine-red pupils shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Hiss! Almost at the same time, the green python in Wu Yan's hand let out a long hiss and opened its huge mouth, revealing sharp fangs that gleamed with a cold light. It shot out like a spring and viciously bit Wu Yan's arm. Wu Yan felt a sharp pain in his arm. His mind that was in a state of chaos due to the sudden change of events finally came to a realization. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. The flames on the Nietono no Shauna expanded and engulfed Wu Yan's entire body. The flames crawled through the python that bit his arm and climbed up the green mist figure that was crawling with snakes and pythons. Ugh! The green mist figure let out a pitiful cry, like a baby, as it was engulfed by the red lotus flame. The green mist figure was covered by the red lotus flame. Amidst the cries and hisses of snakes, it didn't take long for the green mist figure to be incinerated into nothingness along with the python and small snake. Not even a trace of them was left behind. The red lotus flame that burned on the surface of the Nin Temple Shauna retracted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wu Yan's appearance was revealed. However, his expression was ugly. When did this happen? Wu Yan gritted his teeth and suppressed the shock in his heart. His expression was ashen. His strength may be greatly reduced, but he still has the strength of a Tier 9 fighter. Yet, he didn't even notice that he was holding onto a python and a monster following behind him. This wasn't a big deal. After all, this was the land of gods, and the one in charge of it was the guardian tree. It wasn't strange for anything to happen here, but the most important thing was, where the hell did Sylph go? Looking around, all he could see was green mist. There wasn't even a shadow of a person in sight. Damn it! Wu Yen tightened his grip on Neen Temple Shana. Just as he was about to come up with a plan, a wave of dizziness came from the depths of his mind. The scene in front of him started to shake, and his mind went blank. His vision became blurry as time passed. Wu Yen was overcome by a strong sense of drowsiness. He lost his balance and knelt down on one knee. Resisting the drowsiness that came from an unknown source, Wu Yen turned his hazy eyes towards his arm. There, the two bloody holes where the python bit him. And it's slowly recovering. Obviously, this inexplicable drowsiness must be related to being bitten by the python. Wu Yan's expression turned even uglier after he understood the situation. If the python was poisonous, then Wu Yan's terrifying vitality and recovery ability as a true ancestor shouldn't be affected at all. However, Wu Yan was already affected. This proves that the python's poison isn't a life-threatening poison. It's just a hypnotic effect. After all, there was nothing life-threatening in the land of gods. The python only had the ability to hypnotize people, so it was understandable. But for Wu Yan, he'd rather be poisoned instead. At the very least, poison can't kill a true ancestor like him. However, hypnosis, which isn't very harmful, can affect a true ancestor. The bad thing is that Wu Yan can't use his mana to dispel the hypnotic effect. He can't use spells to counter it either. Seriously, Wu Yan forced a smile as a drop of sweat rolled down his forehead. This is going to be troublesome. After that, heavy drowsiness overtook his consciousness. Wu Yan couldn't resist the strong drowsiness. He closed his eyes and collapsed. Chapter 10, 79. When he regained consciousness, Wu Yan groaned in pain as he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Shaking his head, Wu Yan clutched his head as he struggled to stand up. When he finally stood up, he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that entered his vision was the blood-red light of the setting sun. When Wu Yan saw the scene at dusk, he froze in place in astonishment. Sunset? Sunset? Wu Yan scratched his head. He's confused. Before he lost consciousness, he was still in a green world, trapped in a green mist. Why did everything return to normal the moment he woke up? Did the mist dissipate? Is this what the mist looks like? Wu Yan tilted his head in bewilderment. So, there are normal places in the land of gods too? Wu Yan shook his head as he mocked her. Then, he recalled something, and he lifted his head abruptly. Sylph. Sylph is gone. Wu Yan subconsciously scanned his surroundings. What appeared in front of him made him flabbergasted. Not only did the green fog dissipate, the green world disappeared, the setting sun appeared, and the surroundings returned to normal. Even the scenery had completely changed. Currently, Wu Yan is standing on a long red carpet. Around him are wooden benches arranged in 2 rows that stretched all the way to the end of the hall. The surroundings were filled with flower petals, and the crisp sound of bells reverberated in the air. It sounded like the bells of Christmas, but there were some subtle differences. It gave people an involuntary feeling of happiness. Taking in his surroundings, Wu Yan's eyes are filled with confusion. Where am I? Why does this look like a wedding venue? People get married in the domain of gods? Wu Yan couldn't help but reach out his hand to scratch his face out of habit. However, when he extended his hand, he discovered his sleeves are white. No, or rather, it should be said that the clothes he was wearing now were white. Furthermore, it was a pure white suit. Looking at his current outfit, he's flabbergasted. This is a wedding. It can't be me, right? Very soon, someone answered his question. Yen, why are you still here? Don't you know everyone is waiting for you? A light voice came from behind him, waking him up from his stupor. He reflexively turned around and looked behind him. And with that one look, Wu Yan's expression changed. The owner of the voice is a beautiful girl. Her long chestnut-colored hair fluttered in the wind, mixing with the petals around her. As it rose and fell, it emitted a charming fragrance, making people wonder if it was the fragrance of the young girl or the petals. The color of her eyes was also chestnut-colored, which matched her elegant long hair extremely well. However, what was most eye-catching was that it was still that peerlessly beautiful face that was pouting coquettishly. The girl put her hands on her hips and leaned forward. She looked at Wu Yan like she's looking at a naughty child. Her beautiful face is full of coquettish pouting, but there's an unconcealable sense of happiness on her face. It's a testament to how happy she is right now. She's wearing a white suit. She's not very slender, but her curves are very beautiful. The hem of the suit rippled in the wind. It's eye-catching. It's a wedding dress. She's wearing a wedding dress with a coquettish expression. The girl standing not far away from him muttered the girl's name in a dumbfounded manner. Asuna, that's right. The girl standing in front of Wu Yan is Asuna. He hasn't seen her in a long time. She's Wu Yan's real fiancée. This. Wu Yan's heart is filled with uncontrollable ecstasy as he stared at Asuna's smiling face. At the same time, he's also confused. Why are you here? Huh. The smile on Asuna's face froze, and a dangerous look appeared on her face. Are you going to tell me that you don't know why you're here? That. Looking at the familiar expression of the lover he hasn't seen for a long time, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel happy, and at the same time, he couldn't help but laugh. If you can tell me, I'll be happy. You. Asuna stared at Wu Yan angrily. She then helplessly covered her forehead. I thought that other than being muddle-headed when you sleep late in the morning, you're usually very smart. Asuna then angrily shouted at Wu Yan. Did you forget that today is our wedding day? Yes. Wu Yan was stunned. Wedding? What's with that look on your face? Asuna raged when she saw Wu Yan's incredulous look. Is it that weird to marry me? Or are you going back on your words? No. Wu Yan shook his head. It doesn't matter what's going on. He wants to marry Asuna. You know how I feel about you. Asuna's expression eased up a bit. She hugged Wu Yan's arm, and she hugged his arm. Forget it. No matter what, everyone is waiting for us to enter. Let's go. Asuna grabbed Wu Yan's arm and led him forward. Wu Yan followed Asuna in a daze. As the two of them walked, a beautiful church gradually appeared in front of the two of them. On both sides of the church, a group of people who were gathered together turned their heads in unison when they heard the footsteps. Immediately, they burst into laughter and cheered at the same time. Yo, we've been waiting for you. What a model couple. A young man waved at Wu Yan and Asuna. I thought you guys were late for your own wedding. The one who said this is a man with stubble on his chin. He looks like he's been through a lot. It's impossible for Yen to be late for something like this, said a young man standing at the side with a friendly smile. Well, you're not shy, are you? After all, we're getting married. Although I've already experienced it once and saw. This was a burly man with a stocky back and a bear-like waist. He was tall and had dark skin. Listening to the teasing of the four, Wu Yan was surprised. Kirito, Klein, Keita, Agile, Oniai-chan, you're here. A girl with a gentle and timid expression greeted Wu Yan with a smile. If you didn't come, everyone would have gone to find you. Well, I think there's no way they wouldn't come. A young girl stepped forward and laughed loudly. After all, let's not talk about this for now. Our Ming Ri Nai has always been thinking about getting married. Yeah. A cute girl with 2 ponytails nodded and said enviously, marriage is a beautiful thing. Wu Yen, Annie-sen, and Asuna, Annie-sen will definitely take it seriously. You have me to thank for that. The last girl standing with the other 3 puffed out her chest proudly. I'm the one who planned this wedding. See, Liz, Silica, Cheyenne. Wu Yen opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Of course, just because he didn't say anything doesn't mean the others didn't say anything either. Okay, the wedding is about to start. Let's go. Let's go. Wu Yan and Asuna, who blushed but still had a beautiful smile on her face, were pushed forward by a group of men and women. On the high platform, there was already a petite figure with long, straight, black hair standing there. When she saw Wu Yan and Asuna, a big smile appeared on her face. Daddy, Mommy, congratulations. It's Yui. Asuna giggled before Wu Yan could process what she just said. Thank you, Yui. Yui shook her head and said, I'm Mommy and Daddy's daughter. I'm the happiest person to see Mommy and Daddy get married. You don't have to thank me. Yui walked up to Wu Yan and handed him a box containing a ring with a sweet smile on her face. Daddy, I'll leave Mommy to you. Chapter 1080. Daddy, I'll leave Mommy to you. The young and tender voice was clearly heard by everyone present. Everyone revealed a kind smile and started to shout. Ring exchange, ring exchange, ring exchange, ring exchange, ring exchange. For a moment, the entire church was filled with rhythmic shouts, making the atmosphere of the church extremely lively. Asuna, one of the people involved, blushed a little. Asuna's chestnut-colored eyes stared at Wu Yan's face. She didn't look away for even a second. Her eyes were filled with hope. Asuna's breathtakingly beautiful face coupled with her flawless white wedding dress. In this world, there was probably no one who had the ability to refuse to personally put on the wedding ring for such a beautiful girl under this kind of gaze, let alone Wu Yan, who has been married to Asuna for a long time. He looked at Asuna's hopeful face, and then at the sparkling diamond wedding ring. Wu Yan didn't know what was going on. He didn't know how to react to this sudden turn of events. He reached out and picked up the wedding ring. Wu Yan remembered the wedding ring in his hand. It's the wedding ring he bought when he proposed to Asuna before leaving the Dominion of Swords. Now, he finally had the chance to put the ring on Asuna's finger in front of all of her friends and family. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel excited when he thought about this. He held Asuna's hand, and everyone held their breaths as they watched Asuna's happy and hopeful expression. Slowly, he put the ring on her hand. Yen, just as he was about to put the ring on Asuna's gloved hand, a familiar and anxious voice echoed in Wu Yan's mind and interrupted him. Asuna paused for a second. She looked at Wu Yan in confusion. She didn't understand why he suddenly stopped. Beside him, Yui exclaimed softly, Daddy, what's wrong? Yui tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve as she urged him to hurry up. Hurry up and put the ring on Mommy. Mommy is waiting for you. Oh. Like a clumsy child, Wu Yan nodded his head in a hurry. While continuing with his actions, he started to get suspicious. Was that an illusion? Yen, wake up. Yen, this time the voice is clearer and more anxious than before. Just as Wu Yan is starting to get suspicious, the voice echoed in his mind again. After confirming that he didn't mishear, Wu Yan's expression changed. He stopped what he was doing. The smile on Asuna's face disappeared. Around them, Yui, Kirito, Klein, Suda, Agile, Sachi, Liz, Sheely, Cheyenne, and other friends looked at each other and frowned. Yen, what are you doing? Hurry up and put the ring on your wife. She's been waiting for you. Yen, Daddy. Voices of reproach and urging came from the crowd. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile helplessly. He lowered his hand that was holding the wedding ring. Yandaddy, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, everyone's voice began to contain traces of anger. Asuna even forced a smile, her eyes filled with heart-wrenching sadness. Yen, are you not going to marry me? Looking at the sadness in her eyes, Wu Yan's heart would have clenched into a ball if it was in the past. He would have crushed her to pieces if he saw her like this. But this time, Wu Yan wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he had a gentle smile on his face. He reached out and caressed Asuna's smooth cheek. The warmth of her skin tugged at Wu Yan's heartstrings. The smile on his face grew gentler. Why wouldn't I want to marry you? Wu Yan shook his head mockingly. He looked into Asuna's eyes. I want to marry you all the time. I want to marry you more than you do. Then why don't I put the ring on your finger? Wu Yan interrupted Asuna, and he tossed the wedding ring away without hesitation. Because I don't want to put this fake ring on your finger. In his eyes, the bewilderment that had been present since he woke up completely disappeared. Wu Yan's voice resounded. The person I want to marry isn't the fake you. The fake me? Asuna didn't know what Wu Yan was talking about. She didn't know what he was talking about. But Wu Yan didn't care. He was still caressing Asuna's cheek. I am sorry. Asuna, please wait for me for a little while longer. Wu Yan hugged Asuna, and he closed his eyes. His voice was soft, but his determination didn't leave a trace of doubt in his voice. Soon, we will be able to see each other. At that time, we'll have a good discussion on how to hold our wedding ceremony. Although you will be very angry at that time, you might even ignore me. After all, you're not the only one I want to marry. But Asuna, please believe me, I do love you, so Asuna, please wait for me. And he stepped forward and kissed Asuna's forehead. Thank you for letting me see the face of the person I haven't seen in a long time. His voice trailed off. Kacha, Kacha, Kacha. The sound of glass shattering came from all around. One after another, the sound of glass shattering drowned out all other sounds. Space started to distort and spin like a whirlpool. It didn't take long for it to shatter inch by inch. The entire church shattered into pieces. His friends and family, Kirito, Yui, and even Asuna in front of Wu Yan were affected by the extreme distortion of space. It was as if they were in a mirror. They slowly dissipated as the mirror shattered. Heaven and earth turned into chaos. In the land of gods, amidst the green mist, Wu Yan, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes. He bounced up and stabilized himself. His face was covered in sweat. It was as if he just had a terrible nightmare. In fact, Wu Yan's dream wasn't a nightmare. It was a beautiful dream, but it didn't make him feel relieved. You brat, you finally woke up. Suddenly, a childish voice filled with inconceivable majesty reverberated within Wu Yan's body. This voice is the same one that woke Wu Yan up when he fell into the dream world. It's you, Natsuki. Wu Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He said gratefully, Thank goodness you woke me up, or else you might have to keep sleeping like this. Natsuki's harsh reprimand struck Wu Yan's mind. You idiot! If I hadn't sensed that your condition was a little abnormal and woke you up in time, I'm afraid you would have been immersed in that beautiful dream and slept for a long time. I didn't expect this either. Wu Yan exhaled heavily. I thought being bitten by the snake would only make me sleep for a short period of time. I didn't expect it to create a dream. It's a dream created by a loophole in my heart. It's really... Wu Yan's life in the Sword and Saber Dominion dungeon is pretty much perfect. Not only did he get to know a bunch of good friends, he also got himself a perfect lover and a cute and obedient daughter. Isn't this kind of dungeon life worthy of being called perfect? If there's one regret, it's that he didn't get to give Asuna a proper wedding when he left the Sword Saber Dominion. But that can't be helped. Asuna still has parents, and she's only 18 years old. It won't be easy for her to get married. But he didn't expect that this regret would be exploited to create such a dream. If Natsuki didn't wake him up in time, it wouldn't have been dangerous. It's just a dream. But by then, Wu Yan would have had to sleep in the realm of gods for a full 10 days before being sent out. It's a different kind of danger. Chapter 1081. After this incident, Wu Yan was able to confirm one thing. The final obstacle of the so-called test of the guardian tree was that it wanted to waste the 10 days of the trial in the realm of gods for nothing. If they failed to pass the guardian tree's test and enter the core palace within 10 days, they'll lose their chance. Take Wu Yan, for example. If Natsuki didn't wake him up in time, he would have been immersed in his blissful life with Asuna and Yui. He would have spent 10 days in his dream before the guardian tree teleported him out of the domain of gods. It seems like I'll have to be careful. Realizing this, Wu Yan's vigilance went up. He doesn't want to be sent out of the realm of gods without even seeing what the core palace looks like. Even if the ring of power wasn't involved, it wouldn't do him any good. Will my magic power be restricted in this area? Natsuki's consciousness that entered Wu Yan's body became cautious. In other words, you won't be able to summon your familiars in this area. Yes, familiars are a collection of mana with their own consciousness. Before they're released from their master's body, they're nothing more than a body of consciousness. In the end, the process of vampires releasing familiars was to awaken the consciousness of the familiars that were hibernating in their bodies. The vampires would then use their own mana to create a body based on the consciousness of the familiars and release them from their bodies. Familiars, on the other hand, are nothing more than a body of consciousness before they're released. For example, Gu Cheng's familiars would go berserk. When a familiar goes berserk, Koju can't even control his own body. That's because the berserk familiar is extracting mana from his body to create its own body. Otherwise, Koju wouldn't be in so much pain. That's why, without mana, the familiars can only remain in their body of consciousness. As the host, Wu Yan can't even borrow their power, let alone release them. Looks like we won't be able to help you. Natsuki's blunt voice entered Wu Yan's mind. It's best if you leave this area as soon as possible. Otherwise, with your current means, you won't be able to escape. With your current strength, you won't be able to defend against the guardian tree's endless barricades. I was thinking the same thing. Wu Yan nodded. He looked around at the green mist. But before that, we have to find Sylph first. Hurry up if you can. Natsuki's voice was as stern as it was back when she was still an offensive officer. The mist here is a little strange. The sooner we leave, the less likely we'll get into trouble. Wu Yan's expression turned serious. In terms of strength, Natsuki might not even be a match for me before she transformed into a familiar, but she had spent a full 10 years as an attack mage, dealing with magical disasters and dealing with demons. She had encountered almost all kinds of strange things. Her rich experience allowed her to see through the essence of strange things. If she says the mist is a little strange, then she's probably right. Right away. Wu Yan didn't waste any more time. He closed his eyes and tried to sense Sylph's presence. Now that he has lost his mana, he can't use any detection or search-type tactics. Trying to find someone in this thick fog is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Sylph still has Meteor Shower with her. Meteor Shower is Wu Yan's noble artifact. He is the only one who can use it. If someone else wants to use it, he must agree to it. A noble relic is a miracle of materialization. It's the crystallization of longing. It's the ultimate weapon made from fantasy. In other words, a noble relic isn't a physical existence. The green mist permeated the air. Wu Yan closed his eyes and immersed himself in sensing the surroundings. He's trying to locate Meteor Shower. Soon, a faintly discernible connection appeared in his senses. Opening his eyes, Wu Yan dashed towards a certain direction. His extreme speed created a shock wave that blew away the green mist around him. Wherever he passed, a tornado-like vortex was created. It looked like the green mist was forcefully sliced apart, leaving behind a trail. However, it didn't take long for the surrounding green mist to fill in the gap and completely cover up the trail. Grasping that connection, Wu Yan turned into a blur as he dashed forward at breakneck speed. He could feel the meteor shower closing in on him. Sylph, she's right there. Wu Yan looked at the green mist in front of him. When he was less than 10 meters away from where he sensed Sylph's presence, he increased his speed to cover the distance. At the next moment, the familiar icy blue figure finally appeared in front of Wu Yan. Delighted, Wu Yan opened his mouth and wanted to shout, but when he saw the situation inside the green mist, his expression froze. Even his flying body stopped. His expression changed a few times before it turned into a look of astonishment. Hearing the commotion, the figure in the green mist turned around and looked in Wu Yan's direction. Her icy blue eyes flickered for a brief moment before returning to normal. She turned around and looked at Wu Yan without saying a word. This was to be expected, because now was not the time to leisurely greet others. Wu Yan was stunned. He looked at the two figures in front of him and didn't know how to react. That's right. There are two figures. Of course, Wu Yan wouldn't have reacted like this just because of the two figures. More importantly, the two figures in front of him looked like they were in full view. They have the same icy blue hair, the same icy blue eyes, the same icy blue feathered clothes, and the same icy cold face. Everything. They are exactly the same. There are two sylphs. Wu Yan took a step back when he saw the two sylphs aiming their meteor shower at each other. He became cautious. Is this another dream? No, it's not a dream. If it's a dream, it's impossible for a pure consciousness like me to be immersed in it. Natsuki's voice echoed in Wu Yan's mind. It's probably an illusion. Illusion? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at the two figures. So, you're saying that these two sylphs might be fake. To be precise, one of them is fake. Natsuki explained, without hesitation. After all, a person can be fake, but an artifact can't be fake. But Wu Yan was confused when he heard Natsuki's explanation. But even though I can sense the presence of meteor shower, I can't tell which of the two sylphs' meteor showers is the real one. Since it's a dream and an illusion, it shouldn't be difficult to fool your senses. Natsuki said softly. She was also observing the two sylphs in front of her. If it wasn't for the fact that your artifact is an illusion artifact, you wouldn't even be able to sense where it's at. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. He has to admit that Natsuki is telling the truth. Wu Yan scanned the two sylphs back and forth, trying to distinguish the real one from the fake. Unfortunately, the two sylphs' actions, expressions, and demeanor are exactly the same. Even their bone-chilling aura was displayed in front of him. He couldn't tell which one was the real one. The two sylphs were aiming their meteor shower at each other. Their hands were on the bowstring as if they were ready to draw the bowstring at any moment. Their icy blue eyes were locked on each other as if they didn't realize that Wu Yan was standing on the other side. Their actions fit the sylph's personality perfectly. It's impossible to tell them apart. Chapter 1082. In the green fog, the two beautiful ice blue figures stood facing each other from a distance. From beginning to end, they didn't say a word. They just pointed their weapons at each other, but didn't react at all. This made Wu Yan feel a little troubled. Usually, in such a situation, the best way to deal with it was to let the two parties open their mouths to explain themselves. Then, they could extract useful information from their words and see through the fake. However, with Sylph's personality, Even if she was asked to explain or divulge some useful information, she probably wouldn't do it. A normal person would have tried to prove that they're the real Wu Yan. However, Sylph remained expressionless. Wu Yan didn't know if she didn't care about Wu Yan seeing through her disguise, or if she didn't want Wu Yan to see through her disguise. If it weren't for the fact that she lost all of her power, she would have attacked Wu Yan already. Usually, Sylph's cold personality is considered to be very otherworldly, but now, her cold attitude has made the situation even more difficult to deal with. Wu Yan felt a headache coming on. He looked at Sylph on the left, and he hesitated for a bit before he asked her in a hesitant tone, "You're Sylph?" The Sylph on the left glanced at Wu Yan, and she nodded in response. It's obvious she's telling Wu Yan that she's the real one. However, the Sylph on the left didn't say a single word. There's no way to prove that she's the real Sylph. It should be said that only Sylph would be able to maintain such a cold attitude in a situation like this. However, the Sylph on the right didn't even try to explain herself when the Sylph on the left nodded. She continued staring at Wu Yan as if she wasn't afraid that Wu Yan would believe her. Her behavior. Only Sylph would be able to do that. Wu Yan, who didn't get the right answer, turned to the Sylph on the right. "Your Sylph?" The Sylph on the right didn't even look at Wu Yan. After a while, she spat out a few words in a soft voice. "She's a fake. Yan Jian. Yi Jia." Her attitude was still cold, but who would be able to distinguish the truth from the lies with just one sentence? Wu Yan felt a headache coming on. At this moment, Natsuki spoke. "Try using the system's sense." Wu Yan was stunned. He quickly activated the system's sense. A stream of light flashed through his wine-red pupils. "Sylph, Ailu, level 74. Sylph, Ailu, level 74. Wu Yan's expression changed after he received the system's information. Even the system can't tell who's real and who's fake. Natsuki, who is connected to Wu Yan, heard the same thing. She lowered her voice. With the system's mystical abilities, it should be able to tell who's real and who's fake. "I think so, too." Wu Yan sighed. Instead, he answered, "But didn't you just say that my senses would be somewhat clouded in here?" "You're saying," Natsuki said, "it's not that the system can't tell who's real and who's fake. It's just that you received the wrong information. That should be it." Wu Yan bitterly smiled. He looked at the green mist. "Natsuki, you said that there's something strange about this fog. Could it be that it's the cause of this?" "That's possible," Natsuki replied. "It's very normal for a gas-like fog to invade your body when you breathe. Under such circumstances, it's not strange for it to obscure your brain's senses." "Then what should I do?" Wu Yan's expression turned bitter. "You have a different consciousness from me. Can't you help me?" "It's because we have different consciousnesses that I was able to wake you up when you fell into a dream," Natsuki explained in a calm voice. "But don't forget, I'm still in your body. I can't directly access information from the outside world. I can only access information from the outside world by sharing your consciousness. Therefore, I can directly share the things you see with your consciousness. Naturally, this includes the illusions you see. It's fine if it's a dream. At least I can tell that you're in a deep sleep. But in an illusion, what you see is what I see, and what you sense is what I sense. How can I tell? This is really..." Wu Yan gritted his teeth. He waved his hand. Behind him, Wang Caibao's crimson space rippled. A red spear shot out and landed in Wu Yan's hand. It's the fantasy killer that can destroy all abilities. Wu Yan took a deep breath after brandishing the fantasy killer. "Since it's an illusion, I should be able to break it with the fantasy killer, right?" Wu Yan said it out loud. He didn't say it in his mind. The two sylphs heard him and turned to look at the red spear in Wu Yan's hand. One of them had a ripple in her eyes when she heard Wu Yan's words. Are you sure? On the other hand, Natsuki refuted Wu Yan's words. Maybe the fake sylph wasn't created by any special ability, but a natural phenomenon like a mirage. Fata Morgana. Wu Yan furrowed his brows. Can Fata Morgana imitate a person's actions and language? That's hard to say. After all, this is their territory. Natsuki sighed after saying that. Besides, are you really willing to stab your mistress with this spear? Wu Yan fell into silence. He felt helpless in his heart. Looks like I'll have to spend some points to find a way from the system. That's the only way. Natsuki agreed. Just as Wu Yan was about to open the system's list, Sylph put down her meteor shower and walked towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan paused. He stopped his hand that was about to pull up the system list. He looked at Sylph walking towards him with a frown on his face. He raised his guard and raised his guard. Sylph stopped in front of Wu Yan and locked eyes with Wu Yan. They stared at each other for a while before Sylph reached out and placed her hand on Fantasy Killer in Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan's frown deepened when he saw this. What are you doing? Sylph looked at Wu Yan. Chapter 1083. The green fog that had been slowly drifting in the surroundings suddenly rolled up violently. Full, the wind howled as the green mist swirled around Wu Yan and Sylph like a tornado. Wu Yan and Sylph were trapped in the center of the tornado. Wu Yan and Sylph froze and took a step back. Wu Yan extended his hand and shielded Sylph behind him. The Nyama no Shana in his left hand lit up with a bright red flame that illuminated Wu Yan's tense expression. He held Fantasy Killer in his right hand and pointed it diagonally to the ground to protect Sylph. When Sylph raised her meteor shower again, Wu Yan turned his attention to the fake Sylph. Wu Yan watched as the fake Sylph's expression turned sluggish. She looked like a lifelike doll. It was only at this moment that the fake Sylph finally revealed her impersonation. Of course, Wu Yan wasn't concerned about the fake Sylph. The real reason why his expression turned ugly and Sylph couldn't remain calm was because there were figures standing behind the fake Sylph. Those figures were none other than Sylph. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Looking at the sea of Sylph, Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wu Yan sighed at the same time. After the Misaka sisters, another Sylph army has appeared in front of him. Unfortunately, this so-called Sylph army isn't as cute as the Misaka sisters. At least, the Misaka sisters still have their own consciousness and soul. However, the Sylph army before him has dimmed down completely. Inside, there was a stillness like stagnant water. Moreover, it was filled with dullness. With a single glance, one could tell that they were not real humans. However, this is fine too. The flames on the Nyama no Shana in his hand expanded. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and smirked. I don't need to hold back anymore. Not sure if he heard Wu Yan's words. Tens of thousands of Sylphs suddenly raised their hands and aimed their meteor shower at Wu Yan and Sylph. Then, silver dots of starlight slowly gathered in the hands of the Sylph who had drawn the bowstring of meteor shower. Wu Yan felt a chill down his spine when he saw this. He tightened his grip on his spear and sword. He could sense that the scene before him was definitely not as simple as an illusion. Be careful! Natsuki seemed to have sensed something through Wu Yan's consciousness. If you're hit, even if you're not in any danger, you'll fall into a dream just like you. Got it, Wu Yan replied in a serious tone in his heart. He raised his head and looked ahead. His wine-red eyes turned golden in an instant. Ding, 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 ding. Amidst the green storm, a series of melodious syllables rang out. It sounded like water droplets hitting the strings of a zither. It was exceptionally pleasing to the ears. Amidst the melodious syllables, crimson spatial ripples spread out and covered the entire area. Then, black iron sand swords shot out from the spatial ripples. They tore through the air and rained down on the sylph impostors. Meteor Shower was Wu Yan's noble artifact. How could Wu Yan not know about it? It didn't have any supernatural abilities, nor did it come with any heaven-defying effects. Meteor Shower only had one effect. That was the power of the ultimate. Might was everything about the Meteor Knight. Among all of Wu Yan's techniques, excluding Ruby Mode and his familiars, Meteor Shower was one of the most powerful techniques. Meteor Shower was definitely one of the top techniques. In fact, there weren't many techniques in the 103,000 grimoires that could compare to it in terms of pure power. However, under that extreme power, the Meteor Shower also had a flaw that couldn't be ignored. Drawing the bow and charging the arrow required time. The sylph impostors were all illusions, and the Meteor Shower in their hands was a fake as well. It might have lost its power, but if it was hit, it would have some other effect. However, regardless of the consequences of being hit, since it was a fake Meteor Knight, the flaw was still there. Therefore, the best way to deal with it was to strike first. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The iron sand swords pierced through the air and landed on the sylph impostors, tearing their bodies apart. The sylph didn't even have the time to release her starlight arrows before they were shot by the iron sand swords. Their bodies instantly turned into green mist. The sylph impostors were formed by the green mist. Wu Yan scanned the green mist around him, and he used Nayatan Shana to conjure up a fireball. Glancing at the red lotus flames on the Niatono no Shana, Wu Yan raised it above his head. He spun it around, and with a wave of his hand, a dense curtain of red lotus flames surged out like a tidal wave. It crashed into the swirling green mist storm. Boom! Amidst the muffled sound, the red lotus fire curtain enveloped the dense green storm and slowly began to burn. However, within the red lotus fire curtain, the dense green fog continued to revolve on its own and was not damaged at all. Wu Yan pursed his lips. He recalled the red lotus fire curtain and he captured Fantasy Killer. He didn't make a move for a long time. That was also natural. Although the Fantasy Killer could destroy all supernatural abilities, it was only limited to the part that was hit by it. The green storm was almost overwhelming, and it was impossible to eliminate it all at once. Let me try. Seeing that Wu Yan didn't make a move, Sylph pulled back the bowstring of Meteor Shower. Droplets of starlight gathered and formed a bright starlight arrow. Whoosh! Sylph let go of the arrow, and the starlight arrow streaked across the sky like a meteor. It left a dazzling trail behind it as it flew into the mist storm. BCCZ! The meteor-like arrow suddenly landed on the rotating fog storm. In an instant, the fog storm paused, and a ripple appeared at the point where the meteor-like arrow collided with it. As the ripples reverberated, green mist rolled out from the center of the meteor-like arrow and enveloped the arrow. Then, the arrow was sucked back into the swirling mist storm. It had actually swallowed the arrow shot out by the Meteor Knight. Sylph's eyes turned cold. She raised her meteor shower, and when she was about to fire another arrow, Wu Yan stopped her. The green mist can't be destroyed. Don't waste your energy. While saying this, Wu Yan's gaze was fixed on the spinning green storm in front of him. Instead of wasting time on the mist, it's better to think of a way to leave this place. Our goal isn't to fight the mist. Sylph pondered for a moment and nodded. The green mist started raging again. Like a whirlwind, the mist took the shape of humans. They lined up in front of Wu Yan and Sylph. Wu Yan waved his hand, and he activated Gate of Babylon again. Countless iron sand swords were fired at the humanoid green mist. Before they could fully materialize, they were all scattered. Sylph, after the humanoid shapes were dispersed, Wu Yan opened his hand to Sylph. Sylph immediately understood and threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace. Let's go. Wu Yan tightened his grip on Sylph's waist and leaped into the air. Tiny iron sand particles that couldn't be seen with the naked eye wrapped around his body and carried him towards a corner of the green mist storm. Bang! It was as if something had been shattered, and a rather large hole had been created in the green fog storm ahead. Whoosh! With Sylph in his arms, Wu Yan charged out of the encirclement. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 10, 84. The sky was dark green, the earth was dark green, and the forest was thick and lush. Above it all stood a small stream of green water flowed down from a strange green mountain peak in the distance. It was like a small green willow that adorned this forest where even the tree trunks were green. Even though everything was green, it gave off an exceptionally tranquil feeling, causing the surroundings to appear slightly peaceful. Whoosh! However, this silence did not last for long. A rushing sound mercilessly broke it. On the other side, a ray of light suddenly rushed over. Immediately, it came to a violent halt as though it had suddenly braked. Only after it rubbed against the surrounding empty space did it slowly come to a stop and stayed in the air, looking at the green sky. He lowered his head and looked at the dense forest below. Finally, he turned around and looked at the green mist behind him. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. Phew, that was close. I didn't think it would be that difficult. Sylph, who was in Wu Yan's embrace, nodded in agreement. She looked at the green mist with Wu Yan. The area covered by the fog was very wide. Moreover, it had the ability to confuse one's five senses. If it had not condensed by itself and turned into a storm to trap us, I'm afraid that it would not have been easy for us to walk out of that place. That's true. Wu Yan nodded in agreement. He sighed. I guess the mist reaped what it sowed. After that, the two of them looked at the direction of the green mist. In the distance, the green mist dissipated once more. Wu Yan and Sylph could vaguely see the green mist spreading in all directions. Wu Yan and Sylph could vaguely see the green mist blotting out the sky as it continued to spread. What made Wu Yan and Sylph speechless was the green mist. It was actually a form of encirclement. It surrounded the area where the two of them were in a circular shape. In other words, no matter which direction Wu Yan and Sylph chose, they would have to pass through the green mist. They would have to face the obstruction of dreams and illusions. Dreams and illusions. Wu Yan looked at Sylph in his arms. Have you fallen into a dream before? Yes. Sylph nodded. She replied softly, originally, before we entered the green fog, I was holding your hand the whole time. But I don't know when my hand was empty. When I reacted, I was the only one left. Then my other self appeared in front of me and shot me with an arrow. After that, I fell into a dream. I see. Wu Yan asked curiously, what kind of dream did you have? Yes. You came to marry me. Sylph didn't try to hide anything from him. She didn't even know how much her words shook Wu Yan's confidence. She just continued talking to herself. And you only married me. You didn't bring the other girls with you. Wu Yan blushed with shame when he heard that. He laughed out loud. He also dreamt of marriage, but it was just a dream created by exploiting the loophole in his heart. If Sylph dreamt of marriage as well, and he only married her, doesn't this mean that Sylph doesn't want to share herself with Hinajiku, Mikoto, and the others? But that's also true. Which girl would want her other half to have other lovers? Even a girl like Kurumi should be more or less concerned, right? Shaking his head, Wu Yan chuckled as he asked again. Then, how did you leave the dream? Yes. There was a loophole in the dream. Sylph's cold voice stunned Wu Yen. Loophole? What loophole? Father congratulated me. Sylph explained. If I'm married, Father will never congratulate me. He'll just find a crime and execute my husband. That's what Father would do. His mind went blank, and he almost couldn't keep up with his calculations. He tripped and fell down. His sweaty face had evolved into a head full of sweat. It seems like he didn't realize the extent of the Ailu Emperor's daughter's control. I have to be careful next time. Sylph's lips curled up slightly when she saw Wu Yen sweating profusely. It lasted for a second or two before it disappeared. She then looked around. Although we've left the green fog's encirclement, we seem to be in another encirclement. Wu Yen, who was planning to kill Kite first to ensure his own safety, paused for a bit when he heard Sylph's words. He started looking around. Wu Yen and Sylph noticed that they were surrounded by a mountain range that reached into the clouds. The mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see and surrounded the area. Wu Yen and Sylph exchanged glances with each other. They both frowned at the sight of the mountain range. Do we have to cross this mountain range if we want to leave this forbidden area? Wu Yen looked at the mountain range in front of him. He couldn't see the top of the mountain range. This mountain range had already reached into the clouds of the green sky. Don't tell me we have to fly to the top. Wu Yen bitterly laughed as he looked at the mountain range that soared into the sky. Is this the Guardian Tree's test? Could it be that the Guardian Tree didn't want anyone to enter the core palace of the place of gods? It wasn't unreasonable for him to say something like that. This area has already sealed off all mana and possibly Do Qi as well. Being in this area, unless one is like Wu Yen, who has a special ability that doesn't require the support of Do Qi or mana, one wouldn't be able to wield even the slightest bit of power. They would be no different from a normal person. Even an idiot would know that a normal person wouldn't be able to cross the mountain range that pierced through the clouds. Moreover, it's only 10 days. Sylph seemed to have thought of this as well. She frowned and shook her head. The Guardian Tree wouldn't set a test that we can't pass. Sylph looked at Wu Yen. Didn't Father say that? The test set by the Guardian Tree varies from person to person. The stronger the person, the harder the test. The higher the number of people, the harder the test. So you're saying that the test is so difficult because we're too strong. Wu Yen gasped. If one of us is a tier 9 and the other a tier 8, our tests are already like this. What about the tests of the 3 demigod guardians? Maybe it's because you have some power here that the test is harder. Sylph said thoughtfully. After all, the Guardian Tree is a fair place. If the test isn't harder, it would be too easy for someone like you to pass. Wu Yen was speechless. All right, I guess I'll have to fly to the sky to take a look. I guess that's the only way. Sylph nodded. With your power, it shouldn't be too hard. Wu Yen rolled his eyes at Sylph. He sucked in a deep breath, and he used his superpower to control the iron particles around him, and he flew up into the sky. Compared to the mountain range, Wu Yen and Sylph's figures were insignificant. They were so small that they couldn't be seen. However, at this moment, these tiny figures soared into the sky with a loud howl. Wu Yen and Sylph adjusted their breathing as the temperature dropped. Their ears were filled with the sound of the wind as they soared into the sky. Wu Yen and Sylph stopped above the clouds to observe their surroundings. They wanted to find the peak of the mountain range and climb it. However, the terrifying thing is that the circular mountain range is still extending upwards. If there is a universe in this world, then the peak of the mountain range must be in the universe. Sylph's mind went blank when she saw this. However, Wu Yan's eyes lit up, and he pointed in a direction. Look over there. Sylph quickly turned around and saw something at the corner of the mountain range. There was a huge hole. It looked like a giant mouth that could devour a person. Chapter 10:85. Floating above the clouds, surrounded by green mountains like a heavenly mirror. The sky was green, and the clouds were also green. This scene made people unable to help but feel that it was unreal. With Sylph in his arms, Wu Yen flew towards the giant hole in the corner of the mountain range. He stopped about 20 meters away and looked at it with narrowed eyes. The hole is huge. It's huge. If Wu Yen were to stand in front of it, he would look like an ant standing in front of a wall that's more than 10 meters tall. The surrounding scenery was all green, and only the huge hole in front of them was completely black. Traces of gloomy aura blew out from it, like a monster with its mouth open, waiting for its prey to come to its door. It made people feel terrified. It's a good thing that the hole is dark, and it's huge. That's why Wu Yen was able to find it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find a hole like this in the entire mountain range. Wu Yen and Sylph floated in front of the hole. They didn't say anything. However, if you look closely, you'll notice a solemn expression in their eyes. Now, the two of them have a rough idea of what this green world is like. Simply put, this green world is like a basin surrounded by a mountain range. With the central area as the center, there's a ring of green fog surrounding the area. Beyond the green fog is the mountain range that surrounds this world. However, the mountain range that surrounds this world is no ordinary mountain range. Also, no one has ever seen a mountain range that surrounds the entire world. The top of the mountain range is so far away that it's impossible to see it. If you live in this world, it's no different from being imprisoned in a large cage. Under such circumstances, the only way to get out of this huge cage was to cross the mountain range that stretched into the heavens and into the earth. However, they can't even see the top of the mountain range, even from the clouds. It's unknown if they can find the top of the mountain range. Such a world, I'm afraid you can only see it in the place of gods. Now, there was a huge cave in the middle of the mountain range. Wasn't this telling others that if they wanted to leave, they had to go in? It feels like it's inviting us in. Wu Yen smiled. He smiled playfully. Sylph nodded. She looked into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. But we have no other choice. Indeed, the hole in front of them is their only hope of leaving this world. So, we have no choice but to go in. After saying the two sentences, one by one, the two of them looked at each other. Then, they suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the dark hole. They shot towards it. After entering the hole, Wu Yen and Sylph's field of vision gradually faded away and was replaced by a thick darkness. If the green world gives off a strange and peaceful feeling, then this black hole gives off a strange and peaceful feeling. It's strange and eerie. It was as if the surrounding temperature had dropped by quite a bit. The two of them involuntarily stuck close to each other as they flew. However, their gazes remained fixed in front of them and did not leave for even a moment. The wind caused by their rapid flight hit their faces, causing their hair to dance in the wind. But even so, their gazes never left the room. About half an hour later, a bright light appeared in their field of vision. Their expressions tensed up. Wu Yen and Sylph looked at each other. They didn't say anything. Instead, they increased their speed, and they charged towards the source of the light. They passed through it. Wu Yen stopped. The first thing that caught the eyes of the two hovering in the air was the door. That's right. It's a door. A 3-meter-tall door. Logically speaking, Wu Yen and Sylph should be happy to see a door. However, when they saw the door, they didn't look happy at all. Instead, they looked at each other and bitterly chuckled. It was not because of anything else, but because of those doors. There wasn't just one door there. Instead, there were countless doors that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was impossible to count how many of them there were. After passing through the hole, Wu Yen and Sylph found themselves in a spacious cavern. The surrounding rock walls were circular and stood in the middle of the vast cave. They were like stairs that were stacked layer by layer. On the stair-like rock walls, there were iron and copper doors that were arranged in an orderly manner. It made the entire cave look like a large graveyard. It was extremely gloomy, glancing at the countless doors around him. Wu Yen felt like all the energy in his body was drained away. He shrugged his shoulders, and a tired expression appeared on his face. I say, is the divine tree trying to get us to find the door to the core palace? Sylph lowered her head. After a moment of silence, she spoke word by word. If that's the case, then one of these doors must lead to the core palace. That's true. Wu Yen sighed. But how are we going to find that door? We're not going to have to open them one by one, right? I don't think we have enough time, even if we have 10 days. Although he didn't know how many doors there are on the stairs, he can't even estimate the number of doors with his perfect memory ability. One can only imagine how terrifying the number would be. If Wu Yen wasn't shackled, he might be able to find the correct door with some spells. But now, Wu Yen felt hopeless just by looking at it. At the very least, we can be sure that searching blindly is futile. Compared to Wu Yan's helpless expression, Sylph's expression was as calm as ever. It was as if nothing could stir up her emotions. Her voice was calm as well. The divine tree wouldn't set up such a hopeless test. There must be a hint that can lead us to the correct door. Or maybe there's something different about it. Let's hope it's a hint. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. If there's something different, I don't think we'll be lucky enough to find it. Sylph nodded. Wu Yen was surprised by her calm demeanor. Aren't you worried that you won't be able to enter the core palace? Sylph remained silent for a moment. She then said expressionlessly, I don't have high hopes for the domain of gods. Wu Yen was surprised to hear this. The domain of gods is a backdoor created by the creators of the three empires for their descendants. There are countless treasures inside that can change a person's life. If one can find a chance to transform in the domain of gods, even if they were originally trash, they might be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. They might even become a prodigy better than Sylph. It was also because of this that bullying of the weak, which could be seen everywhere in the other forces, was not very likely to happen in the royal families of the three empires. This was because no one could guarantee that the person they bullied would not be able to ascend to the heavens in a single bound in the land of gods. This wasn't something impossible. As for the group of geniuses, if they didn't gain anything in the land of gods, they would become a laughingstock. Wu Yen saw Ka and Jaffer wearing bitter expressions on their faces more than once. They're worried that they won't be able to gain anything in the domain of gods. Their reputation as geniuses would be tarnished if they didn't get anything in the domain of gods. However, Sylph, the most outstanding genius in the domain of gods, didn't seem to have high hopes for the domain of gods. Sylph noticed Wu Yan's surprise, so she asked him in a soft voice, Even if I lose my powers, I'm still Sylph. Even if I lose the chance to transform, I'm still Sylph. In her ice-blue eyes, that indifferent expression appeared along with her resolute words. Wu Yen once again realized that the girl in his arms is not as simple as she looks. Perhaps I underestimated this princess a little bit, that's not for sure.